This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Rogue by Julie Kagawa. This book is read by Caitlin Davies, McLeod Andrews, Chris Patton, and Tristan Morris.
To Lori and Tasha.
Part 1. Countdown.
Garret. I stood before a silent, watchful table. 6 pairs of eyes on me, keen gazes ranging from suspicious to appraising as we waited for the charges to be declared. Men in uniforms of black and gray with the emblem of the order, a red cross on a white shield displayed proudly on their jackets. Their harsh-lined faces reflected a lifetime of war and struggle. Some I knew only by reputation. Others I had trained under, fought for, followed commands from without a second thought. Lieutenant Gabriel Martin sat at one end of the table, his black eyes and blank expression giving nothing away. I'd known him nearly my whole life. He had molded me into what I was today, the perfect soldier, as my squad mates had taken to calling me, a nickname I'd picked up during the relatively short time I'd been fighting. Prodigy was another word that had been tossed around over the years, and lucky son of a bitch if they were feeling less generous. I owed most of my success to Lieutenant Martin for recognizing something in a quiet, somber orphan and pushing him to try harder, to do more, to rise above everyone else. So I had. I'd killed more enemies of the Order than anyone else my age, and the number would have been much higher had the unexpected not occurred this summer. Regardless of my situation, I had been one of the best, and I had Martin to thank for that. But the man sitting across the table was a stranger, an impassive judge. He, along with the rest of the men seated there in a row, would decide my fate tonight. The room in which I stood was small but Spartan, with tile floors, harsh overhead lights, low ceilings, and walls with no windows. Normally it was used for debriefings or the occasional meeting, and the long table usually sat in the center surrounded by chairs. Except for the main headquarters in London, Order chapter houses did not have designated courtrooms. While disorderly conduct among soldiers was expected from time to time, and desertion sometimes reared its ugly head, full-blown treason was unheard of. Loyalty to the cause was something every soldier of St. George understood. To betray the Order was to betray everything. The man in the very center of the row straightened, eyeing me over the polished wood. His name was John Fisher, and he was a respected captain of the Order and a hero in the field. The left side of his face was a mass of burned scars and puckered flesh, and he wore them like a medal of honor. His steely expression didn't change as he folded his equally scarred hands in front of him and raised his voice. "Garret Xavier Sebastian," he barked my full name, and the room instantly fell silent. The trial was officially underway. "For disobeying a direct order," Fisher continued, "attacking a squad mate, fraternizing with the enemy, and allowing 3 known hostiles to escape, you are accused of high treason against the Order of St. George." His sharp blue eyes fixed on me, hard and unyielding. "Do you understand the charges brought against you?" "I do." "Very well." He looked at the men sitting in chairs along the far wall behind me and nodded. "Then we will commence. Tristan St. Anthony, step forward." There was a squeak as a body rose from a chair, and quiet footsteps clicked across the floor as my former partner came to stand a few feet from my side. I didn't look at him. I stared straight ahead, hands behind my back, as he did the same. But I could see him in my peripheral vision. A tall, lean soldier several years older than me, his dark hair cropped close. His perpetual smirk had been replaced with a grim line, and his blue eyes were solemn as he faced the table. "Please inform the court, to the best of your ability, of the events that led up to the night of the raid, and what conspired after." Tristan hesitated. I wondered what was going through his head in the split second before he would give his testimony. If he had any regrets that it had come to this.
"This summer,"
Tristan began, his voice matter-of-fact,
"Sebastian and I were sent undercover to Crescent Beach, a small town on the California coast. Our orders were specific. We were to infiltrate the town, find a sleeper planted among the population, and terminate it."
The man in the center raised a hand.
"So, to be clear, Talon had planted one of their operatives in Crescent Beach, and you were sent to find it."
"Yes, sir."
Tristan gave a short nod.
"We were there to kill a dragon."
A murmur went through the room. From the very first day the Order had been founded, soldiers of St. George had known what we fought for, what we protected, what was at stake. Our war, our holy mission, hadn't changed in hundreds of years. The Order had evolved with the times. Firearms and technology had replaced swords and lances, but our purpose was still the same. We had one goal, and every soldier dedicated his entire life to that cause. The complete annihilation of our eternal enemies, the dragons. The general public knew nothing of our ancient war. The existence of dragons was a jealously guarded secret on both sides. There were no real dragons in the world today, unless you counted a couple mundane lizard species that were pale shadows of their infamous namesakes. True dragons, the massive, winged, fire-breathing creatures that haunted the mythology of every culture around the world, from the treasure-loving monsters of Europe to the benevolent rain-bringers of the Orient, existed only in legend and story. And that was exactly what they wanted you to believe. Just as the Order of St. George had evolved through the years, so had our enemies. According to St. George doctrine, when dragons were on the verge of extinction, they'd made a pact with the devil to preserve their race, gaining the ability to shift into human form. Whether or not the story was true, the part where they could change their form to appear human was no myth. Dragons were flawless mimics. They looked human, acted human, sounded human, to the point where it was nearly impossible to tell a dragon from a regular, everyday mortal, even if you knew what to search for. How many dragons existed in the world today was anyone's guess. They had woven seamlessly into human society, masquerading as us, hiding in plain sight. Hidden and cloaked, they strove to enslave humanity, to make humans the lesser species. It was our job to find and kill as many of the monsters as we could, in the hopes that one day we could push their numbers over the brink and firmly into extinction, where they belonged. That was what I'd once believed, until I met her.
"I've read your report, St. Anthony,"
Fisher continued.
"It says you and Sebastian made contact with the suspect and began your investigation."
"Yes, sir."
Tristan agreed.
"We made contact with Ember Hill, and Garret began establishing a relationship per orders to determine if she was the sleeper."
Ember. Her name sent a little pulse through my stomach. Before the events of Crescent Beach, I'd known who I was, a soldier of St. George. My mission was to make contact with the target, determine if it was a dragon, and kill it. Clear-cut, black and white. Simple. Only, it wasn't so simple. The target we'd been sent to destroy turned out to be a girl. A cheerful, daring, funny, beautiful girl. A girl who loved to surf, who taught me how to surf, who challenged me, made me laugh, and surprised me every time I was with her. I'd been expecting a ruthless, duplicitous creature that could only imitate human emotion. But Ember was none of those things. Fisher continued to address Tristan.
"And what did you determine?"
he asked, speaking more for the benefit of the court, I suspected.
"Was this girl the sleeper?"
Tristan stared straight ahead, his expression grave.
"Yes, sir,"
he replied, making my stomach knot.
"Ember Hill was the dragon we were sent to eliminate."
"I see."
Fisher nodded. The entire room was silent. You could hear a fly buzzing around the window.
"Please inform the court,"
Fisher said quietly.
"What happened the night of the raid? When you and Sebastian tracked the sleeper to the beach after the failed strike on the hideout?"
I swallowed. bracing to hear my betrayal lined out for everyone, play by play. The night that had brought me here, the decision that had changed everything.
"We'd found the target's hideout,"
Tristan began, his voice coolly professional.
"A nest of at least 2 dragons, possibly more. It was a standard raid. Go in, kill the targets, get out. But they must have had surveillance set up around the house. They were in the process of fleeing when we went in. We wounded one, but they still managed to escape."
My stomach churned. I had led that strike. The targets had escaped because I'd seen Ember in that house, and I'd hesitated. My orders had been to shoot on sight. Anything that moved, human or dragon, I was supposed to gun down, no questions asked. But I hadn't. I'd stared at the girl, unable to make myself pull the trigger. And that moment of indecision had cost us the raid, as Ember had shifted to her true form and turned the room into a blazing inferno. During the fiery confusion, she and the other dragons had fled out the back and off a cliff, and the mansion had burned to the ground. No one suspected what had happened in the room, that I'd seen Ember over the muzzle of my gun and had frozen. No one knew that the perfect soldier had faltered for the very first time. That in that moment my world and everything I'd ever known had cracked. But that was nothing compared to what had happened next.
"So the strike was a failure,"
Fisher said, and I winced inside at the word.
"What happened after that?"
For the briefest of moments, Tristan's gaze flicked to me, almost too fast to be seen, but it still made my heart pound. He knew. Maybe not the whole affair, but he knew something had happened to me after the failed strike. For a short time after the raid, while headquarters was deciding what to do about the escaped dragons, I'd disappeared. Tristan had found me a while later, and we'd gone after the targets together, but by that time the damage was done. What had happened after the raid I'd never told anyone. Later that night, I'd called Ember, asked her to meet me on an isolated bluff, alone. I'd been wearing my helmet and mask during the raid. She hadn't known I was part of St. George. From the hurried tone of her voice, I had guessed she was planning to leave town, possibly with her brother, now that she knew St. George was in the area. But she'd agreed to meet with me one last time, probably to say goodbye. I'd been planning to kill her. It was my fault the mission had failed. It was my responsibility to fix it. She was a dragon, and I was St. George. Nothing else mattered. But once again, staring at the green-eyed girl down the barrel of my gun, the girl who'd taught me to surf and dance and sometimes smiled just for me, I couldn't do it. It was more than a moment's hesitation, more than a heartbeat of surprise. I'd stood face to face with the target I'd been sent to Crescent Beach to destroy, the girl I knew was my enemy, and I could not make myself pull the trigger. And that's when she'd attacked. One moment, I was drawing down a wide-eyed human girl. The next, I was on my back, pinned by a snarling red dragon, its fangs inches from my throat. In that moment, I'd known I was going to die, torn apart by claws or incinerated with dragon fire. I had dropped my guard, left myself open, and the dragon had responded as any of its kind would when faced with St. George. Strangely enough, I'd felt no regret. And then as I'd lain helpless beneath a dragon and braced myself for death, the unthinkable had happened. She'd let me go. Nothing had driven her off. No one from St. George had arrived in the nick of time to save me. We'd been alone, miles from anything. The bluff had been dark, deserted, and isolated. Even if I'd screamed, there'd been nothing, no one to hear it. Except the dragon, the ruthless, calculating monster that was supposed to despise mankind and possess no empathy, no humanity whatsoever. The creature that hated St. George above all else and showed us no pity, gave no quarter or forgiveness. The target I'd lied to, the girl I'd pursued with the sole intent of destroying her, who could have ended my life right then with one quick slash or breath. The dragon, who had a soldier of St. George beneath its claws, completely at its mercy, had deliberately backed off and let me go. And I had realized the order was wrong. St. George taught us that dragons were monsters. We killed them without question because there was nothing to question. They were alien, other, not like us. Only they were. Ember had already shaken every belief the Order had instilled in me about dragons. That she'd spared my life was the final blow, the proof I couldn't ignore, which meant that some of the dragons I'd killed in the past, gunned down without thought because the Order had told me to, might have been like her. And if that was the case, I had a lot of innocent blood on my hands.
After the raid,
Tristan said, continuing to address the table,
Garret and I were ordered to follow Ember Hill in the hopes that she would lead us to the other targets. We tracked her to a beach on the edge of town, where she did indeed meet with 2 other dragons, a juvenile and an adult.
Another murmur ran through the courtroom.
An adult,
Fisher confirmed, while the rest of the table looked grim. Full-grown adult dragons were rarely seen. The oldest dragons were also the most secretive, keeping to the shadows, hiding deep within their organization. The Order knew Talon's leader was an extremely old, extremely powerful dragon called the Elder Worm, but no one had ever laid eyes on it.
Yes, sir,
Tristan went on.
We were to observe and report if the target revealed itself as a dragon, and all 3 were in their true forms when we got there. I informed Commander St. Francis at once and received the order to shoot on sight.
He paused, and Fisher's eyes narrowed.
What happened then, soldier?
Garret stopped me, sir. He prevented me from taking the shot.
Did he give any reason for his actions?
Yes, sir.
Tristan took a deep breath, as if the next words were difficult to say.
He told me that the order was wrong.
Silence fell. A stunned, brittle silence that raised the hair on the back of my neck. To imply that the order was mistaken was to spit on the code that the First Knights had implemented centuries ago. The code that denounced dragons as soulless worms of the devil and their human sympathizers as corrupt beyond hope.
Is there anything else?
Fisher's expression was cold, mirroring the looks of everyone at the table. Tristan paused again, then nodded.
Yes, sir. He said that he wouldn't let me kill the targets, that some dragons weren't evil, and that we didn't have to slaughter them. When I tried to reason with him, he attacked me. We fought, briefly, and he knocked me out.
I winced. I hadn't meant to injure my partner, but I couldn't let him fire. Tristan's sniping skills were unmatched. He would have killed at least 1 dragon before they realized what was happening. I couldn't stand there and watch Ember be murdered in front of me.
By the time I woke up,
Tristan finished,
the targets had escaped. Garret surrendered to our squad leader and was taken into custody, but we were unable to find the dragons again.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
Fisher nodded.
Thank you, St. Anthony. Garret Xavier Sebastian,
he went on, turning to me as Tristan stepped away. His eyes and voice remained hard.
You've heard the charges brought against you. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
I took a quiet breath. I do. I raised my head, facing the men at the table. I'd been debating whether I wanted to say anything, to tell the Order to its face that they had been mistaken all this time. This would damn me even further, but I had to try. I owed it to Ember and all the dragons I had killed. This summer, I began, as the flat stares of the table shifted to me. I went to Crescent Beach expecting to find a dragon. I didn't. One of the men blinked. The rest simply continued to stare as I went on. What I found was a girl. Someone just like me in a lot of ways. But she was also her own person. There was no imitation of humanity, no artificial emotions or gestures. Everything she did was genuine. Our mission took so long because I couldn't see any differences between Ember Hill and a civilian. The silence in the courtroom now took on a lethal stillness. Gabriel Martin's face was like stone, his stare icy. I didn't dare turn to look at Tristan, but I could feel his incredulous gaze on my back. I swallowed the dryness in my throat. "I'm not asking for clemency," I went on. "My actions that night were inexcusable. But I beg the court to consider my suggestion that not all dragons are the same. Ember Hill could be an anomaly among her kind, but from what I saw, she wanted nothing to do with the war. If there are others like her—"
"Thank you, Sebastian."
Fisher's voice was clipped. His chair scraped the floor as he pushed it back and stood, gazing over the room.
"Court is adjourned," he announced. "We will reconvene in an hour. Dismissed."
Back in my cell, I sat on the hard mattress with my back against the wall and one knee drawn to my chest, waiting for the court to decide my fate. I wondered if they would consider my words, if the impassioned testimony of the former perfect soldier would be enough to give them pause. "Garret." I looked up. Tristan's lean, wiry form stood in front of the cell bars. His face was stony, but I looked closer and saw that his expression was conflicted, almost tormented. He glared at me, midnight blue eyes searing a hole through my skull, before he sighed and made an angry, hopeless gesture, shaking his head. "What the hell were you thinking?" I looked away. "It doesn't matter." "Bullshit." Tristan stepped forward, looking like he might punch me in the head if there weren't iron bars between us. 3 years we've been partners. 3 years we've fought together, killed together, nearly gotten ourselves eaten a couple times. I've saved your hide countless times, and yes, I know you've done the same for me. You owe me a damn explanation, partner. And don't you dare say something stupid, like I wouldn't understand. I know you better than that." When I didn't answer, he clenched a fist around a bar, brow furrowed in confusion and anger. "What happened in Crescent Beach, Garret?" he demanded, though his voice was almost pleading. "You're the freaking perfect soldier. You know the code by heart. You can recite the tenets in your sleep backwards if you need to. Why would you betray everything?" "I don't know." "It was the girl, wasn't it?" Tristan's voice made my stomach turn. "The dragon. She did something to you. Damn, I should have seen it. You hung out with her a lot. She could have been manipulating you the whole time. It wasn't like that. In the old days, it was suspected that dragons could cast spells on weak-minded humans, enslaving them through mind control and magic. Though that rumor had officially been discounted, there were still those in St. George who believed the old superstitions. Not that Tristan had been one of them. He was just as coolly pragmatic as me, one of the reasons we got along so well. But I suspected it was easier for him to accept that an evil dragon had turned his friend against his will, rather than that friend knowingly and deliberately betraying him and the Order. You can't blame Garret. The dragon made him do it. But it wasn't anything Ember had done. It was just everything about her. Her passion, her fearlessness, her love for life. Even in the middle of the mission, I'd forgotten that she was a potential target, that she could be a dragon, the very creature I was there to destroy. When I was around Ember, I didn't see her as an objective or a target or the enemy. I just saw her. "What then?" Tristan demanded, sounding angry again. "What exactly was it like, Garret? Please explain it to me. Explain to me how my partner, the soldier who has killed more dragons than anyone his age in the history of St. George, suddenly decided that he couldn't kill this dragon. Explain how he could turn his back on his family, the Order that raised him, taught him everything he knows, and gave him a purpose to side with the enemy. Explain how he could stab his own partner in the back to save one dragon bitch who—" Tristan stopped. stared at me. I watched the realization creep over him, watched the color drain from his face as the pieces came together. "Oh my God," he whispered, and took one staggering step away from the bars. His jaw hung slack, and he slowly shook his head, his voice full of horrified disbelief. "You're in love with it?" I looked away and stared at the far wall. Tristan blew out a long breath. "Garret." His voice was a rasp, choked with disgust and loathing. And maybe something else. Pity. How could... "Don't say anything, Tristan." I didn't look at my ex-partner. I didn't have to see him to know exactly what he felt. "You don't have to tell me. I know." "They're going to kill you, Garret," he went on, his voice low and strained. "After what you said today in the courtroom, Martin might have argued clemency if you'd admitted you were wrong, that you had a brief moment of insanity, that the dragons had tricked you, anything. You could have lied. You're one of our best. They might have let you live even after everything. But now..." He made a hopeless sound. "You'll be executed for treason against the order. You know that, right?" I nodded. I'd known the outcome of the trial before I ever set foot in that courtroom. I knew I could have denounced my actions, pleaded for mercy, told them what they wanted to hear. I had been deceived, lied to, manipulated, because that's what dragons did, and even the soldiers of St. George were not immune. It would paint me the fool, and my perfect soldier record would be tarnished for all time. But being duped by the enemy was not the same as knowingly betraying the order. Tristan was right. I could have lied, and they would have believed me. I hadn't, because I couldn't do this anymore. Tristan waited a moment longer, then strode away without another word. I listened to his receding footsteps and knew this was the last time I would ever talk to him. I looked up. "Tristan!" For a second I didn't think he would stop, but he paused in the doorway of the cell block and looked back at me. "For what it's worth," I said, holding his gaze, "I'm sorry." He blinked, and I forced a faint smile. "Thanks for having my back all this time." One corner of his mouth twitched. "I always knew you'd get yourself killed by a dragon," he muttered. "I just didn't think it would be like this." He gave a tiny snort and rolled his eyes. "You realize my next partner is going to feel completely inadequate taking the perfect soldier's place, and will probably have a nervous breakdown that I'm going to have to deal with. So thanks for that. At least you'll have something to remember me by." "Yeah." The small grin faded. We watched each other for a tense, awkward moment before Tristan St. Anthony stepped away. "Take care, partner," he said. No other words were needed. No goodbye or see you later. We both knew there wouldn't be a later. "You too." He turned and walked out the door.
The court has reached a decision.
I stood in the courtroom again as Fisher rose to his feet, addressing us all. I spared a quick glance at Martin and found that he was gazing at a spot over my head, his eyes blank.
Garret, Xavier, Sebastian,
Fisher began, his voice brisk.
By unanimous decision, you have been found guilty of high treason against the Order of St. George. For your crimes, you will be executed by firing squad tomorrow at dawn. May God have mercy on your soul.
Dante. 15th floor and counting. The elevator box was cold, stark. A pithy tune played somewhere overhead, tinny and faint. Mirrored walls surrounded us, blurred images staring back, showing a man in a gray suit and tie, and a teen standing at his shoulder, hands folded before him. I observed my reflection with the practiced cool detachment my trainer insisted upon. My new black suit was perfectly tailored, not a thread out of place. My crimson hair cut short and styled appropriately. A red silk tie was tucked neatly into my suit jacket. My shoes were polished to a dark sheen, and the large gold Rolex was a cool, heavy band around my wrist. I didn't look like that human boy from Crescent Beach, in shorts and a tank top, his longish hair messy and windblown. I didn't look like a teen without a care in the world. No. I had completed assimilation. I'd proven myself, to Talon and the organization. I'd passed all my tests and confirmed that I could be trusted, that I cared about the survival of our race above all else. I wished my sister had done the same. Because of her, our future was in question. Because of her, I didn't know what Talon wanted from me now. On the 13th floor, the elevator stopped, and the door slid back with barely a hiss. I stepped into a magnificent lobby tiled in red and gold, my shoes clicking against the floor and echoing into the vast space above us. I gazed around, taking it in, smiling to myself. It was everything I'd imagined, everything I'd hoped Talon would be, which was good, because I had plans for it all. One day, I'll be running this place. My trainer, who told me to call him Mr. Smith at the beginning of my education, led me into the room, then turned to me with a smile. Unlike some dragons, whose smiles seemed forced, his was warm and inviting, and looked completely genuine, if you didn't notice the cool impassiveness in his eyes. Ready? Of course, I said, trying not to appear nervous. Unfortunately, Mr. Smith could sense fear and tension like a shark sensed blood, for his eyes hardened even as his smile grew broader. Relax, Dante, he said, putting a hand on my shoulder. It was meant to be comforting, but there was no warmth in the gesture. I'd learned enough to realize that all his overtures were empty. He'd taught me that himself. You didn't have to believe what you were saying. You just had to make others believe that you cared. You'll be fine. Trust me. You don't have to worry about me, sir, I told him, determined to show nothing but cool confidence. A stark contrast to the twisting bundle of nerves in my stomach. I know why I'm here, and I know what I have to do. He squeezed my shoulder, and even though I knew better, I relaxed. We turned, and I followed him down a narrow hallway lined with office doors, around a corner, and finally to a single large door at the end of the hall. A simple gold sign hung against the painted wood. A.R. Roth. My stomach cartwheeled again. Mr. Roth was one of Talon's senior vice presidents, one of the dragons who, while not so far up the chain that he was in contact with the Elder Worm itself, was pretty darn close, and he wanted to talk to me, probably about Ember and what they planned to do about her. Ember. I felt a brief stab of anger and fear from my wayward twin. Anger that she would be so stubborn, so rebellious and ungrateful, that she would turn her back on her own kind, the organization that had raised us, to run off with a known traitor. Consequences be damned. Fear of what those consequences could be. Under normal circumstances, a Viper, one of Talon's fearsome assassins, would be dispatched to deal with the dragon who went rogue. It was harsh, but necessary. Rogue dragons were unstable and dangerous, and they put the survival of our race in jeopardy. Without Talon's structure, a rogue could accidentally, or even purposefully, reveal our existence to the humans, and that would spell disaster for us all. The human world could never know that dragons walked among them. Their instinctive fear of monsters and the unknown would overtake them, just as it had hundreds of years ago, and we'd be driven toward extinction again. I knew the measures Talon had to take against rogues were necessary. Though the loss of any dragon was a heavy blow to us all, those who refused to align themselves with the organization had already chosen their path, proven their disloyalty. They had to be put down. I understood. I wasn't going to argue that. But Ember wasn't a traitor. She had been misled, deceived by that rogue dragon. She'd always been hot-headed, gullible, and he had fed her a tangle of lies, turning her against Talon, her own race, and me. He was at fault for her disappearance. Ember had always had problems with authority, but she'd been able to see reason and listen to the truth until she met the rogue. I clenched my jaw. If she just returned to the organization, she would realize her mistake. I would make her see the truth, that the rogues were dangerous, that Talon had our best interests at heart, and that the only way to survive in a world of humans was to work together. Ut animus surgimus. As one, we rise. She'd believed that once. I had never lost sight of it. We stepped through the doorframe into a cold, stark office. One entire wall was made up of windows, and through the glass, the city of Los Angeles stretched on to the distant mountains, towers and skyscrapers glinting in the sun. "Mr. Roth," said Mr. Smith, ushering me forward, "this is Dante Hill." A man rose from behind a large black desk to greet us, smiling as he stepped forward with a hand outstretched. He wore a navy blue suit and a watch that was even more impressive than mine, and a gold-capped pen glinted in a breast pocket. His dark hair had been cropped into short spikes, and his even darker eyes swept over me critically, even as he took my hand in both of his, nearly crushing my fingers in a grip of steel. "Dante Hill, pleasure to meet you." He squeezed my hand, and I bit down a whimper, smiling through the pain. "How was your trip up?" "Fine, sir," I replied, relieved as he loosened his vice-like grip and stepped away. Talon had sent a car to take us from Crescent Beach to Los Angeles, but the drive had been far from relaxing, with my trainer drilling me on company policies, protocol, and how to act in front of the regional vice president. I was an insignificant hatchling meeting with an elder who was likely several hundred years old. First impressions were crucial, and a terrible faux pas was, of course, to complain in the presence of Talon's executives, especially if it was about the organization. "It was so smooth I barely noticed the drive." "Wonderful, wonderful." He nodded and gestured to the plush leather chair sitting in front of his desk. "Please, have a seat. Can I have my assistant get you something to drink?" "No, thank you, sir," I said, knowing the drill. "I'm all right." I sat carefully in one of the chairs, feeling myself sink into the cool leather, careful not to slouch. Mr. Smith did the same, and crossed his legs as Mr. Roth returned around his desk and beamed at me. "So, Mr. Hill, let's not beat around the bush." Mr. Roth clasped his hands on the desk in front of him and smiled over the surface. As I'd been taught, I politely dropped my gaze so I wouldn't be staring right into his eyes. Another social guffaw, and a very dangerous one. Holding the stare of another dragon, particularly a male, was a blatant challenge or threat. In ancient times, the challenge between two alpha drakes would be settled via personal combat, with the contenders ripping, biting, and slashing each other until one of them either fled in defeat or was killed. Nowadays, two rival dragons obviously couldn't throw down in the middle of the city, but there were 1,000 other ways to destroy a competitor without getting your claws dirty. Which was good, because that was something I could excel at. "Your sister," Mr. Roth said, making my insides clench, "has gone rogue." He observed my reaction carefully. I kept my face neutral, showing no anger, surprise, sorrow, shock, nothing that would be considered a weakness. After a brief pause, Mr. Roth continued. "Ember Hill is now a traitor in the eyes of Talon, something we take very seriously here. I am sure you know our policies on rogues, but I have heard the organization wishes you to be in charge of retrieving her, Mr. Hill." "Yes, sir," I replied, careful not to sound overeager. "Whatever it takes to bring her back. Whatever you need me to do, I'm your man." Mr. Roth raised an eyebrow. "And yet, some have called into question your own loyalty, both to Talon and our cause. As the brother of a known traitor, we worry that your motivations might be tainted." He offered a smile, even as his eyes stayed hard and cold. "So I fear I must ask, can we trust you, Mr. Hill?" I smiled. "Sir," I began, as clearly and confidently as I could, "I know my sister. Ember and I have always had different opinions when it came to the organization. I know she can be reckless and stubborn, and that she has a slight problem with authority." A tiny snort from Mr. Smith was the only indicator of my massive understatement. "But Ember isn't a traitor," I went on, feeling Mr. Roth's hard gaze on me, assessing and critical. "She's gullible and hot-headed, and I believe the rogue dragon Cobalt took advantage of this to get her to leave with him. He lied to her about the organization, and he lied to her about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned on us like this." Mr. Roth's expression hadn't changed, and neither had mine. "Ember tried to get me to come with her that night," I admitted, seeing no indication of surprise from Mr. Roth. "She begged me to leave town with her and the rogue, but I knew I couldn't do it. Not because of the consequences, but because I know my place." I raised my chin slightly, not enough to challenge, just enough to state my cause. "Sir, my loyalty to Talon has never wavered. I don't know why Talon is taking a less direct approach to dealing with my sister, why the Elder Worm has chosen to spare her, but I do know that I am grateful. And I'll do whatever it takes to bring Ember back so she can resume her place in Talon, where she belongs." Mr. Roth nodded. "Excellent, Mr. Hill," he said in a bright tone of voice. "That is exactly what we want to hear." He picked up his desk phone and pressed a button on the machine. "Please send Miss Anderson in," he ordered into the speaker. I blinked, wondering who Miss Anderson could be. I'd never met her before. Abruptly, Mr. Roth stood, which prompted us to rise too. "Your words are commendable, Mr. Hill," the VP said, walking around to stand beside us. "Therefore, Talon is prepared to give you the best possible resources to locate and bring back your sister. In a moment, you'll be shown to your new office, but for now, there is someone I want you to meet." I gave a pleasant nod, though my mind was spinning. New office? And the best resources possible to find her? I was pleased, of course. It seemed the organization had recognized my potential. But at the same time, I knew this was abnormal. Talon was huge. Its reach spanned the globe, and it had countless other developments, mostly of the multi-million-dollar variety, to worry about. The disappearance of a single hatchling, rogue or not, was barely a blip on its radar. Why? Why are they going through all this trouble to find one hatchling? Ember, what have you done? The office door clicked softly as it opened, and Mr. Roth raised a beckoning hand. "Ah, Miss Anderson, please come in. Have you met Mr. Hill?" "Haven't had the pleasure," said a lilting musical voice. I turned to face the newcomer. My brows arched a bit, and I straightened quickly. Not a human. This was another dragon, and on top of that, a hatchling. Except for my sister, I'd only ever met with adult and senior dragons, but this girl looked just a year or two older than me. She was fair and slender, wearing a light blue skirt and heels, and looking faintly uncomfortable in them, like she'd rather be wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Her pale, almost silvery hair was styled atop her head, The sides pulled back to accent her high cheekbones, and the large crystal blue eyes stared straight ahead. "This is Mist," Mr. Roth introduced, as she regarded me in silence, her gaze coolly remote. "Miss Anderson, this is Mr. Hill. I expect the pair of you will get along famously." I hid my surprise. By introducing her by her first name, Roth was subtly informing all of us, that I was in charge, that although she was slightly older and had probably been working here a while, we were not equals. I hoped the other hatchlings wouldn't challenge my position, but Mist held out her hand as if this meeting was nothing out of the ordinary. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Hill," she said, her voice as cool as her face. I took the offered hand with a wide smile. "Mist," I smiled, holding her gaze. "The pleasure is mine." "Miss Anderson is one of our newer operatives," Mr. Roth continued, seemingly unaware or uncaring of the tension as we sized each other up. "She comes highly recommended by her trainer, and we believe her skills are adequate for this situation. She will be aiding you in the search for our wayward Ember." "Miss Anderson," Mr. Roth continued, "would you please introduce Mr. Hill to the rest of his team and then have someone show him his office? I would take him myself, but I have a meeting with your trainer in a few minutes. Mr. Hill," he turned to me, "you say you have your sister's best interest at heart? Now is your chance to prove it. Bring her back to Talon, where she belongs. We will be keeping an eye on your progress." I nodded politely, though I knew the meaning behind those words. "We'll be watching you," was the translation of that statement. "Don't disappoint us." "I won't," I promised silently, and turned away. As I followed Mist out of Mr. Roth's office, I nearly ran into something coming in, and I stepped aside with a hasty apology. The person I'd almost hit barely gave me a second glance as she passed, but my stomach dropped as I met her familiar, poison-green eyes. Lilith, Talon's elite Viper assassin, gave a short nod, recognizing me as well, before continuing into Mr. Roth's office and closing the door behind her. Apprehension flickered. Why is Lilith here? I thought. Is she... I glanced at Mist, walking beside me with her eyes straight ahead. Is she Mist's trainer? Is that why she's here? Wary now, I followed Mist into the elevator, keeping her in my side view as she pressed a button, still not looking at me. The doors slid shut, and the box began to move. So, Mist's voice echoed in the tiny space, startling me. I'd been expecting her to stay quiet and distant, not speaking unless absolutely necessary. I'd been about to break the silence myself, and was surprised that she'd beat me to it. "You're Dante Hill." Her voice was a challenge. It seemed we were going to butt heads after all, unless I could win her over. I could have used my position to demand obedience. Roth had put me in charge after all, but resentful employees did not produce fast results. If I was going to find Ember quickly, I needed her on my side. Smiling, I leaned against the wall and put my hands in my pockets, adopting a pose of easy nonchalance. "I am," I agreed pleasantly. "Though you seem surprised, Mist. Let me guess, you expected me to be taller?" Mist's expression remained neutral. "A chameleon in training," she remarked, raising a slender eyebrow. "Using humor to diffuse a tense situation. Classic disarming technique." I kept the smile on my face. Did it work? She blinked, and the other corner of her mouth twitched. "No," she replied, though her eyes said differently. "But thank you for trying. I am, unfortunately, well versed in the various faction trainings and techniques. Your chameleon charm is not going to work on me, I'm afraid. Give it time." The elevator had passed the first floor, and still we continued to descend, past the basement and the sub-basement, going even deeper underground. "Do you have something against chameleons?" I went on, wondering how many sublevels this place had. The glowing numbers above the door had stopped moving altogether. "Not at all," Mist replied. "Chameleons are a vital part of Talon. We all have our place." Her piercing blue eyes remained brutally honest as she looked me over, assessing. "What I don't like is having vital information kept from me, especially if I need it to do my job." I gave her a puzzled frown. "You think I'm hiding something from you? That's a rather hasty conclusion. We haven't known each other very long." "It's not you, Mr. Hill." Mist's tone remained coolly polite. "But you must know that this situation with your sister is not normal. Why is Talon so interested in her? Cobalt, I can understand. He's a dangerous fugitive who has caused real harm to the organization. And his actions cannot be ignored any longer. The rogue must be stopped. That is very clear." Her piercing blue gaze sharpened, cutting into me. "But why is Talon so invested in bringing her back? Why go through all this trouble? Ember Hill is a hatchling who has done nothing for the organization." Mist's eyes narrowed even further. "Why is she so special?" Her words were eerily familiar, as I heard my own suspicions parroted back at me. The situation with Ember wasn't normal. Talon was expending considerable resources to return her to the organization, when they could have sent out a Viper and been done with it. Even bringing me on was puzzling. Yes, I was her brother and the person who knew her best, but why bother? What made our situation, so special? However, I wasn't going to tell Mist that I shared her concerns. If I was going to bring Ember back, if I was going to make a future for us in Talon, then I had to appear fully in control of the situation at all times. I could not appear weak, or scared, or unsure, because Talon had no use for dragons who failed. I was not going to fail. "I'm afraid I can't give you the details," I told Mist, who gave me a cold look but didn't seem surprised. Talon shared information only if they thought it was necessary. That much, at least, she understood. "I would," I went on, "if I were allowed. Just know that finding Ember is our top priority. The Elder Worm wishes that she be returned to the organization. The reasons are irrelevant." The elevator stopped, and the doors slid open. Mist watched me a moment longer, blue eyes appraising, then gave a tiny nod. "Of course," she said, coolly professional once more, and motioned me into the hall. "This way, Mr. Hill. I'll introduce you to the rest of the team." "Just call me Dante," I invited, a tactic to gain her loyalty, and followed her down a long, brightly lit corridor, past several offices, until we came to a door at the very end. Without hesitation, Mist pushed it back, and we went through. I gazed around, impressed. The room beyond was enormous, a sprawling floor of desks, computers, flashing screens, and people. Aisles of long counters snaked their way across the room, each holding numerous computers with glassy-eyed humans sitting in front of them. The entire back wall was one enormous screen, divided into numerous parts that projected a dozen images of maps, satellite feeds, security cams, and more. The murmur of voices, ringing phones, buzzing computers, and clicking keyboards all blended into a general cacophony of noise that flowed over me as I stepped through the door. "This is our operating center," Mist explained, leading me across the floor. All around us, humans hurried by or typed feverishly at their desks, avoiding eye contact. Mist continued as if she didn't notice or care. "Talon has dozens of these centers all around the world. It's where we monitor Talon's assets, keep an eye on St. George movement, and track persons of interest to the organization. We're mostly in charge of the western region of the U.S., which is where we think your sister is right now." She stopped at a desk where two humans sat across from each other, a pair of large screens separating them. When Mist's shadow fell over the desk, the overweight male and small bespectacled female looked up and gave her polite fixed smiles, which she ignored. "Mr. Davids and Miss Kimura have been tasked with locating your sister," Miss told me, not even looking at the two humans. "They've been trying to pinpoint her location ever since she left Crescent Beach. Unfortunately, they've been unable to find any trace of her or Cobalt, unless something has changed in the time I've been gone." She looked down at the humans as she said this, and both of them went pale. "No, ma'am," the male said quickly. "So far, there have been no leads on Ember Hill or the rogue dragon Cobalt. We know they're still in California somewhere, but other than that, we've been unable to get a lock on them." "Where have you been looking?" I asked, making all of them glance at me. Mist raised her eyebrows, in amused, or annoyed, surprise, but I ignored her. The humans paused, obviously wondering who I was. Some bossy kid in a business suit comes strolling into their affairs. I kept the smile on my face and held their gazes with my own, polite but expectant, and after a moment they looked away. "We've been able to uncover a couple of Cobalt's nests in the past," the male informed me, quickly turning back to the screen. "His so-called safe houses for rogue dragons. We've been monitoring those areas, hoping he might return to one of them to hide. Unfortunately, when one goes down, he often moves the rest, so we haven't been able to pin him down." "What about his network?" I asked. "If he has so many safe houses, he has to be able to communicate with them somehow. Have you tried tracing messages back to his location?" "Of course," the other human said. "We've been trying to breach his security for years, but we've never been able to crack it. Whoever's on the other side knows exactly what he's doing to keep us out." "What about St. George?" I asked. "Do you have ways of tracking them?" All three stared at me, varying degrees of confusion and doubt crossing their faces. "Yes," the female human said slowly. "Of course, we have extensive systems for monitoring any movement made by the Order. But we already determined that the cell in Crescent Beach returned to their chapter house. When Miss Hill and Cobalt fled town, their trail went cold, and St. George abandoned the search. There hasn't been any movement from the Order for days, at least not in this region." "Do you know where this chapter house is?" More puzzled looks. "We could probably find it," the male human said, furrowing his brow. "But like we said, St. George activity has been quiet the past few days. We believe trying to find Cobalt's underground network is more important." "Stop looking for the safe houses," I interrupted. "Ember won't be there. If I know my sister at all, she won't be content to sit and hide. You're wasting your time looking for them." I glanced at the huge screen on the far wall. "Find St. George," I said, feeling Mist's curious gaze on me. "Start looking for the Order. The chapter house is a good place to begin. Find it, and tell me when you do." The humans gaped at me, clearly dumbfounded, but too polite to say anything. Mist, however, had no such reservations. "Why?" she asked, in a low, cool voice. "You're telling us to abandon the search for the rogue's network when we have clear orders from Talon's VP to locate it, and your sister? Do you know something we don't, Mr. Hill?" "No," I said, keeping my gaze on the far wall, on one of the many maps spread across the screen. I didn't have any concrete evidence. It was just a hunch, a suspicion that had been plaguing me since before I left Crescent Beach. But my intuition was rarely wrong, and I'd learned to trust my gut, especially when it came to my sister. I only wished I had listened to it earlier. Much, much earlier. "But there was a human," I went on, as they all stared at me like I'd gone insane. One of the people I met in Crescent Beach. He was a friend of my sister's. Really? I only saw him once or twice, but there was always something about him. Something that I didn't like. I saw him fight once. He was definitely trained, and he just showed up out of nowhere one day, always hanging around my sister. That is not enough reason to suspect someone, Mr. Hill, Mist said in her calm, logical voice. You can't expect us to drop everything and switch to a new plan of action simply because you have a hunch. The night Ember left Crescent Beach, I continued, ignoring that last statement, she told me she was going to meet this human alone. She said she wanted to tell him goodbye before she went rogue. I paused, my chest tightening with the memory. That was the last time I saw her. I don't know if that human was part of the Order, I went on, looking back at Mist and the Talon employees. But I suspect that he was, and both Ember and Lilith were attacked that night by St. George. Ember was close to that human. She might have told him things. About us. About Talon. If you can find him, track the cell he belongs to, he might lead us to Ember. And if he doesn't? I narrowed my gaze. Then you can blame it on me. But it's worth a shot. Better than searching for places where she might show up, or trying to crack this impossible-to-breach network. She gave me a long, appraising look. All right, Mr. Hill, she finally said. It's not like we have a choice. Mr. Roth did put you in charge, after all. We'll do it your way. She turned to the humans. You heard him then. Find that chapter house. Start monitoring all St. George activity in the region. If the Order so much as sneezes, I want to know. She looked back at me, crystal blue eyes defiant. Did you happen to catch this special human's name, Mr. Hill? I nodded. Yes, I said, feeling a slow burn of anger in the pit of my stomach. Anger at the rogue, and St. George, and the human for taking my sister away. At jeopardizing all my plans with Talon. I would find her, and nothing would stop me from bringing her back. His name was Garret Xavier Sebastian.
Ember. 3 hours on the back of a motorcycle, the sun beating down on your shoulders and the wind whipping through your hair, though exhilarating, reminds you why flying wins every time. You okay back there, Firebrand? Riley called over his shoulder. I peeked up from his leather jacket and caught my reflection in his dark shades. My hair whipped and snapped like a flame atop my head, too short to tie back, but just long enough to be horribly tangled when we stopped. Before us, the highway stretched on, an endless strip of pavement heading east. Around us, the Mojave Desert provided much the same scenery. Sand, scrub, cactus, rock, and the occasional hawk or turkey vulture. The air shimmered with heat, but heat never bothered me. My kind was well adapted to dealing with blistering temperatures. My butt has gone numb, I called back, making him smirk. My hair is going to take hours to untangle, and I think I've eaten like 4 bugs. And I swear, Riley, if you tell me I should keep my mouth closed, you're going to be riding the rest of the way side saddle. He grinned. We're about 45 minutes out. Just hang on. Sighing, I laid my chin against his back, watching the eternal sameness flash by around us, and let my mind wander. It had been 3 days since we left Crescent Beach. 3 days since my world had been turned upside down, since I'd learned Talon was hiding things from me, since I'd fought the Order of St. George and discovered that Garret wasn't who I thought he was. 3 days since I'd made the decision to go rogue and leave town with Riley, abandoning my family and my old life, and branding myself a traitor in the eyes of Talon. 3 days since I'd last seen Garret. and Dante. I clenched a fist in Riley's jacket, my emotions churning with anger, sadness, and guilt toward them both. Anger that they'd lied, that I'd trusted them, only to have them betray that trust. Garret was part of St. George. He'd been sent to Crescent Beach to kill me. Dante, the brother who'd promised to have my back no matter what, had turned me into Talon when he discovered I was going rogue. But at least Garret had redeemed himself somewhat, saving me and Riley from a Talon assassin, then warning us that his own people were on their way. It was because of him that I was here now, on the back of a motorcycle with Riley, flying across the Mojave Desert. I didn't know where my brother was, but I hoped he was okay. He might have abandoned me to Talon, but I knew Dante. He thought he had been doing the right thing. Idiot twin. He still didn't know the truth about the organization, the dark secrets they kept, the lies they told us. I'd make him see. Eventually, I would get him out of Talon soon, after I took care of this other thing. The sun was beginning to drop toward the horizon when Riley slowed and pulled off the highway into a large, nearly empty lot on the side of the road. A sign at the edge of the pavement cast a long shadow over us as we cruised by, making me squint as I gazed up at it. Spanish Manor? I read, then looked at the manor in question, finding a boxy, derelict motel at the end of the nearly empty parking lot. Peeling yellow doors were placed every 30 or so feet, and ugly orange curtains hung in the darkened windows. Exactly one car, an aging white van, was parked in the spaces out front, and if not for the flickering vacancy sign in the office window, I would have thought the place completely abandoned. Riley cruised up beside the van and killed the engine, and we both swung off the bike. Relieved to be able to move around again, I put my arms over my head and stretched until I felt my back pop. Gingerly, I tried running my fingers through my hair and found it hopelessly tangled. As I'd feared. Wincing, I tugged at the snarls and tore loose several fiery red strands, while Riley looked on in amusement. I scowled at him. Ow. Okay, next time, I get a helmet, I said, and his grin widened even more. I rolled my eyes and continued my hopeless battle with the tangles. Of all the human beauty traditions, I found hair the most time-consuming and obnoxious. So much time was wasted washing, brushing, teasing, and primping it. Scales never had this problem. Where are we, anyway? I muttered, separating a stubborn knot with my fingers, trying to ignore the dragon beside me. It was hard. Lean, tall, and broad-shouldered, clad in leather and chains, Riley certainly cut the figure of a perfect rebel biker boy, leaning so casually against his motorcycle, the breeze tugging at his dark hair. He took off his shades and stuck them in a back pocket. "We're about an hour from Vegas," he said, and nodded to the ramshackle Spanish Manor, squatting at the edge of the lot. "Wes told me to meet him here. Come on." I followed him over the parking lot, up a rusting flight of stairs, and down the second-story hall until we came to a faded yellow door near the end. The curtains were drawn over the grimy window, and the interior of the room looked dark. Riley glanced around, then knocked on the wood, 3 swift taps followed by 2 slower ones. A pause, and then the door swung open to reveal a thin, lanky human on the other side, dark eyes peering at us beneath a scruff of messy brown hair. He scowled at me, by way of greeting, then stepped back to let us in. "About time you showed up." Wes slammed the door and threw the locks as if we were in a super spy movie, and there would be enemy agents lurking outside, hiding in the cactus. "I thought you'd be here hours ago. What happened?" "I had to make a quick stop in LA for a few things," Riley answered, brushing by him. He did not mention the things in question, namely a duffel bag full of ammo and firearms. Both he and Wes ignored me, so I turned to gaze around the room. A quick glance was all that was required. It was small, rumpled, unremarkable, with an unmade bed against the wall, and soda cans scattered everywhere. A laptop sat open and glowing on the corner desk. Nonsensical words and formulas splayed across the screen in neat rows.
"Riley,"
Wes began, a note of warning in his voice.
"Where are the hatchlings?"
Riley asked, overriding whatever he was going to say.
"Are they all right? Did you find the safe house?"
"They're fine," Wes answered, sounding impatient.
"They're holed up near San Francisco with that Walter chap, with strict instructions not to poke one scale out of the house until they hear from you. They're bloody peachy. We're the ones we have to worry about now."
"Good." Riley nodded briskly and walked across the room to the desk, then bent down to the screen.
"I assume this is it then,"
he muttered, narrowing his eyes.
"Where we'll be going tonight? Did you get everything you needed?"
"Riley," Wes stalked after him. "Did you hear what I just told you, mate? Do you know how crazy this is? Are you even listening to me?" The other ignored him, and with a scowl, Wes reached across the desk and slapped the laptop shut. Riley straightened and turned to glare at the human. In the shadows, his eyes suddenly glowed a dangerous yellow, and the air went tight with the soundless, churning energy that came right before a shift. Riley's true form hovered close to the surface, staring out at the human with angry gold eyes. To his credit, Wes didn't back down.
"Listen to yourself, Riley."
The human faced the other in the dingy light, his voice solemn.
"Listen to what you're trying to do. This isn't stealing a hatchling away from Talon. This isn't walking up to a kid and saying, 'Oi, mate, your organization is corrupt as hell, and if you don't leave soon, you'll never be free.'" He stabbed a finger at the laptop. "This is a bloody St. George compound, with bloody St. George soldiers. One slip-up, one mistake, and you'll be hanging from some corporal's wall. Think about what that means, mate."
Wes leaned forward, his gaze intense.
"Without you, the underground dies. Without you, all those kids you freed from Talon will be helpless when the organization comes for them. And they will, Riley. You bloody well know they will. Do you even care about that anymore? Do you care that everything we've worked for is about to go up in flames?"
He gestured sharply at me.
"Or has this sodding kid got you so wrapped around a finger that you don't know what's important anymore?"
"Hey!" I protested, scowling. But I might as well have shouted at a wall. Riley clenched his fists, nostrils flaring, as if he might punch the human or shift into his true form and blast him into cinders. Wes continued to glare, chin raised, mouth pressed into a stubborn line. Both of them paid absolutely no attention to me.
"What are we doing, mate?"
Wes asked softly, after a moment of brittle silence.
"This isn't our fight. This isn't what we said we would do."
Riley didn't answer, and Wes's tone became almost pleading.
"Riley, this is crazy. This is suicide. You know it as well as I do."
Riley slumped, raking a hand through his messy black hair, the tension leaving his shoulders.
"I know," he growled. "Trust me, I know. I've been trying to convince myself I haven't completely lost my mind since we left town." "Then why?" "Because if I don't, Ember will go without me and get herself killed,"
Riley snapped, and finally looked in my direction. Those piercing gold eyes met mine across the room, the shadow of Riley's true form staring at me. I shivered as he held my gaze.
"Because she doesn't know St. George like I do," he went on. "She hasn't seen what they're capable of. She doesn't know what they do to our kind if we're discovered. I do, and I'm not going to let that happen, even if I have to sneak into a St. George base and rescue one of those bastards myself."
I swallowed, feeling something inside me respond, a rush of warmth spreading through my veins. My own dragon, calling to Riley's, like he was her other half. Wes scrubbed a hand down his face.
"You're both completely off your rockers,"
he muttered, shaking his head.
"And I'm no better, since it seems I'm going along with this lunacy."
He groaned and plopped into the chair, then opened the laptop.
"Well, since you appear to have lost your mind, let me show you exactly what we're up against."
Riley turned from me, breaking eye contact. I knew I should go see what Wes was talking about, but I could still feel the heat of Riley's gaze, feel the caress of the dragon against my skin. I needed to get away from him to clear my head, to cool the fire surging through my veins. Leaving them to talk, I slipped into the small, only slightly disgusting bathroom and locked the door behind me. Wes's and Riley's voices echoed through the wood, low and urgent, probably talking about the mission, or, in Wes's case, trying to convince Riley once and for all not to go through with this. I sank onto the toilet seat and ran my hands through my hair, letting the words fade into jumbled background noise. I knew Wes was right. I knew what I planned to do was stupid and risky as hell. I knew I hadn't considered all the threats, didn't realize what I was getting into. What I was planning flew in the face of everything I'd been taught, and if I voiced it out loud, it sounded insane, even to me. Break into a compound of St. George, the ancient enemy of our race, the order whose sole mission was to see us extinct and rescue one of their own. Sneak into a heavily armed base full of soldiers, free a sole prisoner who could be anywhere and get out, without getting blown to bits in the process. It sounded crazy. It was crazy. It was downright suicidal, like Wes said. I didn't fault him, or Riley for being reluctant. They had no stake in this, no reason to want to undergo a mission that could get us all killed. They had every right to be afraid. If I was being completely honest, it terrified me too. But I couldn't leave him behind. I went to the sink to splash water on my face, but paused when I caught sight of my reflection. A skinny, green-eyed girl stared back at me from the mirror, red hair standing on end, eyes ringed with dust and dark circles. I didn't look remotely draconian. I looked tired and dirty, and very mortal. Nothing fierce or primal lurked inside my gaze to indicate that I was anything more than I seemed. Was that why he'd hesitated that night on the cliff? When he'd pointed that gun at my head, and I'd finally realized what he really was? When he'd ceased to be Garret and became the enemy, a soldier of St. George? He could have killed me. I'd been in my human form, taken off guard, and had been too stunned to do anything at first. He'd had me at point-blank range, alone and trapped on a bluff, miles from anywhere. All he'd had to do was pull the trigger. But he hadn't. And later, he'd betrayed his own people to save me and Riley from Lilith, my sadistic trainer, and Talon's best Viper assassin. Lilith had come for Riley that night, and when I'd refused to leave him and return to Talon, she'd tried to kill me, too. She'd nearly succeeded. We'd survived only because of Garret's unexpected arrival and his help in driving off the Viper. Otherwise, Lilith would have torn us apart. But by helping us, Garret had damned himself. To aid a dragon was treason in the eyes of his order, and the punishment for such betrayal was death. He told me that himself. Garret had known the order would kill him, and he'd still chosen to save us. Why? I tried to follow him that night, hoping to somehow get him away from the soldiers who were now his captors. But there had been no opportunity for a rescue, and Riley had finally convinced me that falling back and planning our next move was the best option. So here we were. I turned on the sink and splashed cold water on my face, washing away the dust and grime. When that was done, I attempted to tame the snarled bird's nest atop my head, wincing as I ran my fingers through the knots and tangles, finally combing them out. I had a brush in my backpack, along with a change of clothes and other essentials, but primping seemed like a giant waste of time right now. Besides, who was around that I wanted to impress? Wes hated me, and Riley? Riley was interested in my other half. My dragon perked at this, sending a curl of warmth through my stomach, and I squashed it, and her, down. I didn't know what I was going to do about Riley, but there were other things to focus on. Hopefully, Riley and Wes had come up with a brilliant plan. because other than knowing I couldn't leave Garret with St. George, I didn't have a clue what to do. When I came out of the bathroom, Riley and Wes were bent over the laptop, talking in the same low, urgent tones. Riley glanced up, and our eyes met once more, making my skin flush. Then Wes snapped his name, and he turned his attention to the computer again. Edging up behind them, I peered over Riley's shoulder at what looked like an aerial map on the screen. The surrounding area seemed barren, desert and dust and flat, open ground, but in the very center of the map sat a cluster of small buildings. No roads led to it. No other buildings or landmarks stood nearby. "Is that where Garret is?" I asked softly. Wes shot me a dirty look.
"That," he stated, narrowing his eyes, "is St. George's Western Chapter House, and it took me a bloody long time to find it, thank you very much. It's not like the Order advertises where they are. Technically, those buildings don't exist on any map or sightseeing brochure. But yes, the bastards that tried to kill us in California have likely returned there, your murderous boyfriend included."
He snorted and turned away, and I resisted the urge to slap the back of his head.
"I had no idea it was so close,"
Riley muttered, staring intently at the screen, his face grim.
"Right on the Arizona-Utah line. I'm going to have to relocate a couple safe houses farther east." "There's nowhere completely safe, mate,"
Wes said quietly, slumping back in his chair.
"Not since they caught on that Talon moved a lot of its businesses to the States. They're bloody everywhere now."
"Where were they before?" I asked.
"England," Riley answered without looking at me. "St. George's main headquarters is in London, where it's been for hundreds of years. They're very traditional, and they don't like change, so it took them a while to spread out. That's why Talon does a lot of business in the U.S. and other countries. The Order doesn't have such a strong presence here. Or it didn't for a long time."
He leaned over the laptop.
"This is a fairly new base,"
he stated, staring at the tiny white squares on the screen.
"It wasn't here 10 years ago."
One finger rose to trace the perimeter, his face shadowed in thought.
"There's the fence, and that's probably the armory. Barracks and mess hall, officer housing. So this big one has to be headquarters."
He tapped the screen, tightening his jaw.
"That's where he'll probably be." "Bloody fabulous,"
Wes muttered.
"The most heavily guarded building of them all. Tell me again why we're doing this. If it was a hatchling we were all getting ourselves killed for, I'd understand. I wouldn't like it, but I'd understand. That's more your type of loony."
He continued to glower at Riley and ignore me, as if I wasn't standing not 3 feet away. Well within singeing distance, I thought.
"Even if we do get this blighter out, what makes you think he won't run straight back to St. George to tell them where we are? Or shoot us in the back himself?"
"He won't," I snapped, glaring at Wes. "I know Garret. He's not like that." Wes turned a disgusted sneer in my direction.
"Really?" he drawled. "Then answer me this. If you know the blighter so very well, how long did it take you to figure out he was part of St. George?"
I flushed. I'd never guessed the truth, never let myself think Garret could be the enemy. Not until he'd aimed a gun at my head, and even then I hadn't wanted to believe it. Wes gave me a smirk.
"Yeah, that's what I figured. You only think you know him. But the truth of it is, he was lying to you that whole time. He would have told you anything to get you to reveal yourself. Anything you wanted to hear."
"He saved us from Lilith."
"He shot at a bloody adult dragon," Wes interrupted, "because it was clearly the bigger threat. And when it was over and a squad hadn't arrived to back him up, he told you what was necessary for him to stay alive. He told you exactly what you wanted to hear."
"That's not true." I remembered Garret's face that night, the intense way he looked at me, the remorse and determination and guilt.
"I'm done," he told me. "No more killing, no more deaths. I'm not hunting your people anymore."
Wes snorted.
"Leopards can't change their spots," he said with maddening self-assurance. "St. George will always hate and kill dragons because that's what they do. It's the only thing they know how to do."
I looked to Riley, standing silently beside the desk, hoping he would back me up. To my dismay, his mouth was pressed into a grim line, his jaw set. My heart sank, even as I turned on him, frowning. "You agree with him?" I accused, and his eyebrows rose. "You think this is a huge mistake, even though you were there. You heard what Garret said."
"Firebrand."
Riley gave me a half-weary, half-angry look.
"Yes, of course I agree with him," he said evenly. "I've seen what St. George does, not only in the war, but to all our kind, everywhere. How many safe houses do you think I've lost to their cause? How many dragons are murdered by the Order every year? Not just the vipers or basilisks or the ones directly involved in the war."
His gaze narrowed.
"I've seen them slaughter hatchlings, kids younger than you. I once watched a sniper take out an unarmed kid in cold blood. He was on his way to meet me, riding his bike through the park, and the shot came from nowhere, because I couldn't get to him in time."
Riley's eyes flashed gold, the dragon very close to the surface, angry and defiant.
"So no, Firebrand, I'm not completely thrilled with the idea of rescuing one of the Order," he finished in a near growl. "Any excuse for another of the bastards to die is a good one in my book. And don't think your human is innocent just because he fought Lilith and let us go. He has dragon blood on his hands just like the rest of them."
I cringed and sighed, knowing he was right, but I still raised my chin, staring him down. "I'm not leaving him to die," I said firmly. "He saved our lives, and I won't forget that, no matter what you say." He crossed his arms, and I made a helpless gesture. "But you don't have to come, Riley. I can do this alone. If you feel that strongly—"
"Firebrand, shut up,"
Riley snapped. I blinked, and he gave me a look of supreme exasperation.
"Of course I'm coming with you," he growled. "I told you before. I won't let you take on St. George alone. I'll be with you every step of the way, and I'll do my damnedest to keep us alive, but you can't expect me to be happy about it."
I swallowed. "I'll make it up to you, Riley. I promise."
Riley sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. "I'll hold you to that," he said. "When this is over, I fully expect you to do whatever I say. No hesitation, no questions asked. But first, let's concentrate on getting through the next 24 hours. Come here." He motioned me forward. "You'll need to see this if you're planning on sneaking into the base with me. You are planning on coming, I assume. No chance of talking you out of it?"
"You know me better than that."
"Sadly, I do."
I eased in front of him and gazed down at the screen, suddenly very aware of his presence, his hand on my arm as he peered over my shoulder, the smell of his leather jacket. Wes grumbled under his breath, something that included the words sodding and bollocks, and Riley gave him a grim chuckle.
"Yeah,"
he muttered, his deep voice close to my ear, making my skin prickle.
"Just like old times."
Cobalt. 12 years ago. 1:18 a.m. I slipped out the second-story window and dropped silently to the ground. Behind me, the office building remained dark, empty, as I leaned against the cement wall and dug my phone out of my pocket. "It's done," I muttered into the speaker. "Everything is wired to explode. I just need confirmation that the building is empty before I detonate." "Roger that," came the voice on the other end. "Building is empty. The only thing left is the security guard outside. You are clear to proceed when ready." "Are you sure?" I growled, my voice hard. "I don't want a repeat of what happened in Dublin. Are you absolutely certain there are no civilians inside?" "That's an affirmative. The building is clear. Waiting on your signal." "All right." I stepped away from the wall. "Leaving the premises now. I'll report in again when it's done." Cobalt out. Lowering the phone, I gazed across the empty parking lot, thinking. It would be easy enough to slip through the fence, cross the street, and vanish into the darkness without anyone knowing I was here. In fact, that was what Talon expected, what I was supposed to do. They chose me for these missions because I was damn good at my job. Infiltrate a target, steal or plant whatever I was supposed to, and get out again. All without being seen or leaving any evidence behind. I was probably the youngest basilisk to infiltrate Talon's enemies, and I was here only because the last basilisk sent out on assignment never returned. But I kept completing missions, and the organization kept sending me on more, regardless of danger, time, or my personal feelings. I didn't know what this particular company had done to earn Talon's wrath, and I didn't want to know. Better not to ask questions. It was easier that way. But Talon required me to finish this assignment, and I knew what I had to do now. Instead, I turned and headed toward the front of the building, following the wall until I found what I was looking for. A pudgy man in a blue and black uniform, silver flashlight dangling off his belt, sat in a chair near the front entrance. His arms were crossed, and his large chin rested on his chest as he sat there, eyes closed. I snorted. Sleeping on the job, Mr. Rent-A-Cop? What would your employers have to say about that? Bending down, I picked a pebble off the ground, tossed it in one hand, and hurled it at the security guard. It struck his forehead and bounced off, and the human jerked up with a snort, nearly falling out of the chair. Flailing his arms, he glared around, then straightened as he spotted me, waiting in the shadows. I grinned at him and waved. Hey, stop right there! I laughed and sprinted away as the guard scrambled after me. I jogged across the parking lot, making sure not to run too fast. Didn't want him to give up the chase just yet. Pulling out my phone, I clicked it on and began dialing a sequence of numbers, the gasping, panting voice of the guard echoing behind me. You there! Freeze! I'm warning you! Sorry, human. I reached the chain-link fence surrounding the property and leaped for the top, hitting the post and vaulting over with one hand. My thumb hovered over the final button as I walked swiftly away, hearing the guard reach the fence and pause, not bothering to pull himself up. This is going to be a bad night for you, but at least you'll be alive. That's the most you can hope for when crossing paths with Talon. I pressed the button. A massive fireball rocked the air behind me, blowing out windows, shattering walls, sending pieces of the roof flying as the building erupted in a gout of flame. I felt the blast of energy toss my hair and clothes, and didn't look back. Crossing the street, I slipped the phone into my pocket and melted into the darkness, leaving the entire structure burning behind me, and one dazed rent-a-cop staring in dumbfounded amazement. I reached my hotel room less than an hour later. Stripping out of my black work clothes, I changed quickly, then flipped on the news. The image showed the burned, demolished remains of the building I'd just left, surrounded by people and flashing lights. The words on the bottom of the television read, "Live, mysterious explosion destroys office complex." I sank onto the bed, watching grimly as a reporter's voice filtered from the TV. Happened around 1 a.m. this morning, the voice announced, as the image flipped to a bird's-eye view of the demolished rooftop, gaping holes crumbling into darkness. Thankfully, all the regular employees were gone, but we are getting reports that the janitorial staff was in the building when it exploded. Rescue teams are on the scene now. No. I clenched a fist on my leg, horror and rage flooding my body. Leaping upright, I snatched my phone from the bed, dialed a number, and stood there, shaking, until someone picked up. Well done, Agent, the voice on the other end greeted. We saw the reports. Talon will be— What the hell happened? I snarled, interrupting him. The building was supposed to be empty. They swore to me it was clear. No one was supposed to be inside. A pause. Talon weighed the information and decided that the assignment would go forward as planned, the voice said in a stiff, flat tone. The loss of civilian life is regrettable, but necessary. Like hell it was. They told me the building was clear. It is not your place to question the organization, Agent. Now the voice sounded angry. Nor is it your job to know the details. Your job is to obey. You've performed as Talon wished, and the mission was a success. This conversation is over. The line went dead. I lowered the phone, seething. Sinking onto the bed again, I stared at the television, watching humans and rescue dogs paw through the smoldering ruins, listening as a reporter interviewed the guard I'd saved. He credited himself with chasing the alleged bomber through the building and across the parking lot, and made the pursuit sound much closer than it actually had been. But he did describe me as a young white male with dark hair, dressed all in black, and the police were on the lookout for anyone matching that description. They wouldn't find me, of course. I didn't exist in their systems. As far as humans could tell, I was a ghost. By the time the authorities even got close to this hotel, I'd be on the other side of the country. Back to the war they couldn't see. Back to Talon. I ground my teeth, tempted to hurl the phone at the wall, or maybe the television, so that I wouldn't have to see the aftermath of what I'd caused. Damn it. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, but it was the first time Talon had outright lied to me. Before, there had been suspicious happenstance, crossed communications, orders that could have been misinterpreted or reasoned away. Not this time. Talon had assured me that building was clear. I would have never pressed that button if it wasn't. And they knew it, too. Sickened, I switched off the TV and flopped back on the bed, dragging my hands down my face. What now? How could I go on like this, knowing Talon would lie, that they would use me and more innocent people would get caught in the crossfire? I could hear my trainer's thin, high voice echoing in my head, mocking me. There is no such thing as innocent casualty, Agent, it said. This is a war and people will die. That is the ugly truth of it. A few human deaths should not concern you. But they did. A lot. Maybe I was the exception. Maybe no other dragon in Talon cared if a few janitors were killed because they had been at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I did. And now more people were dead because of me. My phone vibrated beside me on the quilt. Sitting up, I grabbed it as the screen came to life, showing a new message. Stop moping, it read, indicating no one but my trainer, the chief basilisk himself. Brusque and to the point as always, but somehow finding ways to insult me. A car will be at your location in 5 minutes. You have a new assignment. Another mission? So soon? Damn it, I had just barely completed this one and I was tired. More than tired. Sickened. Numb. Furious. Both with myself and with Talon. I didn't want to go back. I wanted to lock myself in a room and drink an insane amount of alcohol until the scene on the news faded out of my mind. I'd be equally happy to stalk into an office and ream someone out, possibly with fire and a lot of cuss words. The last thing I wanted was to be called back for another assignment. But what else could I do? Methodically, I rose and began packing my things. Talon's word was law. The opinions of a juvenile basilisk agent didn't concern them. They would send me out on another mission, and they would continue to do so, regardless of what I wanted. But I had the ominous, sneaking suspicion that I was reaching the limit of how far I could be pushed, used, lied to. One word hovered at the back of my mind, constant and terrifying, appearing in my thoughts no matter how hard I tried to shove it back. Rogue.
Garret. 6 hours till dawn. I lay on my cot with my hands behind my head, staring at the ceiling of my cell, watching the cracks blur and run together. Around me, the jail block was dark, quiet. The only light came from beneath the door to the guard station at the end of the hall, and I was the only prisoner in the room. I'd been given my last meal hours ago, rations and water, as the order didn't believe in final requests, and it had been delivered by a cold-faced soldier who had spit "dragon lover" at me before tossing it to the floor, where it still lay, untouched, near the front of the cell. 6 hours till dawn. 6 hours before my cell door would open and a pair of soldiers would step through, announcing that it was time. I'd be handcuffed, escorted across the training field, and taken to the long brick wall facing the rising sun. There would be witnesses, of course. The perfect soldier was about to be executed for treason. There would probably be a crowd. Perhaps the entire base would turn out. I wondered if Tristan would be there, and Lieutenant Martin. I didn't know if they would come. Truthfully, I wasn't certain I wanted them to witness my final moments as a traitor to the order. There would be a line of soldiers standing in front of that wall, 6 of them, all with loaded rifles. I would be taken before them, offered a blindfold, which I would refuse, and then I'd be left standing there alone, facing them all. The countdown would begin. Ready? Aim. Fire. I shivered, unable to stop myself. I wasn't afraid to die. I'd prepared myself for death many times before. In the field, before a strike on a nest or facing down a single dragon, we all knew that at any moment we could be killed. Soldiers died. It was a fact of life, one you couldn't predict or avoid. There was no tactical reason the soldier standing 6 inches away would take a bullet to the temple and I would be spared. I was alive because I was good at what I did, but sometimes I'd just gotten lucky. But there was a distinction between cheating death and knowing the exact time it would come for you, down to the last second. And there was a difference between dying in battle and standing there with your hands behind your back, waiting for your former brothers in arms, the very soldiers you had fought with, bled with, to kill you. 5.5 hours till dawn. I didn't regret my choice. I'd meant every word I said in the courtroom. And if it came down to it again, and I stood on that beach with the dragon I was sent to kill, knowing that if I let her go, I would die instead, I would still choose to save her. But I had betrayed my order and everything I knew to side with the enemy. I'd seen fellow soldiers die in front of me, torn apart by claws or blasted with dragon fire. I'd watched squad mates throw themselves in front of bullets or charge into the fray alone, just to give the rest of us an advantage. I knew I deserved death. I'd turned my back on the order that raised me, the brothers who had died for the cause to save our greatest foes. I knew I should feel remorse, crushing guilt for family I'd betrayed. But lying on my cot, mere hours from my own execution, all I could think of was her. Where was she now? What was she doing? Did she think of me at all? Or had I been long forgotten in the flight from Crescent Beach with the rest of her kind? Surely there'd be no reason for a soldier of St. George to cross her mind. She was free. She was with her own, and I was part of the order. I was still the enemy of her people, though it made me sick to think of it now, the number that had died by my hand. Ember should hate me. I deserved nothing less. But I still hoped she thought of me sometimes. And as the minutes of my life continued to slip away, I found myself thinking more and more of the moments we'd shared, wondering what would have happened had we both been normal. I knew that wishing was wasted energy, and regret changed nothing. But for perhaps the first time in my life, I wished we'd had more time. If I'd known what would happen, I would have spent every moment I could with her. I would have done a lot of things differently, but it was too late now. Ember was gone, and in a few hours I was going to die. Nothing would change that, but at least her face would be the last thing on my mind before I left this world. I hope you're happy, Ember, wherever you are. I hope you'll always be free. 5 hours till dawn.
Ember.
Wake up, Firebrand.
Riley's voice was soft and deep, and my dragon stirred to life at his touch.
It's 2 a.m. 15 minutes till go time.
I lifted my head from the pillow, fighting the grogginess pulling me down. The room was dark. Only one lamp had been left on, and outside the sky was black. I hadn't thought I could sleep, but I must have been more exhausted than I'd felt. After the three of us had gone over the plan, Riley had told me once more to get some rest, and I drifted off almost as soon as my head touched the pillow. The plan. I sat up as my heart began an irregular thud in my chest. It was time. This was it. Tonight we were going after Garret.
Better get dressed,
Riley said, nodding to my backpack on the bed. He had changed, too. No longer in dusty jeans and a white t-shirt beneath his jacket. He now wore a dark shirt that clung to his chest and arms, black jeans, gloves, and a belt with several compartments and pouches on the side. At the desk, Wes was garbed in all black, too, a ski cap perched on his head. But he looked sullen and scared, like he'd rather be doing anything else. Riley, looming over me at the edge of the mattress, looked completely in his element, and my heart gave a weird little flip in my chest.
Come on, Firebrand,
Riley urged as I sat there, blinking at him.
We're sort of on a time schedule here. Get your ninja suit on, and let's go.
Right. Shaking the final cobwebs from my brain, I grabbed the backpack from the corner and hurried to the bathroom. Unzipping the top, I rummaged around until I found what I was looking for and pulled it out. The sleek black bodysuit unfurled in my hands like a spill of ink, shaking free of wrinkles, creases, everything. It had been a final gift from my trainer when I'd graduated basic training and would have started my real education. The form-fitting suit was specifically tailored for me and would not rip or tear like normal clothes when I shifted into my true form. The constantly warm, clinging fabric seemed to melt into my skin when I changed, and still covered my body when I turned back, so it was probably the coolest thing I owned. It was, I discovered later, the outfit of the Vipers, Talon's deadly and notorious assassins, which was what they'd wanted me to become, too. Needless to say, I had issues with hunting down and killing my own kind, simply because Talon ordered it. Talon's rule was absolute, and the Vipers were used to silence dragons who weren't loyal to the organization. Dragons like Riley, who had gone rogue. I couldn't do it. And because Talon wouldn't accept no for an answer, I'd gone rogue too. That was the main reason I'd left the organization. I would not become a Viper like my trainer, Lilith, ruthless and unmerciful, willing to kill without a second thought. I refused to turn into that. But the suit definitely came in handy. I slipped into the outfit, shuddering as the fabric sucked at my skin, melding to my body. Yeah, the magic ninja suit was awesome, but the way it felt almost alive was still creepy as hell. After putting on my shoes and shoving my normal clothes into my backpack, I left the bathroom and nearly bumped into Riley on the other side of the door. He put out his hands to steady me, but quickly pulled them back with a grimace. I frowned in confusion. What? Do I smell or something?
No,
he muttered, not meeting my gaze.
Sorry, it's not you, Firebrand. It's just...
He made a vague gesture at me.
That thing brings back fun memories, if you know what I mean.
I suddenly realized the problem. I look like a Viper, I said, and he nodded.
When you've been out of Talon as long as I have, the last thing you want to see is that outfit,
because it usually means you're fighting or running for your life. I'm a rogue now too, Riley. I know. He reached out and brushed the base of my neck. A jolt of heat surged through me from that spot as his fingers lingered on my skin. Riley's gold eyes almost glowed in the shadows. I'm glad you're here, Firebrand, he said, his voice low and soft. I'm glad I won't have to meet you down the road someday as a viper. That would kill me, having to fight you. His mouth twitched in a faint smile. You have no idea how relieved I am that you left the organization, that you saw Talon for what it really is. I swallowed, the warmth spreading through my whole body as the dragon rose to the surface, pushing against my fragile human shell. The viper suit tightened, flattening to my skin until it felt like I wasn't wearing anything at all. I could shift, I realized. Right here in this tiny hotel room. What did I have to lose? No one would see me but Riley and Wes. And then, if I shifted, Riley would probably change too. I wanted him to. I wanted to see his true self. His other self. The one who called to my dragon and who peered down at me with gleaming golden eyes. Cobalt. Get it together, Ember. I breathed deep to cool my lungs, to calm the fire spreading through me, and tried to grin back. Yeah, well, I bet you didn't know what you were getting into, I said lightly. Doesn't matter. Riley dropped his arm and stepped back as if he couldn't bear to touch me anymore. Or perhaps, if he kept touching me, a large blue dragon would suddenly make a very explosive appearance in the middle of the hotel room. But if we live through this, you owe me, Firebrand. Big time. He glanced at Wes, who was packing his laptop into a shoulder bag, his jaw set. Everyone ready? Once we start, there's no turning back. Wes? Piss off, was the sullen answer. Like I have any sort of choice. When you're killed by St. George, don't expect me to babysit 24 bloody hatchlings for the rest of my life. Riley ignored that. We'll take 2 vehicles until we're a couple miles from the base. From there, we'll go the rest of the way on foot. Wes, how close will you need to be to pick up their signal? Bloody too close, Wes muttered. But it shouldn't be hard to find, since they'll be the only ones within 100 miles putting one out. The challenge will be jacking in without raising any kind of alarm. If you do have to move closer, don't go in the van. Last thing we need is for them to see headlights cruising toward them across the desert. Oh, really? Is that what I want to do, then? Wes zipped his bag ferociously. Silly me. Here I was thinking we needed big neon signs that said, "Here we are, shoot us, please," on top of the roof. Riley rolled his eyes, but didn't comment. ETA at the St. George perimeter will be 0300. Once we're finished inside, we'll meet at the rendezvous and get the hell out of Dodge. Ember. He turned, and his gaze met mine. You're with me. Let's go. The drive to the Arizona-Utah line was silent and mostly empty. Few cars passed us on the long stretch of highway across the Mojave Desert. Overhead, the moon peered down like a sleepy, half-lidded eye, surrounded by a billion stars that stretched on forever. Out here in the desert, many miles from cities or lights or civilization, the sky called to me. I thought of shifting, leaping off of the bike, changing forms mid-air and soaring through the empty sky. Annoyed, I pushed all tempting thoughts to the back of my mind, willing my dragon to settle down. In a couple hours, we would be sneaking into a heavily armed base filled with soldiers whose main goal was the complete genocide of our species. There were more important things to focus on than midnight flights in the desert heat. Garret, I hope you're okay. Hang in there. We're coming for you. I felt like 1,000 tiny snakes were writhing in my stomach, and I breathed deep to calm them down. Was the soldier going to be there when we came for him? Was he still alive? What would he say when we finally found him? I would think that a dragon showing up at a St. George base in the middle of the night wasn't something that happened often, if ever. Would Garret be happy to see me? Would he accept help from a dragon, the creature he'd been trained to kill on sight? Or would he turn around and alert the rest of the base to our presence, having concluded that dragons were the enemy after all and needed to be destroyed? It had been days since that lonely night on the beach where I'd almost died, attacked by my own trainer. Garret had saved us, but he was also a soldier of the Order. According to Talon doctrine, St. George couldn't be reasoned with, accepted no compromise, and showed no mercy to their enemies. Garret was back with his own people now. What if they'd convinced him that he'd been wrong after all, that dragons were the enemy, and the next time he saw one, he'd put a bullet in the back of its skull? Garret wouldn't do that, I told myself. He's different than the rest of them. He saw that we weren't monsters, and he promised me that he was done killing. He wasn't going to hunt us anymore. That's what he said. I had to believe that. I had to believe Garret would keep his promise, that the soldier who'd helped fight off Lilith and let us go was the same person I'd gotten to know over the summer, the boy I'd taught to surf, who'd played arcade games with me, whose smile could make my stomach do tipsy cartwheels, who had kissed me in the ocean and made all my senses surge to life, who'd made me feel like I wasn't a dragon or a human, but a strange, light creature somewhere in between. That person was not a soldier of St. George, a cold, ruthless killer who hated dragons and slaughtered without mercy. No, when Garret was with me, he was just a boy who, at times, seemed just as uncertain and confused as I was. I'd seen a glimpse of the soldier on the bluff when he'd pointed a gun at my face, his eyes hard and cold. But even then, he hadn't pulled the trigger. Would he pull the trigger now? I sighed and pressed my cheek to Riley's back, trying to stop my brain from looping in endless circles. Rescue Garret first. That was the looming issue at the moment, the thing I had to focus on right now. We could deal with everything else after we were clear of St. George. Riley made a sharp turn left, pulled off the highway and headed into the desert. Startled, I tightened my arms around his waist, and we sped between rocks and cacti, following the van ahead of us. Abruptly, Riley flipped off the lights, as did the van, and we traveled in darkness for a while, only the faint light of the moon guiding the way. Finally, the van slowed and pulled behind a shallow rise, skidding to a halt in a billowing cloud of dust. Riley swerved, cruising beside it, and killed the engine. Heart pounding, I sat up as the absolute silence of the desert descended on us like a glass dome. Except for my own breathing and the soft creak of the motorcycle, the complete absence of noise was chilling, and my dragon bristled. I didn't like it. It reminded me of my old school in the middle of the Great Basin, the place my brother and I had spent the majority of our lives, learning how to be human. Surrounded by desert, open sky, and a whole lot of nothing. You could go outside and stand for hours in the same spot, the sun blazing down on you, and your ears would start to throb from the eternal looming silence. I'd hated it. Sometimes it had felt like the silence was trying to steal my voice, that if I went too long without making any noise, I'd become as still and lifeless as the desert around me. Dante had never understood why I was always so restless. Dante. A lump rose to my throat as I clambered off the motorcycle, and I forced my thoughts away from him. One problem at a time. Still up for this, firebrand? Riley whispered, jolting me out of my dark musings. With a mental shake, I nodded as my heart resumed its painful thud against my ribs. Riley gazed at me, then turned and pointed across the desert to where a scattering of distant lights winked at us in the darkness. That's the base, he said quietly, as I stared at the glimmers marking our objective. Garret was somewhere behind those walls, and with any luck, we'd get to him and be long gone before anyone from St. George knew we were there. We're about 2 miles away, Riley went on, but we can't risk driving any closer and having them see us. Stealth is our only chance to pull this off. From here, we walk. Wes slipped out of the van, ski cap pulled low over his head, and stalked around the vehicle to yank open the back doors. Riley joined him and dragged a black duffel bag out from under the seat. My heart lurched as Riley casually pulled out a small black pistol, checked the chamber for rounds, and holstered it to his belt with easy familiarity. I swallowed at the sight of the gun. "Riley?" I ventured, suddenly terrified and angry about being terrified. "Tell me the truth," I said as he glanced over. "And don't think for a minute that I'm backing out. But how dangerous is this really going to be?" Wes snorted. "Oh, sure. Now she asks. On bloody St. George's doorstep." Riley sighed. "Truth, Firebrand? I wouldn't agree to do this if it was complete suicide," he said, holding my gaze. I blinked at him, surprised, and he gave a weary smile. "Wes might preach doom and gloom, but trust me when I say I know what I'm doing. We'll be going in when most of the base will be asleep. This particular chapter house is extremely remote and well hidden. They're using isolation to deter unwanted guests, so security should be minimal. If no one knows where you are, why bother with a ton of guards and patrols? And trust me, 2 dragons sneaking into a St. George compound doesn't happen often, if ever. But," he went on as I relaxed a bit, "that doesn't mean it won't be dangerous. These types of missions usually go one of 2 ways, without a hitch or spectacularly wrong. Hopefully we'll be able to sneak in, find what we want, and tiptoe away without anyone knowing we were there. That's the best-case scenario. I think you can guess the worst-case scenario. So, on that note," he held out a pistol to me. "Ever shot one of these?" Numbly, I shook my head. I'd handled a gun before, both in my training with Lilith, and then briefly when I'd disarmed the Glock aimed at my face, but I'd never fired one. Certainly not at a living creature. Riley smiled grimly. "If it gets to the point where we're shooting at people, then the mission is FUBAR, and we need to get out of there as fast as we can." He held up the weapon. "These are only to be used as the very last resort. But if the mission does go south, you're going to want something to defend yourself with. The problem with claws and teeth is that you have to get in close to attack, and that might be tricky if they're all firing M16s at you." "I've never fired a gun before, Riley. I don't even know if I could shoot someone. Not for real. I've never killed anyone before." Riley's lip curled in a hard smile. "Yeah, well, you're gonna have to get over that, Firebrand," he stated bluntly. "We might not be part of Talon anymore, but St. George doesn't give a damn about that little fact. To them, all dragons are the same. Rogue, hatchling, or viper, it makes no difference to the Order. They'll kill us regardless of faction or sympathies." He lowered the gun, his gaze almost accusing. "This is still a war, but we aren't just fighting one side anymore. Not only do we have to be on the lookout for St. George, Talon will be breathing down our necks as well. We kind of got the shit end of both sticks, if you haven't noticed by now." I blinked, stunned. I'd never heard Riley sound so bitter, although ever since we'd left Crescent Beach, he'd seemed different, more serious and take charge. This was not the cocky, insufferable, devil-may-care rogue I'd met before. He was not the mysterious lone rebel I'd thought he was, but the leader of an entire rogue underground with who knew how many dragons and humans depending on him. I suspected now that the dragon I'd met in Crescent Beach had been putting on a show, a mask, the perfect identity for the current situation. I wondered, yet again, if the Riley I faced now was the real one. At my silence, Riley gave me a weary, sympathetic look, his voice going softer. "Sorry, Firebrand. I didn't mean to jump down your throat like that. I know you've never killed anyone, and I don't expect you to.
Not tonight, anyway.
He sighed and raked his hair back.
I've just seen a lot, you understand? From Talon and St. George. I've lost friends and hatchlings to both organizations, and some days it feels like I'm pushing a boulder up a never-ending cliff, and if I let up for 1 second, it'll roll back and crush me.
His brow furrowed, and his eyes darkened as he looked away.
One day it will roll back and crush me.
His gaze flicked back to mine.
What I'm trying to say is, if you're going to stand against Talon, you have to do whatever it takes to stay alive. And one day, that might involve shooting someone. Or incinerating them. Or tearing them apart. Yeah, it's ugly, it's messy, and it's not fair, but that's the truth of it. This is our world, Firebrand. This is the world you live in now.
He held the gun out to me once more.
Unless you want to go back.
I swallowed. No, I said, and reached out for the weapon, curling my fingers around the hard metal. I'm not going back. Riley tossed me a holster as well, and I slipped it around my shoulder, feeling the weight of the gun, cold and deadly, against my ribs. I hoped I would never have to use it.
All right.
Riley shut the van and looked toward the distant base. I saw him take a short, furtive breath, as if steeling himself for what was to come.
I think we're about ready. Just remember, he shot a firm glare in my direction. We do this my way. If I tell you to do something, don't question it. Don't even think about it. Just do it. Understand?
I nodded. Riley glanced at Wes, who watched him with a grave, resigned expression of someone who thought they might never see him again.
We're going. If I give the word, get out and don't look back. Wish us luck.
Luck? Wes muttered, shaking his head. You don't need luck. You need a bloody miracle. And on that inspiring note, we started across the desert.
Riley. 1 mile to the gates of hell. I shoved the thought away as I led Ember across the dusty plains, heading closer to that ominous glow looming ahead of us. Fear and second thoughts were dangerous now. This insane rescue was officially underway, and I had to focus on what was important. Namely, getting us in and out without being discovered and gunned down. When I was a basilisk, I'd been taught never to ask questions or think too hard about what I was doing. I didn't need to know the whys. I just needed to complete the missions. Of course, it was when I'd started asking questions that I'd realized I couldn't be part of Talon anymore. Ember walked behind me, silent in her black Viper's outfit, gliding over the sand like a shadow. She made no noise, moving like a basilisk herself, graceful and sure without even realizing it. Lilith had taught her well. The only thing she hadn't taught her was the Viper's ruthlessness, that apathy toward killing that Vipers were known and feared for. I was glad of it, but at the same time, I knew it wouldn't last. Not in our world. There was too much at stake, too many factions that wanted us dead, too many people to try to protect. Eventually, the day would come when Ember would have to kill someone. And when it did, she would have to make a choice as to what kind of dragon and person she really was. I just hoped it wouldn't change her too drastically. "You're about 200 yards from the fence." Wes's voice buzzed in my ear, courtesy of the wire I was wearing, part of the package I'd picked up in L.A. "No security cameras as far as I can tell, but be careful." "Got it." We reached the perimeter fence, nothing heavy-duty or unusual, just simple chain link topped with barbed wire. Signs reading private property and trespassers will be prosecuted hung from the links every 30 or so feet, but there was nothing to indicate that a heavily armed military compound lay beyond. St. George was nearly as good as Talon when it came to hiding in plain sight, as private armies were sort of frowned on by the United States government. The bases where the soldiers were housed used isolation and misdirection to stay off the radar of those that might take issue with a large number of armed fanatics squatting on U.S. soil. Good news for us. This base was counting on its remoteness to deter unwanted visitors, so the fence wasn't well patrolled. Bad news for us. If they did start shooting, no one would ever hear it. Ember crouched beside me, peering through the barrier. We'd approached the base from the north, giving the fence a wide berth as we circled around, and I could see a cluster of squat buildings about 1,000 yards beyond the fence. The space between was dark and shadowy, but terrifyingly flat and open. No turning back now. Pulling out my wire cutters, I began snipping through the links, silent and methodical. Oddly enough, the familiar task helped calm my nerves. How many times had I done this before? Ember pressed close, her shoulder brushing mine, and my pulse leaped at the contact. But I didn't stop until I'd cut a line just big enough for us to slip through. "Stay close," I murmured, replacing the cutters. "Remember, don't do anything until I give the word." She nodded. Reaching down, I peeled back the steel curtain, motioned her through, then slipped in behind her. As we passed through, the fence gave a soft, metallic slither, echoing the chill running up my spine. Okay, here we are on St. George soil. Still in a crouch, I scanned the layout of the base, noting buildings, lights, how far the shadows extended. Ember waited beside me, patient and motionless, green eyes shining with resolve. I sensed no fear from her, only stubborn determination, a will to see this through no matter what, and squashed the flicker of both dread and pride. "We're in," I whispered to Wes. "All right." I imagined furious typing on the other end. "Hang on, I'm trying to find the security system." "There we go." More silence followed, as Ember and I huddled at the fence, gazing around warily. "Okay," Wes muttered at last. "Looks like only headquarters and the armory actually have cameras, so you're going to have to get inside before I can walk you through." "Got it," I muttered back. "I'll let you know when we're in. Riley out." Staying low, we scurried across the open ground toward the buildings, keeping to where the shadows were thickest. It being the very dead of night, the compound was quiet. Most soldiers were asleep, probably having to be up in a couple hours. I did spot a couple guards near the perimeter gate, but other than that, the yard was deserted. "It's so quiet," Ember whispered as we crouched behind a Hummer, maybe 100 yards from the first set of buildings. "Just like you said. That's a good thing, right?" "Yeah, but let's not get cocky." I nodded at the roof of the largest structure, straight ahead behind a clump of smaller buildings. "If this isn't exciting enough for you, wait till we get inside. All it takes is for one alarm to go off, and the entire base will swarm out like we poked a stick down an ant nest. So stay on your toes, Firebrand. We are not out of here yet." Her eyes flashed, but she nodded. We continued across the yard in silence, even more wary for hidden dangers and sudden patrols. The base remained quiet and still, but I stayed on high alert. Ember might think this was a walk in the park, but I knew how quickly things could turn. And if they did turn, our chances of getting out were slim to zilch. As we drew close to the first row of buildings, creeping along the outer wall, the door in front of us swung open. Biting back a curse, I dived behind a corner, pressing myself against the wall, as Ember did the same. I felt the heat of her body against mine and squashed the impatient riling of my dragon as a pair of humans paused at the bottom of the steps, talking in low, rough voices. "Damn kitchen duty," one growled, sounding sullen. "Of course I'd have to pull it today. You going to the execution?" "I don't know," the other replied as Ember stiffened beside me. "Seems kinda wrong, you know? I saw him in the South American raid when he charged that damn adult lizard by himself. Kid's completely fearless. He's a dragon lover." The other soldier's voice was cutting. "Did you not hear what he said at his trial? I personally can't wait to see his guts sprayed all over the ground. Better than he deserves, if you ask me. They walked on, arguing now, their voices fading into the darkness. When they were gone, I blew out a quiet breath, slumping against the wall, then glanced at Ember. Her face was white with horror and rage, her eyes glowing a bright, furious emerald in the shadows, like she might shift, here and now, and tear those two soldiers to pieces. Quickly, I put a hand on her arm, feeling it shake under my fingers, and leaned close. "Easy, Firebrand," I whispered, as my dragon tried pushing its way to the surface again. I shoved it back. "This is why we're here. He's not dead yet." Though that was the confirmation I needed. They were going to execute the soldier today, probably as soon as it was light outside. Not that I cared. I'd be more than happy if another St. George bastard kicked it, but that didn't give us a lot of time to work with. If we were going to get him out, it had to be now. But Ember's reaction to the news sent a flare of anger through my veins. Why did she care about this kid so much? He was just a human, and more important, he was St. George. I remembered the way she'd looked at him, the way she had danced with him, and my anger grew. Ember was a dragon. She had no business getting involved with a human. Once we rescued this bastard and were far enough from St. George that I could breathe again, I would show her exactly what it meant to be a dragon. Ember took a deep breath and nodded. Carefully, we eased around the buildings, hugging the walls and shadows, inching steadily toward the large 2-story building near the center. We avoided the brightly lit front, of course, sidling along the back wall until we reached a small metal door. Ember started forward, but I grabbed her arm, motioning to the camera mounted over the steps. We shrank back into the shadows again as I spoke into the mic. "Wes, we're at the back door of the main building. No guards, but there is a camera up top, and it looks like you need a key card to get in." "Hang on." Wes fell silent, while Ember and I pressed against the wall and waited. "Okay," he muttered after a few seconds. "Just give me a minute to see if I can turn it off." As he was talking, a body suddenly came around the corner. A human, wearing normal clothes, his dark hair buzzed close. He jerked, startled, and for a split second the three of us gaped at each other in shock, before his muscles tensed, mouth opening to shout a warning. And Ember lunged in, a black blur across my vision, hitting the soldier in the jaw right below the ear. The human's head snapped to the side, and he collapsed as if all his bones had turned into string, sprawling face down in the sand. I breathed in slowly as Ember blinked and stared wide-eyed at the fallen soldier, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just done either. My arms were shaking, adrenaline coursing through my veins. It had happened so quickly. I hadn't even had time to move before the soldier was unconscious, and my reflexes weren't slow by any means. "Firebrand," I breathed, and she looked at me, almost frightened. "That was impressive. Where did you learn that?" "I don't know." She backed away from the body, as if afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from doing something else. I saw him and—" Her eyes darkened, and she shook her head. "I don't even remember what I did." Lilith's training. This was what the Vipers taught their students: how to be fast, how to be quick and lethal, and to strike without thinking, to recognize a threat and take it out immediately. "Riley," Wes's voice crackled in my ear, wary and anxious. "You okay? What's going on?" I shook myself. "Nothing," I told him, moving toward the fallen soldier. Ember had to silence him, no question, but we still had to deal with him. Last thing we needed was for him to wake up and alert the rest of the base. "Small problem. It's been dealt with," I continued, kneeling beside the human and reaching into a compartment on my belt. "How's the unlocking the door part coming along?" "What are you doing, Riley?" Ember asked suddenly, watching me with wary green eyes. You're not going to kill him, are you?" I shook my head, showing her the plastic zip ties I pulled from my belt, though I found it a little ironic. Had Ember been a full viper, I doubted this human would be alive, and I wasn't going to snap his neck or slit his throat while he lay there helpless, even though I hated the bastards and would gladly blast him to cinders if I had to. I wasn't a killer. Not like them. Wes's voice continued to buzz in my ear. "I can get the door open," he said, as I pulled the soldier's arms behind him and zip-tied his wrists together. "But if I start blacking out cameras, they might get suspicious. Best I can give you is a 30-second feedback loop. You'll have to get inside before the feed goes normal again. Think you can do that?" I gagged the human with the roll of duct tape in my belt, then heaved the unconscious body over my shoulder. He hung like a sack of potatoes. A heavy, well-muscled sack of potatoes. "Do it," I grunted, staggering toward a dumpster we'd crouched behind a moment ago. "Just give us 15 seconds. Ember, get the cover, will you?" She scurried to the dumpster and pushed up the lid, releasing the stench of old milk, rotting things, and decay. I probably shouldn't have felt so spitefully pleased as I dropped the body between reeking sacks of garbage and closed the top, but I did. At the bottom of the steps, we hung back in the shadows, watching the door and the camera up top. "Give me a moment," Wes muttered as I drummed my fingers against my knee, feeling highly exposed. Another soldier could come waltzing around the corner any time. We might have gotten lucky once. Twice would be pushing it. "All right," Wes finally said. "In 10 seconds, the camera will go off and the door will unlock. Both will happen almost simultaneously, so you'll have to get up there fast. Ready?" "Yeah," I muttered, feeling Ember tense beside me. "Then, go, now!" I burst forward and raced up the steps, not daring to look at the camera peering down at me with its soulless black eye. My fingers closed on the handle just as there was a soft beep, and the light above the keycard slit turned green. Wrenching open the door, I motioned Ember inside, then ducked over the threshold myself. The door closed, shutting behind us with a soft click that seemed to echo down the long, brightly lit corridor ahead. We were inside St. George HQ. Now the real fun began.
Ember. I should probably be terrified. I was pretty nervous. I was inside the St. George complex, surrounded by a whole army of dragon slayers who'd kill me without a second thought if they knew I was here. We still had to find Garret, and somehow sneak him out without being discovered. And that close call with the soldier? My nerves were still singing, my hands shaking with adrenaline. I hadn't even thought. I'd just seen him and, boom, he was on the ground. Would I do that again? Could I do that again if I had to? Was this what my trainer meant when she said I'd be an amazing viper? I pushed those thoughts away. Focus, Ember. Find Garret. That's why we're here. Where to now? I whispered to Riley. He huddled against the wall, speaking softly into his wire. Wes, we're in. A few seconds passed with Riley listening to whatever the human was saying. Finally, he nodded. Right, he muttered. Heading there now. Did he find Garret? I asked. No, Riley answered, making my heart sink. But he's jacked into the security system and says there's a prison floor somewhere below us. If your human is scheduled for execution in a couple hours, that's where he's going to be. Riley cast a wary look down the corridor. There are still guards wandering about. Be careful. I nodded, and we started down the hall, which at this time of night was empty and deserted, but way too bright for comfort. Doors lined the corridor, most of them closed, but a few sat open, showing office-type rooms with desks and computers. I wondered what the soldiers and officers of St. George did when they weren't killing dragons. It was hard to picture them doing normal things, like checking email and IMing with friends. As I passed yet another office door, A glint of metallic red caught my eye, and for some reason, the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. I paused just outside the door and peeked in, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. At first glance, it seemed like just another office, with standard office furniture, chairs, metal cabinet, giant desk in the center. Nothing strange or out of place, until I saw where that faint glimmer was coming from. For a second, I frowned, not knowing what I was looking at. Then it hit me like a punch to the stomach, and bile surged up my throat, burning the inside of my mouth. I was frozen, unable to look away, unable to do anything but stare at what lay through the door. On the wall above the desk, spanning nearly corner to corner, hung the hide of a small red dragon. I could see the long, elegant neck, the lighter belly scales, the curved black talons still attached to the feet. Its scales were a darker red than mine, almost rust-colored, and it had thin stripes down its back and tail. From its size, it had been a hatchling at the time of its death, my age, or younger. At one time, this lifeless skin had been a dragon, just like me, and now it was a trophy decorating someone's office. I think I made a choked, strangled noise, because Riley was suddenly at my side, pulling me away. "Shit," I heard him growl, almost yanking me from the door. "Don't look, Firebrand. Don't look at it. Come here." I was shaking. Riley dragged me into the hall and pulled me to him, holding me close. I buried my face in his shirt and squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't forget the horrible image seared into my brain. I could still see that limp, empty skin hanging on the wall, and I knew it would probably show up in my dreams. Riley's arms were around me, a shield between me and the rest of the world, a world that slaughtered teen dragons and nailed their hides to the wall. "You okay?" he whispered, his head bent close to mine. I wasn't, but I nodded without looking up, and he blew out a breath. "Damn St. George," he muttered, and his voice was slightly choked, too. "Murdering bastards. Damn them all." "I'm okay," I whispered, though I really wasn't. It was like something out of a horror movie, seeing someone's skin nailed to the killer's wall. I wondered what they'd done with the rest of the dragon once they'd peeled its hide away, then immediately wished I hadn't. "It's all right," I managed, drawing back, though his grip didn't loosen. "Riley, I'm fine, it's—" A door squeaked somewhere in the maze-like hallway. We tensed as footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing louder every second. Riley jerked up with a whispered curse. As the steps drew closer, we gazed frantically around for a hiding place, but other than the open door behind us, there was nothing. "Sorry, Firebrand," Riley mouthed, and yanked me into the room with the dead dragon. I bit my cheek, feeling tainted, as if the ghost of the murdered dragon lurked in the room with us, and I might glance up to see a pale, bloody figure watching accusingly from the wall. Pressing into the corner beside the file cabinets, we held our breath as the footsteps came toward the room. I turned my face into Riley's arm and clenched my jaw, trying not to look at the grisly symbol of death on the wall in front of us. The footsteps passed the room without slowing down and continued down the corridor. Riley waited a long moment after they had faded away, and silence fell once more, before finally leading us from the room. I kept my face down and my eyes half closed until we were out of the office, but I could still feel the dead dragon's presence at my back. "Damn St. George," Riley hissed again, sounding almost as sick as I felt. "Depraved, murdering... Ugh. I'm sorry you had to see that, Firebrand." He put a hand on my arm, steady and comforting. "Sure you want to keep going?" he asked. "It's not too late to turn around. Do we keep looking for the human, or get the hell out of here?" Frowning, I pulled back to look at him. He gazed back grimly. "This is the true face of St. George, Ember," he said, and his voice was almost a challenge. "This is what they do. What they all do." He nodded to the room behind us. "How many times do you think your soldiers saw that hide hanging on the wall and thought nothing of it? It was just a skin, a trophy, not a living creature with thoughts and fears and dreams like everyone else." His eyes narrowed. "We're not people to them, Firebrand. They don't see us as anything but monsters, and I know you don't want to hear it, but your human was raised to think exactly like them. He saw you in the same way he did that hide on the wall." I shuddered, remembering the skin tacked onto the wall in plain sight, and for a moment, my resolve wavered. Was I making a mistake? Was it really possible for someone to change his entire perspective? Garret had grown up in St. George, where these awful tokens of death and murder were considered trophies, decorations to hang in someone's office, like a stag head or a tiger pelt. Because to St. George, we were monsters, animals. What if Garret still thought like that? What if he doesn't? I swallowed hard. Regardless of what Garret believed, I couldn't leave him. If I didn't get him out tonight, he would die. Even if he saw me as a monster, I wouldn't abandon him now. "No," I told Riley, turning from the office door and the horrible trophy hanging within. "We don't stop. We keep looking. I'm not leaving him to die." Riley shook his head. "Stubborn idiot hatchling," he muttered, though one corner of his mouth curled up. "All right, we keep going. Wes, you there?" A pause, and Riley rolled his eyes. "Yeah, she did. Of course not. Have you met her? How far are we from the stairs?" We crept through several more hallways, passing more darkened rooms and offices that I was careful not to peek into, until we came to a door that opened onto a stairwell. Here, Riley stopped us, saying there was a camera on the other side, and we had to wait until Wes shut it down. Once he did, I darted through the frame and started down the cement stairs, feeling Riley close at my back. The steps didn't take us far, just one loop around to an identical metal door, which we pushed through and stepped into yet another hallway. At the end of the hall stood a door, lonely and unguarded. There were no cameras or humans around, but Riley grabbed my arm when I started forward, pulling us to a stop a few feet from the end of the corridor. "Got it," he muttered, speaking to Wes, I figured, and turned to me, his face grave. "What's wrong?" I whispered. "Is Garret not here?" "Oh, he's here, Firebrand," Riley said, his voice matching the look on his face. "Wes confirmed it on the security feed, but he's not the only one." He nodded to the door. "That's a guard room. You need to pass through it to get to the jail block beyond. One problem, though. Guard rooms tend to be guarded." My skin prickled. "How many?" I asked. "2. His expression darkened. "Both armed. They won't be expecting us, but we're going to have to be fast if we want to take them out before they sound the alarm. Think you can pull off another crazy ninja viper attack? We're not going to get another shot at this. Once I open that door, there's really no going back." My stomach dropped. After a moment, I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Whatever it took, I would find Garret. Even though these new instincts freaked me out, even though I wanted nothing more than to be done with this place, with its armed humans and dead dragons hanging on the walls. We were almost to the soldier. His life depended on us reaching him, and I wouldn't let anything stop me now. I glanced at Riley and nodded. "I'm ready. Let's do this."
Garret, 120 minutes till dawn and counting. The hardest thing about waiting to die is being torn between wanting more time and wishing they would just get it over with already. You can't sleep, of course. You can't focus on anything else. Your mind keeps tormenting you with questions and memories and what-ifs until you wish they'd just do you a favor and knock you senseless until it was time. Maybe that was a coward's way out, but I didn't want to show up to my execution looking beaten down and exhausted. I would not beg or cry or plead for mercy. If this was my last day on Earth, I wanted to end it well, facing death on my feet with my head held high. That was all a soldier of St. George could hope for. As I lay on the cot, unable to sleep, unable to stop the relentless countdown in my head, my nerves suddenly prickled, making my breath catch. It was faint, but I recognized it instantly. The same feeling I got when I was about to kick down the door to a target's residence, or when I suspected an ambush lay just ahead and we were about to walk right into it. A soldier's instincts, telling me something was wrong, that something was about to happen. Carefully, I swung my legs off the mattress and walked to the front of my cell. The room on the other side of the bars remained empty and dark, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Were they coming for me early? No, that wasn't right. The order was nothing if not punctual. I still had another hour and 50 minutes before I was scheduled to die. Maybe the pressure was finally getting to me. Maybe I was having a nervous breakdown. A sudden boom in the absolute stillness made me jump. The familiar crash of a door being flung open or kicked down, and I instinctively went for the gun at my belt, though, of course, I was unarmed. Shouts and cries of alarm rang out from the guardroom beyond the cell block. Helpless, I clenched my fists around the bars, listening as a battle raged just a few yards away, muffled through the wall. There was a short scuffle, the scrape of chairs and the thud of bodies hitting the floor. And then, silence. I waited, holding my breath, my whole body coiled and ready for a fight. I didn't know what to expect, but whatever was coming, I was ready. And then the door to the guardroom opened, and I met a pair of vivid green eyes across the hall. Turns out I wasn't ready at all. The breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I could only stare. Not only a nervous breakdown, I'm also hallucinating. Because there was no way she could be here. No sane reason she would show up in the middle of a St. George base minutes from my execution. My mind had snapped. I was seeing things that weren't there. The perfect soldier, unable to face his own death, goes crazy at age 17. Numb, I gaped at her, unable to look away, bracing for the girl silhouetted against the light to writhe into shadows and moonlight and disappear. She didn't vanish, but smiled in a way that made my heart twist, and hurried to the door of my cell. Ember? Still incredulous, I couldn't move as the figure drew close, gazing up at me. A hand reached through the bars, pressing against my jaw, and I drew in a shuddering breath. It was warm and solid and real. Impossible as it was, this was real. My hand closed on her wrist, feeling her pulse rapidly and steadily under my fingers. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. "I came to get you out, of course," Ember whispered back, her breath fanning across my cheek, further proof that she wasn't a ghost or a figment of my imagination. Her gaze met mine through the bars, flashing defiantly. "I wasn't going to leave you, Garret. Not after you saved us. I'm not going to let them kill you." "You came here for me?" "Ember!" growled a new, impatient voice, one that was vaguely familiar. I gazed past her shoulder and saw a second figure, dark-haired and dressed in black, scowl at me from the open door of the guardroom. With a start, I realized it was the other dragon, the one Ember had fled with when she left Crescent Beach. "No time for this, firebrand," he snapped, and tossed something to her, something that glittered as she caught it. "Come on! Those guards won't stay down forever. Open the door and let's get the hell out of here." I was still reeling from the fact that Ember was here, that 2 dragons had shown up in the middle of the night to save me. But the second dragon's words jolted me out of my trance. As Ember shoved the key into the lock and wrenched the door open with a rusty creak, I suddenly realized what this meant, what was really happening. "Garret," Ember said as I paused, staring at the open door. "Come on, before someone sees us. What are you doing?" At the edge of the hall, the other dragon gave a snort of disgust. "I told you, firebrand." He gestured sharply in my direction. "You can open the monkey's cage, but you can't force it to leave. He's not moving because we're the enemy, and he'd rather stay and let them put a bullet through his skull than escape with a pair of dragons. Isn't that right, St. George?" The figure turned to me, mouth curled in a sneer. "Never mind that they sold you down the river without a second thought. But you know, I don't care one way or another about your loyalty hang-ups. You have 3 seconds to choose before I say the hell with it and leave you here. So what's it gonna be? Come with us, or stay here and die?" Escape. Leave St. George with 2 dragons, with the enemy. I'd been fully prepared to die a moment ago, but now freedom was staring me in the face. If I did this, if I stepped through that door, there was no turning back. For just a moment, the perfect soldier recoiled at the idea of accepting the help of our greatest enemies, even now. But I knew the truth, and it cast an ominous shadow over my thoughts. There was something wrong within the order, something I'd never seen before I met Ember. It was treason to speak against St. George doctrine, treason to consider that the order could be mistaken. No one in St. George was willing to hear the other side of the story, that a dragon, a creature whose race they had hunted and killed for hundreds of years, could be more than just a monster. No one was willing to accept the idea that the Order of St. George had slaughtered those who did not deserve it. Regardless, the order was no longer home. I'd already been sentenced to die at the hands of the very people who had raised me. I wouldn't be any more of a traitor if I left this place in the company of 2 dragons who'd risked their lives to get me out. That made a pretty good argument right there. "I'm with you," I said quietly, and stepped through the door. The other dragon was still watching me, gold eyes assessing, but my gaze sought Ember's, and I saw relief spread across her face as I left the cell. I heard another disgusted snort from her companion, but I ignored it. I was a soldier of St. George no longer. I had no idea how Ember and her companion were going to get us out, but, at least for now, I was free. If I was going to die today, I would go down fighting. "Come on," growled the second dragon, gesturing impatiently. "It's almost dawn." We hurried from the cell block, passing through the guard station where 2 soldiers lay in crumpled heaps on the floor, out cold. One of them had what looked like a broken nose, and the other's forehead was a mess of blood where, I suspected, he'd been bashed against the edge of the desk. I paused, kneeling down to grab the 9mm from one of their side holsters, trying not to look at them as I checked the chamber for rounds. I might be with the enemy now, but they were still my former brothers, men I had trained with and fought beside. That couldn't be forgotten in a single night, or even in a single act of betrayal. The male dragon glared at me as I rose with the gun, obviously not pleased with the idea that I was armed, but didn't challenge me as we continued down the hall and up the stairs to the main floor. The building was quiet as we exited the stairwell. It was still too early for most soldiers to be up and about, though I could see the sky had turned a disquieting navy blue, no longer the pitch black of true night. Morning formations began at 0500, which was less than an hour and a half away. The base would be stirring soon. Not to mention, we still had to get past security and the patrols around the perimeter fence. I didn't know how Ember and the other dragon had managed to get this far without being seen, but I was less than optimistic that we could waltz out again without trouble. Everything was quiet. This seemed way too easy. The other dragon, Riley, I remembered his name was, stopped us at the back door and spoke quietly into what I presumed was a wire. A moment later, he nodded and pushed open the door, confirming what I suspected. They had an outsider hacked into the security cams. He had to be good. Order security was tight. He also had to be fairly close to pick up the signal. Outside, it was still dark. We skirted the light and stayed to the shadows, moving low and silent across the barren yard. Once, a patrol passed us, talking in low voices, and we flattened ourselves against a wall until they disappeared. The buildings provided some cover, though we had to be wary of windows and doorways where someone could spot us. But what worried me the most was the last stretch of the fence line, flat and open, with little to no cover. If we were spotted and they opened fire on us then, we'd be gunned down in seconds. I imagined the uproar this would cause. If the Order realized 2 dragons had been able to walk in, free a prisoner, and walk merrily out again, there would probably be several weeks of chaos as chapter houses around the globe scrambled to tighten security, double patrols, and lock down networks. Training would intensify. I imagined heads would roll higher up the chain of command. Dragons making a mockery of the Order? Sneaking in right under their noses? A few months ago, the idea would have angered and horrified me. Right now, I was severely disinclined to care. St. George was done with me. I didn't know where I would go from here. The Order had been my whole life. I didn't know what else was out there. But one thing I was sure of. Dawn would not find me standing in front of the firing wall, about to be executed for saving a dragon. But we weren't out of here yet. 400 yards to the perimeter fence, and everything exploded. As we huddled by a wall, ready to make that final dash over open ground toward the fence line, a siren blared, shattering the quiet. Ember jumped, and the other dragon cursed, pressing back into the wall as lights erupted all around us. Spotlights flashed to life, huge white circles gliding over the ground and scouring the sky. Doors opened, and soldiers began pouring from everywhere, looking confused but alert as they gathered in loose squads, gazing around warily. "What's going on?" Ember whispered. "They know we're here," the other dragon spat. "Probably found the empty cell and the guards." He swore again and peered around the corner, narrowing his eyes. "Wes, we've been discovered. Can you kill the lights?" A moment passed, and he shook his head. "Fine. Then get out of here. Don't worry about us. We'll catch up at the rendezvous point." He paused a moment, then snarled. "I don't care, Wes. Just go." Soldiers were everywhere now. I raised my gun, though I cringed at the thought of firing on my former brothers. "We're not going to make it," I told the other 2 quietly. And for a second, I felt a stab of regret that Ember had come. I'd wanted her to be free of St. George, to not live in fear of dragon slayers trying to kill her. Now she would die here with me. "It's too far," I told them as they glanced back. "There are too many between us and the fence line. We'll never reach it without being seen. Ember!" I looked into her wide green eyes. She stared back without fear or regret, making my heart twist. "I'll lead them away. They'll be looking for me. You and Riley get out of here any way you can." Her eyes flashed defiance. "Don't you dare, Garret," she almost snarled. "I didn't come all this way to free you just to leave you behind again. That's the most pointless thing I've ever heard." She stepped away from the wall, and her eyes were glowing now, a luminous emerald green. "We're getting out of here. All of us. Right now." A searing white light swung around, pinning us in its glare. I winced and raised my arm to shield my face, just as the girl in front of me disappeared, and a fiery crimson dragon reared up to take her place. Shouts rang out over the base as the red dragon landed on all fours, dark wings outstretched, and roared a challenge that made the air shiver. "Shit!" There was another ripple of energy as Ember's companion shed his human form, becoming a sleek blue dragon with a fin down his neck and back. My pulse spiked as the 2 inhuman creatures turned on me, eyes glowing. Even now, instinct was telling me to run, that they were the enemy, and I had to gun them down before they attacked and tore me to shreds. Shots rang out behind me, sparking off the wall. Ember snarled, flinching back, and I spun, raising my weapon. A patrol of 2 was rushing at us, guns drawn and firing on the dragons pinned in the spotlight. They hadn't seen me, or rather, their attention was riveted to the creatures behind me. I raised my gun, silently asking forgiveness, and fired at their legs. The soldiers cried out and pitched forward, crashing to the ground, but I could see more running toward us. The whole base was alerted now, and new dragons were inside the compound. "Garret!" A metallic red body lunged to my side, and I had to force myself not to leap away as a narrow reptilian face peered at me. "Get on," the dragon said, lowering her wings. "Hurry! We have to fly." Get on? Ride a dragon? For a split second I balked. Talking with dragons was one thing, accepting their help was another. But riding one, especially if I knew the dragon was also a slender, green-eyed girl I had kissed on more than one occasion? With a roar, the blue dragon reared up and blasted a cone of fire at a patrol that came around the corner, guns raised. The soldiers fell back with cries and screams, and Ember snarled, baring her fangs at me. "Garret, come on!" I shook myself and vaulted onto her back. Her spines poked at me as I wrapped my arms around her neck and settled between the leathery wings. I could feel heat radiating from the scales, the muscles shifting and coiling beneath me, and I repressed a shiver. This was not the Ember I knew. The girl had vanished, any hints of humanity disappearing as the dragon moved, savage, majestic, and terrifying at the same time. She craned her neck to look back at me, long muzzle close enough to show rows of fangs, the scent of ash and smoke curling from her jaws. "Hang on." More gunshots rang out, and the blue dragon snarled something in Draconic, the guttural native language of dragons. Ember spun, making me tighten my grip, took 3 bounding leaps forward, and launched herself into the air. Her wing muscles strained beneath me like steel cables pulsing beneath her skin, and we rose into the sky. The spotlight followed, keeping us brightly illuminated, even as we left the base behind. Gunshots roared. I heard a howl of pain and rage from the blue dragon and gritted my teeth, hunched low over Ember's back. She jolted suddenly. Then her wings flapped furiously as we picked up speed, racing to get away from the spotlight and out of range of the compound. Very gradually, the spotlight disappeared, and the gunshots faded away as we fled St. George and escaped into the desert. We were out. We'd actually escaped St. George. The wind whipped at my hair and clothes as I shifted on Ember's back and cautiously sat up, gazing around in amazement. The desert stretched out before me, vast and endless, looking like an ocean of sand in the pre-dawn light. Where it met the sky, a faint smear of pink was peeking over the horizon, though the land was still dark and shadowed. From this height, I could just make out the distant highway and the tiny glimmers of cars that followed it. I drew in a quiet breath, wondering if all dragons felt this exhilaration. I'd gone surfing with Ember before, had felt that addictive rush of excitement and adrenaline while coursing down a huge wave. It was nothing compared to this. On impulse, I glanced behind me, at the compound I was leaving behind, and my blood chilled. Headlights speared the darkness from several vehicles following us across the open desert. I counted 3 SUVs and at least 1 Jeep with a spotlight fixed to the roof, all straining to close the distance. There was no place to hide out here. If those vehicles got much closer, they would start shooting, and we wouldn't stand a chance. "There's the van!" I looked at the blue dragon, then at the ground, where a large white van was speeding across the flat plain, trailing a billow of dust. Instantly, the blue dragon folded his wings and dropped from the sky, plunging toward the ground. I felt the subtle shift of muscles beneath me as Ember did the same, though a ragged shudder went through her as she glided after the blue. She was panting hard, sides heaving, and I hoped carrying me away from the base hadn't put too much of a strain on her. The blue dragon plunged low to skim the ground, then wheeled hard so that he passed in front of the van, in full view of the driver. Instantly the van slammed on its brakes, coming to a skidding halt in a writhing cloud of dust. As the blue dragon landed, the front door opened and a human jumped out, wild-haired and skinny, shouting something at the dragon as he hurried forward. I realized with a start that Ember had dropped low to the ground and was gliding toward the van at top speed. Alarmed, I tensed, wondering when she would slow, but another shudder went through her, and she abruptly dropped from the air like a stone. At the last second, she flapped her wings and pulled up enough to slow her momentum before we crashed headfirst into the ground. I was thrown clear, striking the earth and rolling several yards, the world spinning around me, before I finally came to a halt several yards from where Ember had fallen. Wincing, I staggered upright. My head throbbed, my arms were bloody, and the world was still spinning, but nothing seemed broken. I ignored the stab of pain from a bruised or cracked rib and stumbled toward the dragon. Ember! My stomach twisted. She lay on her side a few yards away, heaving in great shuddering gasps. One wing was crumpled beneath her, the other lay limp on the ground. Her legs moved feebly, clawing at the loose sand and rock, and her tail twitched a weak rhythm in the dirt. But in the time it took me to reach her, she slumped and went motionless. Her wing gave one final spasm and was still. Ember! A dark-haired, naked human raced up to her, dropping to his knees beside the scaly neck. Ember! Riley said again, putting a hand on her side. Can you hear me? What happened? Are you... He stopped, his face going pale. I limped up beside him just as he pulled his hand back, the palm and fingers covered in red, and my heart stood still. Oh no. His voice was a whisper, and he surged to his feet, glaring back at the van. Wes! He yelled. Ember's been shot. Help me get her in the van before St. George catches up. Bloody hell! The shaggy-haired human raced around the van, pausing to throw open the back doors. I knew this was a bad idea, Riley. I knew this stubborn brat was going to get us all killed. Shut up and help before I rip off your legs and leave you for St. George. I'll help, I broke in, and he turned to glare daggers at me. Without waiting for an answer, I stepped around the unconscious dragon and knelt beside her, sliding my arm beneath a scaly foreleg. Ember stirred weakly, her claws raking the sand once, but she didn't wake up. Riley hesitated, then crouched on the opposite side, taking her leg. Wes, he spat, as we braced ourselves to lift the dragon off the ground. Get over here. You're going to have to help too. On three, I said, as the other human dropped beside me, muttering curses the whole time. Over Ember's back and wings, Riley gave me a last baleful glare, but then his attention shifted to the dragon between us. 1, 2, 3. We lifted. Ember sagged, wings and tail dragging along the ground, her neck dangling awkwardly. She wasn't as heavy as I'd expected, considering this was a very large armored reptile who was complete dead weight at the moment. Somehow, the three of us manhandled the dragon over the ground and into the back of the vehicle, grunting as we pushed and pulled her inside. She barely fit. Her wings were crumpled against the sides, her neck bent at an awkward angle, and we had to loop her tail over her back. I ended up pressed against the front seat with her neck draped over my lap, curved talons pricking my leg through my jeans. Riley glared at me over Ember's motionless body, obviously hating how close I was, but there was no room to move. Nor was there room for the both of us to be back here with an unconscious red dragon sprawled across the floor. Riley! Wes snapped, as the other hesitated, reluctant to leave me alone with Ember, I guessed. St. George is coming. Bloody hell, put some pants on, would you? Let's go! Riley cursed and backed away, reaching out to close the back doors. His eyes glowed yellow in the shadows of the van as he stared at me. If she dies, he said softly, I'm going to kill you. It was not an idle threat. The roar of a distant engine, not our own, echoed over the hill behind us, getting steadily closer, and my stomach lurched. St. George was not about to let us go. Wes shrieked at Riley again, and the doors slammed, cutting off my view of the outside world. Ember groaned and stirred, wings fluttering, but she didn't awaken. I swallowed hard and scooted aside so that the narrow, horned skull was pillowed against my legs. Her breath was shallow and hot against my skin, and I put one tentative hand on her scaly neck, trying to ignore the rows of fangs hovering over my leg, the claws that scraped close to my body, the blood seeping across the floor of the van, making my insides cold. The van lurched forward, bounced once, and gained speed as it rumbled over the sand. We fled into the desert, the roar of St. George behind us. the head of a dying dragon resting in my lap.
Part 2. All That Glitters.
Cobalt. 12 years ago. Agent Cobalt, they're ready for you now. I stood and rolled my shoulders forward and back, trying to shake out the stiffness, then followed the assistant down the hall toward the room at the very end. I hated meetings like this, sitting in a cold office building, being polite and deferent, while the flat, appraising glare of a senior dragon bored into me from across the table. Normally, Talon didn't bother with face-to-face conferences, speaking to me directly only when they felt the assignment especially important. I'd rather the organization contact me the usual way, via an envelope or a folder left at a dead drop, where I could read through my assignment in peace, where I didn't feel like I was being judged. Especially now. Especially since I was still furious with the way the last assignment had gone down. The lives lost because of me. Because Talon had lied, and I'd believed them. I strode into the meeting room, where a trio was seated around a long wooden table in the center of the floor. I recognized Adam Roth, a youngish-looking man in a perfectly tailored gray suit, one of Talon's junior VPs, though he was still older than me by at least a couple centuries. I held his gaze a split second longer than was probably safe, saw a flicker of something lethal go through that calm expression before I averted my eyes, glancing at the pair seated across from each other a few chairs down. My stomach dropped. My trainer, the crusty old bastard himself, sat quietly with the tips of his fingers steepled against his lips, ignoring everything around him. Or appearing that he did. I knew better. Nothing in this room would have escaped his notice, not even the pigeons nesting on the sill behind his head. He was older than Roth, one of the oldest trainers in the organization. A tall, thin man with a sharp chin and even sharper black eyes that were never still. His dark hair was streaked with silver, and the jagged scar beneath his left eye only added to his mystique. Not long ago, the sight of him would have filled me with both anticipation and dread, like a nervous schoolboy handing his report card to his parents. Now the only thing I felt was resentment. Why was he here? As if I needed someone else judging my every move, silently criticizing. The last person in the room was barely noticeable, his presence overshadowed by the two adult dragons. A human, I realized when I finally studied him. Thin and gangly, with a mess of brown hair and a rumpled collared shirt half tucked into his pants. By human standards, I guessed he was fairly young, maybe 18 or 19. I was surprised. If he was in this room with Roth and one of the oldest trainers in the organization, then he had to know what we were. Who was this human, and what did he do to warrant such privileges? He didn't look like anything special to me. "Ah, Agent Cobalt," Roth said, rising smoothly from his chair. "Thank you for coming. Please have a seat." He gestured to the table, and I sat one chair down from my trainer, leaving the human on the other side by himself. "Hello, Cobalt," the chief basilisk murmured without looking at me. One corner of his lip curled in that faint, amused smile I hated. It had been more than a year since I saw him last, but he could always make me feel like a bumbling hatchling again with just a look. "I hear you've been doing well." "I'm sure you have," I muttered as Roth sat down, smoothing his tie, then folding his hands before him on the table. "I'm sure you've heard all kinds of things about me lately." This was not smart, antagonizing my trainer in front of the VP. A few years ago, I could have expected a swat upside the head at best and a 6-hour training session at worst. But the years of being cowed by him were over. I was a full-fledged basilisk, and not only that, I was one of their best. This might be a dangerous game I was playing, but it was no more hazardous than the missions they expected me to pull off without a hitch. let him know I wasn't happy. I couldn't do anything about Talon or my assignments, but I didn't have to be thrilled about them. My instructor's thin mouth twitched. Impossible to tell if he was angry or amused by my lack of respect, before he turned to the head of the table. The VP was watching us now, dark eyes intense. "I have reviewed your previous assignments, Agent Cobalt," Roth began, dispensing with the pleasantries, which was a relief. I didn't have the patience for useless small talk about my trip and what I thought of my accommodations. "Your trainer speaks highly of you, and from what I can discern, with good reason. We have not had such a young basilisk do so well in a long time. When we asked your trainer who was best suited for this assignment, you were his top pick. Congratulations." "Thank you, sir," I said flatly, dredging up a polite nod and a stiff smile. "I do what I can for the good of the organization." I almost gagged on the words, but it was what I was expected to say. I was not so crazy as to insult the organization itself. If I did, I probably wouldn't walk out of this room alive. Mr. Roth smiled, though his expression was cold. Turning to the giant screen on the far wall, he pressed a remote, and an image flickered to life. A satellite feed of a snowy wilderness in the middle of nowhere. A scattering of plain gray buildings sat within a fence at the edge of the mountains. "I am certain you know what you are looking at," Mr. Roth said, watching me across the table. I gave a short nod. "It's a St. George facility," I replied, observing the image on the screen, committing the layout of the place to memory. "If I had to guess, one of their northern chapter houses." "Yes," Mr. Roth agreed. "A brand new Order chapter house, in fact. We discovered this base last week and have been monitoring it heavily ever since. As their security system isn't online yet, we have decided this is a perfect opportunity to strike. Do you see this building, Agent Cobalt?" A red circle appeared on the screen, around one of the identical gray buildings in the center of the compound. "That is their data center, and your target." Roth's voice remained matter-of-fact, as if he just announced the time of the next conference call. "We need you to infiltrate their base, find the main computer, and download a sensitive file from their network. After that, destroy the building so that no traces of us or the information theft can be found." I kept my expression cool, but inside my stomach dropped. I had received dangerous assignments before. But this? Sneak into a St. George base? Break into a chapter house swarming with enemy soldiers? "What will I be looking for?" I asked. "I have some computer skills, but I'm no hacker. Even in a new base, their files are sure to be well protected, or at the very least encrypted." Mr. Roth smiled. His cold gaze shifted to the person sitting across from me, and the human looked up from his laptop. His eyes were sullen, as if sitting in a room with 3 dragons not only failed to impress him, he resented being here in the first place. "Right. Hang on a moment." Somehow his English accent didn't surprise me. I watched as the kid reached around his laptop, yanked something free, then slid it to me over the table. I picked it up. A simple black USB drive rested between my fingers. Puzzled, I looked back at the human and raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" "A program that will let me hack into their system undetected, find the data we're looking for, and download the correct file to Talon's network," the kid answered, not meeting my gaze. "Take back the drive, and the theft will be undetectable. They won't be able to follow it back to us. So don't worry about the technical stuff. I've got it covered. All you have to do is plug it in. You can do that, can't you, mate?" Ignoring the challenge in the human's voice, I nodded, slipping the drive into a pocket. I wanted to ask what the data was for, what was so important that I was crossing enemy lines. But I understood that everything was on a need-to-know basis, and if Roth thought the information was important, he would tell me. If not, then he wouldn't answer the question regardless. I had my mission. I didn't need to know the whys. I was, however, even more curious about the human across from me. He obviously knew what we were. Roth was making no attempt to hide it. Talon employed some of the brightest and most talented humans from around the globe, luring them with promises of wealth, power, security, whatever they desired. But most of Talon's human workforce had no idea who or what their employers actually were. They did their jobs, went home to their families, and returned the next morning, completely unaware that the company they worked for was anything but normal. Only a few mortals were privileged with the truth, those whose silence had been bought with money, threats, or blackmail. There were a few humans in Talon who were slavishly loyal to the organization, who truly believed dragons were the superior race and were proud to work for them. But every dragon knew that humans, as a whole, were gullible, weak, and easily swayed. To bring one into the know, to reveal our true nature, was a massive risk and something the organization avoided, unless there was a solid, undeniable reason the human would not betray us to the outside world. So, what was this human's reason, I wondered? Why did he seem nearly as angry and resentful as me? When you are finished transferring the file, Roth continued as the kid dropped his gaze and went back to staring at his computer, find the data storage center and destroy it. This will cripple their network and blind this particular base. They will be unable to recover quickly, making retaliation against us nearly impossible. But there is another reason we are sending you, Agent. He paused, and his gaze flicked to my trainer, who grunted and sat up in his chair before turning to me. The other reason, the old basilisk said with one of his faint, evil smiles, is to test what we hope will be a fun new toy for our side. So you're going to be a bit of a guinea pig for this assignment. We have something that we've been working on, and we believe it's nearly ready for use in the field. Congratulations, Agent. You get to take it for its trial run. I suppressed a wince. A hatchling or rookie agent might have been excited for this news, willing and eager to test out something new. I was not. I knew what kind of toy I'd be working with, and frankly, it scared the crap out of me. Talon had always been on the cutting edge of science and technology, knowing that keeping ahead of the times was not only profitable, it was essential for our survival. As a race, we had survived because we had evolved, and knowledge was power. Talon hoarded knowledge like they did wealth, turning everything into profit for the organization. Not only did they fund countless research centers, they had their own laboratories, where the most brilliant minds the organization could find worked tirelessly, uncovering secrets, pushing boundaries, experimenting with things best left alone. Things like magic. Magic still existed in the world today, otherwise how could a 15-ton dragon shrink down into a 200-pound human body? Just because nobody used it anymore didn't mean magic didn't exist. In the Elder Worm's time, at least according to the stories, magic was everywhere. There were witches and demons, monsters and ancient swords, wizards, the good neighbors, and even the rare unicorn, wandering the deepest parts of the forest. But with the rise of civilization and technology, magic had been long forgotten. Even the Elder Worm didn't use it anymore. Or maybe there wasn't a lot of the ancient power left in the world. Because we had lost the capacity for it. Or perhaps because we really didn't need it anymore. Shifting into human form was the last bit of old magic we could do. But, in recent years, the Talon laboratories had been coming out with strange, crazy, unexplainable things. Bodysuits that wouldn't tear when you shifted, drugs that specifically targeted the dragon anatomy. Weird crap like that. According to rumors, they were experimenting with blending old magic and science, mixing them together, though that should have been impossible. There were also whispers that these tests were just preliminary, that the scientists were working on something big. Something that would change the dragon world forever. I didn't know how much of that I believed, but whenever the labs came out with a brand new toy, somehow my trainer was the first to get his hands on it. I could feel the old basilisk watching me, his gaze burning the side of my head, and stifled a sigh. "Of course, sir," I muttered, not meeting his gaze. "Whatever Talon needs me to do." Because that's what they expected me to say, even though my insides roiled with anger as I did. A pause, and then, though I knew better, my curiosity got the better of me. "What kind of thing will I be testing out, exactly?" My trainer chuckled. "Oh, I think you'll like this, Agent Cobalt," he said, his hard smile making me realize I would feel the exact opposite. And the old bastard knew it, too. "In fact, I believe it's right up your alley."
Garret. "Bloody hell," the man beside me muttered. I turned from the window and gave him a wary glance. We'd been traveling for nearly an hour, fleeing down dusty roads with the sun beating down on us, turning the inside of the van into an oven. Knowing St. George was still out there, we'd avoided the main strip of highway, taking back roads and constantly looking for vehicles that could belong to our pursuers. No one seemed to be giving chase, and with every mile we drew farther and farther away from the St. George chapter house. But being out in the open like this made me nervous. The Order wouldn't stop hunting me, especially now that I was in the company of dragons. Dragons who had broken into their chapter house and escaped with a traitor. We had to find shelter soon. I hoped my rescuers had a place they could go. The driver, Wes, I think his name was, pursed his lips at the dashboard before raising his head to call over his shoulder. "Running on fumes here, Riley," he said, his voice tight and sharp. "I'm going to need to stop for gas, or we'll be hauling a bloody dragon carcass across the desert on foot." "Damn it," came the low voice from the back. "All right. Pull off when you get the chance, but let's do this quickly." Wes immediately made a right turn and hit the gas pedal, presumably heading toward the highway again. I turned in my seat to peer into the back. Riley crouched at Ember's side, fully clothed, with a bloody rag in hand, pressing it to her ribs. We'd switched places not long after the van started moving, as I had no idea what to do with a wounded dragon, and Ember was bleeding all over the place. She now sprawled across the floor of the van, large wings brushing the windows like leathery curtains. Her scales gleamed metallic crimson in the sunlight through the glass and threw fragments of light over the walls. She was not, I realized with a chill, something small or subtle that we could easily hide. All anyone had to do was peek in the window to see a large red dragon curled up on the floor. The smell of blood soaked the back of the vehicle, making my stomach turn. "How is she?" I asked, and the other dragon shot me a murderous glare. "Not good." His voice was clipped, as if he was speaking to me only out of necessity. "She's lost a lot of blood, and that slug is still inside her somewhere. I've stopped the bleeding for now, but we have to get her somewhere safe before we can take care of the wound." He put a hand on a scaly foreleg, his forehead creasing with worry. "Probably a good thing she's unconscious, but she won't be able to shift back until we get it out. It could tear something vital if she changes back with the round still inside her." My stomach twisted with worry. Not only for Ember, but that we wouldn't be able to get somewhere safe without anyone noticing the large mythological creature in the back seat. As if reading my thoughts, Riley's gaze flickered to me and turned hard. "So you'd better hope no one sees her between then and now," he growled. "Or we'll have the Order back on our tail faster than you can pull a trigger. And probably Talon, come to think of it." He snorted, lip curling with disgust. "It would be just like them to show up now." I frowned, not sure I'd heard him correctly. "Why would Talon be after you? I thought all dragons—" "Well, you thought wrong." He gave me a look of contempt. "There's a lot about us you don't know, St. George," he went on. An accusation and a challenge. Maybe if you tried talking to us instead of blowing us to pieces, you'd realize that. Riley, Wes broke in before I could answer. Gas station in 3 miles. If we don't fill up now, we might not get another chance. And I need to visit the loo. All right. Reaching down, Riley grabbed the edge of the canvas Ember was sprawled on top of and began tugging it free.
Do it, but hurry up.
I turned in my seat and watched the desert flash by. Watched the pavement stretch on until a lone gas station appeared on the side of the road, shimmering in the near distance. My apprehension grew. It was not a tiny little outpost in the middle of nowhere. It was a huge truck stop with a restaurant and mini-mart attached, and there was a crowd. I glanced back as Riley gently peeled one of Ember's wings from the wall and folded it carefully against her body before pulling the canvas over her. Her tail and the tips of her claws poked out, but at least she wasn't as blatantly noticeable as before. Still, if anyone got too close, they would immediately know something large, scaly, and inhuman was sprawled on the floor of the van. We pulled up to one of the pumps, and Wes leaped out and slammed the door behind him, leaving the keys in the ignition. I scanned the station warily, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Families wandering back to their cars, a couple large trucks sitting off to the side. No soldiers, black SUVs, or anything that belonged to the order. So far, so good. Wes wrenched the pump off the handle, shoved it into the tank to start the flow of gas, then went hurrying into the store. I scanned the area once more before glancing at the 2 dragons behind me. You're not part of Talon, I confirmed, as Riley smoothed the canvas over Ember, covering the exposed parts as best he could. It was a strange concept. All dragons, we were told, belonged to Talon, the huge dragon organization that spanned the globe. Banded together, working together, to overthrow mankind. I never thought there could be discontents. But then, I'd never thought I could befriend a dragon either, or that she would risk her life to save mine. Riley, tugging a corner over Ember's front claws, gave a snort. No. I waited, but he didn't offer any further explanation. But there was something there, an undercurrent of disgust that wasn't pointed entirely at me, but at Talon. Curiosity prickled. And guilt. Here was one more fact about dragons that the Order had gotten wrong. This dragon wasn't part of the organization. In fact, he seemed to despise it. How gravely was the Order mistaken when it came to our ancient enemies? And how many lives had I taken because I believed we were doing the right thing? If you're not part of Talon, I ventured, who are you with? Myself. Again that clipped, brusque reply. Somehow it didn't surprise me. Something chirped close by, startling us both. Riley reached back and pulled out his phone, staring at the screen. His expression screwed up with disgust. Oh, for God's sake, Wes, really? He stuck the phone in his back pocket, shaking his head. You and your damn nervous stomach. Perfect timing as always. He straightened and peered out the window, scanning the surroundings just as I had a moment ago. I recognized that wariness, that caution for traps and enemies and hidden dangers. He had been a soldier once, or some kind of operative. We were parked at one of the farthest pumps, and no one was close by, but he still scanned the area for a good 20 seconds before glancing at me. I'm going inside. His glare was hard, his face taut with suspicion. We'll need a few things if we're going to be holed up for a while, and my idiot partner is out of commission. I'll only be gone a minute, but... His gaze flicked to the large canvas lump beside him, the tail and claws poking out from beneath. Can I trust you with her, St. George? I met his glare, keeping my voice steady. Yes. His lips tightened, like he'd swallowed something foul, but he didn't say anything as he made his way to the front door. Snatching the keys from the ignition, he slipped out of the van and slammed the door behind him, leaving me alone with an unconscious dragon in the back seat. Silence descended, throbbing in my ears, broken only by Ember's slow, labored breaths beneath the tarp. I turned in my seat to look at her fully. The canvas hid most of her body, but her feet, ending in hooked black talons stuck out of the bottom, as did the long, spade-tipped tail. I could see the points of her horns and wings, the curve of her neck, the very tip of her muzzle peeking from the edge of the cloth.
She twisted
And curled a lip in her sleep, revealing a flash of very long, very sharp fangs, and a cold knot formed in my stomach. Ember. This was the real form of the girl I'd met in Crescent Beach. I'd seen her like this before, but only in passing, when we were battling one another, soldier to dragon, each of us fighting for our lives, and later, when I was urging her to run before my team showed up to kill them all. I'd seen her real form then, but it was a fleeting awareness, buried in the urgency of the moment. I'd been too distracted to give it much thought. Now, though, it was staring me in the face, impossible to ignore. Ember was a dragon. A huge lizard with scales and wings and claws and a tail. All my memories from Crescent Beach, from the summer that had disappeared too quickly, were of the girl, surfing with her, slow dancing at a party, kissing her in the ocean, feeling my blood sizzle and my breath catch. The green-eyed girl with an infectious smile and a fierce love for life. But Ember wasn't a girl. Ember wasn't human. Ember was this. A car pulled off the highway and cruised to a stop at the pump next to ours. The doors opened and a family of 4 piled out, making me tense. But after a short squabble between 2 small boys and their mother, she managed to herd them toward the mini-mart. The father remained behind long enough to fill the tank and make me nervous before he finally meandered into the store. I drummed my fingers on the armrest, wondering where Riley and Wes were. The scraping sound jerked my attention to the back. The canvas lump was moving, shifting from side to side with confused growls. Ember tossed her head, flinging the cloth away and exposing a bright red dragon to the open air. She tried staggering upright, but lurched to one side and collapsed against the door with a loud thump, making the vehicle rock. Her tail lashed the sides of the van with metallic clanking sounds as she growled and clawed herself up again, the sunlight gleaming along her metallic crimson scales. "Ember!" Swiftly I moved to the back, barely dodging a wingtip as it flapped against the wall. "Hey, stop! Calm down!" Her head whipped toward me, and I instinctively threw up my hand, catching a horn as it smacked into my palm. "Stop!" She froze at my touch, and I was suddenly holding the head of a groggy red dragon, her muzzle right at eye level. Her fangs gleamed as she stared at me, nostrils flaring, and for a second I felt a jolt of fear, realizing how close she was. If she lunged or snapped or spit fire at me, I'd catch it right in the face. Quickly I released her. She didn't pull away, but continued to stare at me, a puzzled expression in her reptilian green eyes. "Garret?" My muscles unclenched at the sound of her voice. It was weak, confused, and in pain, but it was her voice, Ember's voice, though I didn't know what I'd expected. Those slitted eyes blinked again before she sagged weakly, struggling to stay upright. "Where am I?" she asked, her words slurred. "What's going on?" I took a careful breath. "You need to lie down," I told her gently. She stumbled and fell against the side, and I winced as the van rattled again. "Ember, look at me." I reached out, catching one of her horns again, forcing her attention back to me. "You have to relax," I said as she looked up, her eyes now bright with pain and fear. Her jaws parted as she panted, showing rows of deadly fangs, and I resisted the urge to yank my hand back. "We're out in the open, and you can't be seen right now. Please, lie down." She stared at me a moment, and I forced myself to breathe calmly. This had to be one of the most surreal moments of my life. Pleading with a near-delirious dragon to lie still so that we wouldn't be discovered. With the exception of the flight from the base, I'd never been so close to a live dragon, not for this length of time. Never close enough to feel its breath, smelling of heat and smoke, or the bony ridges of its horns under my palm. In the past, if a dragon had been near enough to touch, it was either dead or I was fighting for my life trying to make it so. A tremor went through the dragon in front of me, and, to my relief, she sank down again, her head touching the floor with a muffled groan. Her wings fluttered once and her tail thumped the side of the van, before her eyes closed and she went limp, asleep once more. I let out a short breath, glancing out the side window, and froze. A boy of maybe 5 stood a few feet from the van, clutching a fountain drink in both hands, his eyes huge as they stared at me. I gazed back, guessing that he'd seen everything, unsure of what to do, as his parents walked around the car, his mother reaching for his arm. "Jason, come on. What are you looking at?" The boy pointed. "The dragon?" "A dragon?" Her gaze rose, a puzzled look crossing her face as she spotted me. Heart pounding, I offered a feeble smile and a helpless shrug, and the woman frowned. "Okay, that's nice, dear. Come on, Daddy's waiting." Taking the boy's wrist, she quickly steered him toward the car, and I started breathing again. As they piled into the car, the little boy's face peered through the window at me, eyes huge and staring until the car pulled onto the highway and sped off toward the horizon. Riley and Wes came out of the store, each carrying a couple plastic bags, and hurried toward the van. I pulled the canvas over Ember again, gently covering her head and body as much as I could, before slipping quietly into the front seat. A moment later, Wes wrenched open the front door, tossed a couple grocery bags into my lap, and moved aside to let Riley in. The other dragon climbed into the back through the front seats, not wanting to open the side door and risk exposing Ember to the world, I guessed. But he paused, his gaze flickering over the sleeping dragon and the obviously disturbed tarp before shifting to me.
"Problems, St. George?"
he asked, his voice suspicious. I shook my head. Nothing I couldn't handle. He continued to glare at me, but at that moment Ember flapped a wing in her sleep, throwing back the canvas again. A line of red spattered the window, making my insides curl. Riley muttered a curse. "She's bleeding again," he growled, kneeling swiftly at her side.
"Wes, grab the first aid kit. She can't afford to lose any more blood.
"St. George?"
Get us out of here."
I waited until Wes slid into the back with Riley, then moved to the driver's seat and turned the key in the ignition.
"Where am I going?"
I asked as the van roared to life.
"Vegas,"
was the snapped reply.
"It's not far, and I have a place we can hole up for a few days."
Ember twitched, kicking a back leg against the wall, and Wes let out a yelp. Riley cursed.
"I'll give you directions when we get close, but right now just drive."
Throwing the van into gear, I pulled onto the highway, past a dusty sign that read Las Vegas 64 miles, and sped off into the sun.
Dante. "Mr. Hill, do you have a moment?" I looked up from my desk. Mist stood in the doorway, manila folder in hand, looking poised and calm and expectant at the same time. Her silver hair was pulled into a ponytail today, and it made her look younger, not quite so severe. It was hard to believe Mist was my age. She acted so composed and mature. I wondered if she'd had a normal upbringing, or whatever was considered normal for us, anyway. I sighed and put down my pen where I'd been scribbling notes on a yellow sheet of paper. "Mist," I said, smiling as I beckoned her into the office, "how many times have I asked you to call me Dante?" "Counting today, exactly 5 times. As always, there was a subtle note of challenge beneath the polite tone. "And I predict you will ask me at least twice more in the future. But that is irrelevant at this point." She stepped back into the hall, looking suddenly anxious. "If you would come with me, Mr. Hill, I think you should see this." Back in the operations room, I gazed up at one of the enormous screens, watching a satellite map blip into view, showing a swath of dusty brown, with patches of green interspersed throughout. Mist stood beside me, also watching the screen, while the 2 human workers sat at their keyboards, typing furiously. "This," Mist explained, leaning back against a desk, "is the eastern Mojave Desert. close to the Arizona-Utah line. When you told us to look for the Order's Western Chapter House, we began directing our satellite feeds to the areas close to and around Crescent Beach. Hold on, I said, holding up a hand. We have satellites? Mist gave a short nod. We own one of the largest satellite communication networks in the world, she said coolly. It isn't difficult to put in a few extras. Regardless, she continued, as if that was unimportant. When we started searching, we found this. The feed zoomed in, focused, and showed a bird's-eye view of a facility smack in the middle of nowhere. Even from this height, it didn't look very impressive. I could see a fence with 2 gates, several long rectangular buildings, and the road that cut through the vast empty desert surrounding it. That, Mist announced, as if she could feel my skepticism, is St. George's Western Chapter House. I frowned. Are you sure? It doesn't look like much. Certainly not a heavily armed military base. She gave me a look of veiled annoyance. That's what they want you to see, Mr. Hill, she said. The Order uses a combination of security and complete isolation to hide their chapter houses. Some of them, like the main headquarters in London, are too heavily armed for us to do anything about. Some of them, like this one, rely on isolation to keep them secure. Talon knows of several large Order facilities around the world, but the smaller chapter houses are good at concealing themselves and hiding in plain sight. The only reason we found this one was because we were actively searching for St. George movement in the region. At your request, Mr. Hill, and this took us all night. I held up my hands. Point taken. No need to bite my head off. I believe you. She sniffed, looking mollified, and I glanced back at the screen. So, this is their Western Chapter House, I mused, crossing my arms. I'm sure Talon will want to know about this. Have you informed Mr. Roth? No, Mist replied gravely. I figured you deserved that honor. After all, you were the one who pointed us in the right direction. But that's not all we found, she continued, before I could feel smug that I had been right. Look at this. The screen went dark as the scene faded to night, only a few points of light glimmering in a sea of black. Then one of the humans clicked a key, and the image switched to a grainy green color. I could see the buildings, blurry and indistinct through the emerald haze, and the fence surrounding the base as the camera zoomed in. The time on the bottom left of the screen read 3:26 a.m., dated 2 days ago. I blinked. 2 small black dots were moving across the desert from the east, looking like tiny crawling insects from this height, but definitely making a beeline toward the fence. They weren't coming in from the road. In fact, it looked like they were actively avoiding the gates, heading toward the most isolated corner of the compound. As I stared, amazed, they paused at the fence a few seconds, slipped through a hole they must have cut out, and began creeping across the yard toward the main headquarters. What in the world? I whispered, baffled as I watched their progress. That can't be. We believe it is Ember, Mr. Hill, Mist finished solemnly, and Cobalt. None of our agents have received orders to move on a St. George facility in several months. Cobalt has the knowledge and the skills for this type of work, and he is bold enough to infiltrate even an Order chapter house. It's one of the reasons he is so dangerous to the organization. But why is Ember with him? I asked, unable to tear my gaze from the 2 tiny figures, darting through shadows and around corners, avoiding the light. Anger and fear caught in my throat. She was inside a St. George base. What was she thinking? If anyone spotted her, she was dead. Get out of there, I wanted to shout, knowing it was futile. Ember, you stubborn idiot, why are you doing this? Get out of there before you're killed. Mist didn't say anything. Turning, she nodded to one of the humans, who bent over the keyboard. A moment later, the screen jumped to fast forward, with the time in the left corner accelerating rapidly, though nothing inside the base appeared to move. Stop, Mist commanded, and the screen froze. Look at the upper left corner, Mr. Hill, she went on, nodding to the blurred image above us. Behind the vehicle, near the main headquarters. What do you see? I followed her gaze and drew in a sharp breath. 3 of them, I muttered, squinting to make sure I was seeing correctly. No, I wasn't mistaken. There were the 2 figures in black from earlier, only now there was a third party member, huddled behind the car. They were there to get someone out, I breathed, trying to wrap my head around what it could mean. But why? St. George doesn't take prisoners, at least not with us. Who? I trailed off, a cold lump settling in my stomach. The soldier, I whispered, feeling the blood drain from my face. The human from Crescent Beach. They were there to free the soldier of St. George. My legs felt weak. This was not what I'd expected. I'd hoped that by watching the chapter house Sebastian belonged to, he would lead us to Ember, or that Ember would contact him somehow, and we could follow when they moved on her and the rogue. I'd never expected her to breach St. George itself. Mist's eyes were grave as she turned to me. So, not only has your sister gone rogue, she is also fraternizing with the enemy, she said. Her voice was quiet, meant only for me and our team members. What do you intend to do with this information? I took a deep breath. I have to tell Mr. Roth, I said, feeling slightly ill, but knowing there was no other choice. If Ember is associating with St. George, Talon must know immediately. She could unknowingly put the organization at risk, though I have no idea what she thinks she's doing. Anger flickered, and I scrubbed a hand down my face, trying to stay calm. Ember going rogue was bad enough, but to aid one of the Order? How was I supposed to advance my cause? Convince Talon that my sister was being manipulated if she kept pulling stunts like this? Straightening, I looked back at the paused screen, at the trio of figures huddled against the car. Did they escape? I asked, almost dreading the answer. Surely Mist wouldn't be showing me this footage if they hadn't. But if the worst had occurred, if Ember hadn't gotten out of that compound alive, I wasn't going to stand here and watch. Even after everything, I didn't think I could handle seeing my sister gunned down right in front of me. Surprisingly, the other dragon's lip twitched into the faintest of smiles. Oh, you could say that, she said, and hit the pause key on the computer. Seconds later, with my heart in my throat, I watched the 2 dragons flee the compound amid a flurry of lights and gunshots. If I'd had any doubts that one of the figures in black was Ember, they were long gone now. I took a slow breath as the 2 dragons soared off screen, vanishing westward and out of sight. The soldier sat astride one of them, and a flicker of rage and disgust pierced my amazement. With a brisk nod, I turned on one of the humans. Send a message to Mr. Roth immediately. Let him know we've found her.
Ember. Ember, Dante said. Get up. I groaned. My bed was warm and comfortable, and the air outside my nest of blankets was cold. It was a Saturday. At least, I thought it was a Saturday, and I was supposed to meet up with Lexi later this afternoon to go surfing. She didn't want to go early because of reasons, which meant I could sleep in today. Of course, that didn't account for obnoxious brothers coming into my room to bother me. I peeked through the covers, intending to tell said obnoxious brother to go away, only to find I was no longer in my room. I sat up, blinking. Moonlight filtered in from a window, casting hazy light over an assortment of shadows and unrecognizable lumps. I frowned in confusion, sliding out of bed, giving a little shiver as I stood. The floor beneath my bare feet was hard and icy cold. Ember. I turned. Dante stood a few feet away, watching me with eyes glowing green in the darkness. Behind him, the labyrinth of crates hovered at the edge of the light, looming and ominous, casting Dante in their jagged shadow. Traitor, he whispered. I growled, curling my lips back from my fangs. I didn't know when I'd shifted forms, but tongues of fire licked at my teeth as I snarled and half opened my wings, facing my brother down. You're one to talk, I said, my voice echoing weirdly off the rafters. I thought we were leaving Talon together, but you had no intention of coming with me. Did you? You were going to tell Lilith where I was all along. He didn't respond, and I slumped, tail and wings drooping, while my twin watched me without expression. You lied to me, Dante, I said, feeling the cold flood of regret douse the flames within. I thought I could trust you, but you sold me out to Talon. I did no such thing. Dante's voice was calm, though his eyes narrowed to shining green slits. You were the one who betrayed us, Ember, when you left with that rogue. He slipped away, his voice growing faint as he faded into the black. You made the call. It was your choice to leave, to abandon everything we had worked for, 16 years of preparation, gone in an instant. You walked out on Talon, and you walked out on me. Dante, wait! He didn't stop, but vanished into the darkness, the echo of his footsteps fading to nothing. Calling out, I started after him, but the shadows closed in, and everything went black. Wincing, I opened my eyes. I lay on the floor in a room I didn't recognize, curled up on something soft. It took only a second to realize I was in dragon form, lying in a nest of blankets, and this had been a bedroom at one point, because a bed and a dresser had been shoved up against the far wall. Apart from those two pieces of furniture, the room was unnaturally empty. No clothes on the floor, no pictures or posters hanging from the walls. Nothing to give the room personality. It seemed to have been empty a long time. My thoughts swirled sluggishly, like they were trapped in glue. I blinked hard, trying to focus as I raised my head, waiting for my vision to clear. What had happened to me? The last thing I remembered was flying away from something, and a sudden jolt to my side, like I'd been hit with a hammer. I didn't remember passing out, but I must have, because everything after that was a blur. How much time had elapsed since then? I wondered. And where am I now? Cautiously, I looked around, trying to get a sense of where I was, and froze. A body was slumped in a chair a few feet away, sitting against the wall with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Even through the confusion and sleep haze, I knew it was Garret. My stomach tightened, and memory came back in a rush. I remembered everything that had brought me here, infiltrating the St. George base with Riley, freeing Garret, fleeing across the wasteland with a soldier on my back. There was also one very hazy memory of a voice that sounded exactly like Garret's, telling me to lie down, but that might have been from a dream. But I wasn't dreaming now, and the soldier was here, in the very same room. Sunlight slanted through the blinds over the windows, glinting off his pale hair, painting bright bars over his clothes. He wore faded jeans and a white t-shirt, and in sleep, he appeared younger than he was. Less a hardened soldier, and more like a normal teen, like the Garret I'd known in Crescent Beach, before he became St. George, the enemy, a soldier who had killed dragons his whole life. I rose carefully, trying to be silent as I sat up, But Garret was either just dozing or a really light sleeper, for his eyes shot open as soon as I moved. Piercing metallic gray pupils met mine across the room. Ember. His voice made me shiver, low and soft with relief. Carefully, as if trying not to make any sudden moves, he stood, his expression teetering between wary and hopeful. "You're awake," he breathed. "Are you all right?" "I think so." I stood slowly, bracing myself for pain. There was a dull ache in my side as I moved, but nothing sharp or stabby, which was a relief. Cautiously, I eased myself upright, craning my neck, curling and uncurling my talons, testing muscles. Except for the subtle but persistent ache in my side, everything seemed to be working fine. I took a breath and let it out slowly. "Looks like I'm all here." "What happened?" "You were shot," Garret said quietly, "when we were running from St. George. We brought you here, and Wes managed to dig the slug out, but it was touch and go for a while." "What do you mean?" His gaze flicked to my side, where the ache was coming from. "You nearly died, Ember," he whispered. "We didn't know how serious it was until we got here. You lost a lot of blood, and if the bullet had gone a few inches to the left, it would have struck your heart." "Oh," I said, as the gravity of that statement sank in. "Really?" He nodded, his face tightening. "That first night," he said in a curiously choked voice, "I didn't know if you were going to make it. You didn't move the entire time, not to eat or shift or anything. Riley said that you had gone into hibernation, that when the dragon body takes a lot of damage, it slows to almost nothing and falls into a near coma until it can heal itself. I had no reason to doubt him, but you were so still. You've been out for 3 days, and I couldn't even tell if you were breathing or not." "Hey," I stepped toward him, slowly, knowing I was still in dragon form and not wanting to make him nervous. "It's all right. Look." I half opened my wings, casting a dark shadow over the walls and floor. "I'm okay," I said, offering a smile. "I'm still here." He gazed at me with an expression that made my heart turn over, before his eyes narrowed and he shook his head. "You shouldn't have come," he said, sounding almost angry now. I blinked and reared back in surprise as he turned on me. "Back at St. George. You shouldn't have risked it. You don't know what you've done, what the Order will do to your kind now. St. George won't let this stand. Word of the break-in has probably reached London. Every chapter house in the region will be looking for you. You'll never be safe." I lashed my tail, nearly knocking over a lamp on the dresser. "Guess next time I'll just stand back and let you be shot to death." Garret winced and had the grace to look ashamed. "I'm sorry," he muttered, and the anger vanished as quickly as it had come. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful. I owe you my life, and I'm glad you came for me. I just—" He paused, uncertainty creeping into his voice and stance. "I'm not entirely sure why." "Why?" I cocked my head, peering down at him. "What do you mean you don't know why? The answer should be obvious." Hope rippled across his features, so fast I might have imagined it, though his voice remained neutral. "I'm a soldier of St. George," he insisted. "All my life, I believed what the Order believed. I followed the tenets, and I killed when they told me to, what they told me to, without question. Every single time." He looked away for a brief moment, eyes darkening. "You know what I've done," he murmured, staring at the wall. "You know what I am. Why would you risk your life to save a dragon slayer?" A lump rose to my throat. "You weren't a soldier of St. George to me." The words came out a near whisper, and I swallowed hard. "Not in Crescent Beach. I never hated you, Garret, even after that night." The night he'd pointed a gun at my face, and I'd seen what he really was for the very first time. The night we'd inevitably turned on each other, because what else could we be except lifelong enemies? a soldier of St. George and a dragon. And after what happened with Lilith, I couldn't leave you to die. Even if it was the order, I wasn't going to let them kill you. Garret still wasn't looking at me. He stared at the far wall, as if he couldn't bear to see a huge reptile standing beside him, instead of a girl, and my heart sank. "So what now?" I asked softly. "Are we enemies, Garret? Do you hate me for being a dragon?" "No." He looked over quickly, his face earnest. "I could never hate you, Ember. If anything, I should be asking you that question. If you really knew what I've done." He sighed, bowing his head. "But no, I'm not your enemy. You risked your life when you went into St. George. You and Riley both. I'm in your debt." I sat down, curling my tail around my legs, as I gave the former dragon slayer an exasperated snort. "Yes, well, for future reference," I said, thumping the spade tip of my tail against the ground, "when someone decides to save your life, for whatever reason, the proper response is, 'Thank you.' Guilt and groveling optional, but highly encouraged." A tiny chuckle escaped him then, as if he couldn't help himself. "Point taken," he murmured, the hint of a smile finally crossing his face. "Would you like the groveling done now, or later?" "Oh, later. Definitely later, when I can get comfortable and enjoy it for a few hours." "Hours, huh? I'll keep that in mind." He shook his head, meeting my gaze. "Thank you for coming after me," he said, quite serious now. "You didn't have to, but I'm grateful you did. I wasn't quite as ready to die as I thought." I nodded. The haunted look had not quite left him, but it was a start. At least he was talking to me like a normal person again, and not walking on eggshells around the dragon. For now, it was enough. "So, where is everyone?" I asked, gazing around. Garret nodded out the door. "Riley was sleeping in his room last I saw," was the answer. "Wes left a few minutes ago for supplies. The three of us have been taking watch in turns since we got here. We've been waiting for you to wake up before we decide where to go next." "Where are we, anyway?" "Vegas," replied a new voice from the door. I craned my neck around to look back. Riley stood in the frame, his gold eyes intense as they met mine. He wore ripped jeans and a black t-shirt, and looked strange without his ever-present jacket. His dark hair was mussed and shaggy, his clothes rumpled. Half-circles crouched beneath his lids, as if he hadn't slept in a while. I forced a weak grin, even as my senses flared to life, sending heat through my veins. "Hey, you. I'm up." "Damn it, Ember." Riley entered into the room, and without hesitation strode to my side. Garret drew back, melting into the corner as the other drew close. Riley's hand came to rest on my neck, a searing spot of warmth even through my scales. "Are you all right?" he asked, his gaze flicking to my ribs, where the bullet had pierced through. "Why didn't you tell me you were awake?" "It was on my to-do list." He pressed his forehead to mine, skin to scales. "Don't scare me like that, Firebrand," he whispered, as my stomach danced and my wings fluttered restlessly. "If you had died, I don't know what I'd have done, but it would probably involve eating that St. George bastard over there." "That's not very reasonable," I whispered back, knowing that Garret could hear us, and Riley probably didn't care if he did. "Then all our scheming against St. George would have been for nothing." He snorted and drew back, rolling his eyes. "Have you eaten yet?" he muttered, an exasperated smile crossing his face. "You were out for 3 days. I imagine you're probably starving right now." Food. I was suddenly ravenous, like a bear coming out of winter hibernation. Skinny, starving, and cranky. Food sounded wonderful. In fact, nothing else mattered right now except food. Riley chuckled. "Yeah, that's what I thought. There's pizza in the fridge, and— Whoa, hold on, Firebrand." He put his hands out, stopping me as I pressed forward. Impatient, I glared at him, and he smirked. "No dragons in the kitchen. The neighbors would have a fit." I blinked, remembering that I was still in the form that wasn't supposed to exist in normal society, the one that would cause a panic if seen. I repressed a sigh. It felt so natural to be in my real body again. I was reluctant to shift back. "Your clothes are in the dresser behind you," Riley said. "Get changed and meet us when you're human again." His smile faded, a darker note creeping into his voice. "There are things we have to discuss."
Riley. Ember exhaled, sending tendrils of smoke curling around me, and turned away, padding toward the dresser in the corner. I watched her a moment, the sweep of her neck and wings, the way the narrow bars of sunlight glinted off her crimson scales. The urge to shift was almost painful, burning my lungs and making the air taste like ash. I turned away before it got too tempting and jerked my head at the soldier, motioning him out of the room. We walked into the hall and shut the door behind us. "All right," I said, keeping my voice low so Ember wouldn't catch it. "You've seen her. She's going to be fine now. Why are you still here, St. George?" The soldier kept his gaze on the closed door, his voice low and flat. "I have nowhere else to go." "Well, that's not my problem, is it?" I brushed past him into the kitchen, knowing Ember would be out soon and on the hunt for food. Except for a box of leftover pizza, there wasn't much to be had, and I'd sent Wes out for supplies a couple hours ago. Hopefully he'd be back soon. This wasn't the nicest neighborhood, miles from the glitz and glamour of the Strip, the stretch of giant casinos Vegas was famous for. If you looked out the back window, you'd see a bunch of small, ugly houses, and beyond them, the flat, dusty expanse of the Mojave Desert, stretching away to the distant mountains. Crime and poverty ran rampant here, but that suited me just fine. No one asked questions, no one came poking around, and no one wondered why a white van was suddenly parked in the driveway of a previously vacant, abandoned house. The soldier followed me into the kitchen, sweeping his gaze around the room like he always did. "They'll be hunting you," he stated, making me shrug. "Nothing new there." "You're going to have to move soon. It's dangerous to stay here, especially with St. George looking for us." Irritation flared, and the anger that I'd repressed during the whole ordeal surged up with a vengeance. In the 3 days we'd been here, we had tolerated each other's presence in the most mature way possible, pretending the other didn't exist. St. George didn't talk to me, I didn't talk to him, and things were good. Sort of an unspoken truce between us while we waited for Ember to revive. Now, though, all bets were off. I narrowed my eyes, wondering what would happen if I shifted forms and bit the soldier in half. Ember might have forgotten that he was part of the Order. She might have forgiven him for hunting down and slaughtering our kind without remorse, but I wasn't okay with it. In fact, the only reason I hadn't shoved him out of the van and left him in the middle of the desert to fend for himself was the girl who'd convinced me to rescue the murdering bastard in the first place. She was also the reason I hadn't chased him out of the house with fire and told him not to come back. Right now, that was a pretty tempting option. "Don't tell me how to do my job, St. George," I said in a low, dangerous voice. "I've been at this a lot longer than you. I've been outsmarting your kind since before you could wrap your itchy little fingers around a trigger. I don't need some murdering dragon killer telling me to be careful of the Order." "You've never broken into a St. George chapter house," the human countered, as if he knew anything about me and what I used to do. "I know the Order. They're not going to let that stand. Once word of this reaches London, and it probably already has, they're going to throw everything they can at us, and they won't stop until we're all dead." "Oh, is that why you're still here?" I challenged, crossing my arms. "You want the dragons to protect you, now that you're the hunted one?" "No." St. George glared at me, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "I don't care what happens to me," he said, sounding so earnest I almost believed him. "But I want Ember to be safe. I owe her my life. and I can't leave knowing the Order is hunting her right now. They were always hunting her, St. George, I snapped. Every single day. The hunt never stops. The war never ends. Or did that fact slip your mind? The only thing that's changed is now the Order has a wasp up their ass because their pride has been stomped on, and they'll be desperate to save face. Never mind that they've been kicking down our doors and blowing us to pieces for years. But don't worry about Ember. I smirked as his face darkened. The Order won't ever get that close. I'll take care of her. Also, came a new voice from the doorway, she's quite capable of taking care of herself. Guiltily, we turned. Ember stood at the edge of the tile, arms crossed, looking peeved with us both. Her red hair stuck out at every angle, and she was definitely thinner than normal, making my gut squeeze tight. But her green eyes were as bright as ever, and the fire lurking below the surface hadn't dimmed. I could see the dragon peering out at me, the echo of wings hovering behind her. She shot us, well, me, an exasperated glare, before marching to the refrigerator door and yanking it open. Ember, St. George began as she emerged with a flat white box. Garret, Ember interrupted. Her voice was a warning as she turned around. Not to sound rude, but I am a dragon who hasn't eaten for the past 3 days. Unless you're about to reveal a stash of donuts hidden somewhere in this room, I would steer clear right now. He blinked, and I snickered at his shocked expression as Ember moved past us, heading toward the counter. #1 rule when dealing with dragons, St. George, I said, as the girl hopped onto a stool and opened up the box. Don't get between a hungry hatchling and its food. You might lose a finger. Ember glared at me, looking like she might growl something in return, but then decided food was more important and devoured half a slice in one bite. I went to the fridge for a soda, and St. George settled quietly against the wall as the starving dragon went through an entire pepperoni pizza by herself. 2 minutes later, Ember trashed the box, dusted off her hands, and finally turned to look at us. So, she drummed her fingers on her arm, looking back and forth at each of us. What now? Good question. I guess that depends, Firebrand. On what? You. She frowned at me, confused. Crushing the empty can, I put it in the sink and went to the fridge for another. Let me ask you something, I said as I closed the door. What did you think was going to happen, Firebrand, after you left Talon, after you went rogue? She cocked her head. I don't know, she stammered. Isn't that where you come in? I thought you had this whole rogue thing worked out. Normally I do, but my plans don't usually involve sneaking into highly guarded St. George compounds to rescue the enemy. I didn't look at the soldier as I said this, and St. George didn't give any indication that he cared. This whole situation is a bit abnormal for me, Firebrand. Frankly, I didn't expect to have you around this long. Anger flashed across her face, and she raised her chin. Well, if I knew you were just going to get rid of me, I would have saved you the trouble. Don't be thick. That's not what I meant. I shook my head, giving her an exasperated look. She glared back, and I sighed. What did you think I was going to do after taking you away from Crescent Beach? I demanded. Toss you out on the streets and say, good luck, have a nice life? Give me some credit. I'm a little more organized than that. She frowned. Then, what was going to happen to me? I started to answer, then paused. I didn't like talking about my network so openly, especially with the humans still in the room with us. Not that I was afraid he could go running back to the Order, but I trusted him about as far as I could throw him. Hunted or not, he had dragon blood on his hands, and that would never change. As if reading my thoughts, the soldier raised his head and met my glare. You can tell her, he said in a low voice. It's not like I can take your secrets back to the Order. I smirked. If I thought you could, You'd already be a pile of bones in the desert, St. George, I stated. That's not what concerns me. Riley, Ember scowled. You don't have to be a jerk. He's not with the Order anymore. Firebrand, you don't get it. I turned on her, narrowing my eyes. It's not about me. This isn't just my life I'm risking. It's all the dragons I've freed from Talon. They look to me to keep them safe, keep them off Talon's radar and away from the Vipers. Not only do I have to worry about the organization, I have to worry about St. George, too, because the bastards don't know there's a difference between rogue dragons and Talon, and they wouldn't care if they did. I shot another piercing glance at the soldier, who didn't reply, though by the look on his face, he knew I was right. So yes, Firebrand, I'm a little paranoid that there's an ex-soldier of St. George in the same room as us, I finished. I believe the last time there was a soldier of St. George in the room with us, we were being shot at. I put a fist to my chest, glaring at her. This is my network, my underground. I've spent too many years getting dragons out of Talon to put their lives in danger now. Ember stared at me, surprise and amazement reflected in her eyes. How many dragons are we talking about? She asked. How many rogues do you have? I sighed again, feeling my shoulders slump in defeat. Too late to hold back now. Over 20 this year, I admitted, and her mouth fell open. And that's just counting dragons, not the humans working for me. The hatchlings I steal from the organization are all green and starry-eyed, so they have to have a human agent looking after them until they're ready to set out on their own. I had no idea. I smirked. When I said I'd take care of you, Firebrand, I wasn't joking. I already have a place set up and waiting. A quiet little town near the mountains. You'll be living with your grandfather on a couple private acres of forest that butts up against a national park. No beaches, sadly, but it's green and peaceful and isolated enough that Talon or the Order will never find you. You'll be safe there. I promise. And what will you do? What I've always been doing. Fighting Talon, getting hatchlings away from the organization, helping them disappear? I shrugged, feeling suddenly tired. Maybe if I do this long enough, there'll be enough free dragons someday to take a stand against Talon, I muttered. That's my pipe dream anyway. Impossible, unattainable, but I had to hope for something. I'll help you. Ember's response was immediate. No hesitation or fear, just eager determination. I straightened quickly, alarm and exhilaration rising up at the same time. Part of me had known this would happen. After Crescent Beach, how could my brash, stubborn hatchling want to do anything else? But at the same time, I knew I couldn't subject her to this life. It was dangerous, terrifying, bloody, and occasionally it was just soul-crushing. I'd seen so many die, had been responsible for countless deaths myself. There had been nights when I wasn't sure I'd survive till dawn, when I'd wondered if the next hour would be my last. I'd seen the worst of Talon, St. George, and the whole damn world, and it had turned me into a hard, cynical bastard. I couldn't do that to her. And of course, there was that other reason, the one pounding through my veins even now. The one snarling at me to say yes, to take her with me so we could be alone, no humans or dragons or soldiers of St. George to interfere. The reason I was an exhausted, cranky mess because I couldn't sleep while she lay there, still as death. I couldn't focus, couldn't eat or plan or do anything. If St. George had kicked in the door, I would have burned the whole place to the ground before I left her behind. I couldn't keep going like this. It was dangerous. For me, for Ember, for everyone in my underground. She was a distraction, a fiery, tempting, intriguing distraction, and I had too many people counting on me to keep them safe. I had to get away from her, for both our sakes. Though convincing her of that was going to be a challenge. I'm not going to your safe house, Riley. Ember's voice was final, as if she knew what I was thinking. Her eyes flashed, and she crossed her arms, staring me down. Don't think you can get rid of me now. I'm not going to hide away and do nothing while you're running around dodging vipers and dragon slayers and who knows what else. I'm not blind anymore. I've seen what Talon does, how they're willing to kill anyone who doesn't conform to their standards. I'm going to help you and all the dragons who want to be free. I want to get as many of us away from Talon as we can. Firebrand, I began, and she set her jaw, ready for a fight. I know you're angry with Talon, I went on, and you want to strike back at them somehow. But think about what you're doing. This is a dangerous life. We're constantly on the run, from the organization and St. George and the Vipers. Hell, you just woke up because you were shot 3 days ago. That's the kind of situation you'll be facing again if you come with me. I know. You'll never have a normal life, I insisted. I can't suddenly decide I don't want to do this anymore. There are too many who are counting on me. Too many I promised I'd keep safe. I'll probably be doing this for the rest of my life, or until something, either a viper or a St. George bullet, kills me. That's why you need someone watching your back. My temper flared. Damn it, Ember! The door banged open, crashing against the wall. I jumped and spun around as Wes lunged into the room, turned, and slammed the door behind him. His eyes were wild in his pale face. St. George, he gasped, making us all jerk up. They're here. I think they're right behind me.
Ember. They're here. Fear crawled up my spine. St. George had come. Again. It didn't seem to matter where we went, what we did. They were always one step behind, seconds from kicking in the door and spraying us with lead. And now that I had so blatantly waltzed into their territory and given the figurative finger to them all, they would be eager for retribution. It was no longer a job, I suspected, no longer a routine slaying of faceless enemies. Now, it was personal. What do you mean they're right behind you? Riley snapped, stalking toward Wes, who had already locked the door and was peering through the eye-hole. St. George doesn't know who you are. They've never seen you before. How would they know you're even a target? I have no idea, mate, but someone was staring at me in the parking lot. Wes snapped, spinning around, and when I was driving back, I noticed I'd picked up a tail. That's why it took me so bloody long to get here. I was trying to lose the bastards, but they could still be out there. Riley walked to the edge of the windows and peered through the glass, keeping his back to the wall. I don't see anyone, he muttered. Maybe you lost them. They're out there. Garrett's quiet voice cut through the tension. We all glanced at him, standing against the wall with his arms crossed. His stance was weirdly calm. If this really is St. George, the surveyors Wes saw will be narrowing the houses down right now. The assault team is probably on its way. We don't have a lot of time. Then we need to leave. Riley strode out of the kitchen. Right now. While there's still daylight. Wes, get everything together. Where are we going? I asked, as Wes hurried out of the room, muttering curses. Riley turned to look at me, frowning slightly. Into the city, he said. Downtown, where there's lots of people. The Order won't try to murder us in a crowd. At least, I hope they won't resort to that. He stabbed a glare in Garrett's direction, before turning back. Hiding in plain sight has always been a good tactic for us. We disappear into the crowds, and neither Talon nor the Order can come after us, without arousing suspicion. Besides, there's someone there I have to see. We just needed you to wake up before we left. I felt a brief stab of guilt. You were all waiting on me? One corner of his mouth twisted up. Kinda hard to hide a dragon in a hotel room, Firebrand. The fire marshal would blow a gasket. He brushed my arm, a brief, light touch that sent curls of heat through my insides. Hurry and get packed, so we can get out of here. I really don't feel like seeing St. George again. We gathered everything, which took only a few minutes. I didn't have anything except my backpack with some clothes and a couple small personal things. Wes had his laptop and Garret had the gun he'd taken from the order and the borrowed clothes on his back. Everything else fit into a single duffel bag, which Riley swung over his shoulder. The rogue traveled light and efficient, ready to pack up and move at a word. Everything was disposable. Clothes, vehicles, places to stay. In fact, the only thing I knew he kept with him at all times was that dusty leather jacket. "All right," he muttered, staring through the peephole in the front door as we crowded behind him. At my side, Garret pressed close, making my heart skip. I could feel his presence, burning across my skin, even as I tried to focus. "I don't see anything out there," Riley went on, his gaze scanning one end of the street to the other. "Looks like we're still in the clear." "Don't be fooled," Garret murmured. "If St. George is out there, watching us, you won't be able to see them." Riley snorted without turning around. "Well, we certainly can't sit here until they kick down the door," he growled, and turned the knob. Blood-red sunlight spilled through the crack as he pulled the door open, and dying sun shone directly into my eyes, making me squint. For a moment, he didn't move from the frame, casting one final look around the empty street. Shielding my eyes, I peered past his shoulder, searching for anything out of place. The yards and streets were empty. No suspiciously parked cars, no electricians or painters pretending to be working nearby. Everything seemed perfectly normal. The van sat inconspicuously at the edge of the driveway, but it seemed an impossible distance away. "Okay," Riley went on, pulling the door back and stepping into the open. "All clear. So far, so—" A muffled crack rang out from nowhere, making my heart jump to my throat. A sharp hiss followed the gunshot, and the van jerked, then sagged to one side, its back tires deflated in an instant. "Shit!" Riley lunged back inside and slammed the door, as the rest of us backed hastily away. "Damn it, they're already here." Another crack rang out, and the front window shattered with a ringing cacophony, sending glass raining to the ground. I yelped, covering my face as splinters flew everywhere, and Garret grabbed my wrist, dragging me away from the glass. "Stay back from the windows," he ordered, pushing me against the wall beside the window frame. I grunted at the impact and scowled at him, but he wasn't looking at me. His gaze, narrowed and grim, was on the rows of houses beyond the broken glass. "Snipers," he breathed, as Riley pressed himself to the other side of the frame, his lips curled in a silent snarl. "They found us."
"Brilliant," Wes spat from behind the couch. "Snipers, that's bloody fabulous. I am so glad we risked life and limb to rescue you, St. George." He glared daggers at Garret, as if wishing the next bullet would make the soldier's head explode. "I don't suppose giving you back will make them leave us alone." "Over my dead body," I snarled at Wes, my stomach clenching violently at the thought. "Try it, and I'll throw you through that window." "It wouldn't matter anyway," Garret replied in a serious voice, as if Wes's suggestion was actually legitimate. He looked down at me, his expression pained. "I would surrender to them," he said, "if I thought the order would spare you, but they're here for all of us, and they won't bargain with dragons." "I'm sorry, Ember." I glared back at him. "I wouldn't let you go anyway, so you can stop being so damned fatalistic. No one is giving anyone up. We're getting out of here together, or not at all." He blinked, a raw, almost vulnerable look passing through his eyes, and we stared at each other a moment. Outside, it was eerily silent. The sunlight slanting through the broken window caught on shards of glass and glittered red, like drops of blood. Riley's low, frustrated growl broke the silence. "Damn it, where are they?" he muttered, peeking cautiously around the frame, careful to keep his head back. "Why don't they just charge in and shoot us already?" "This isn't the full strike force." Garret stared out the window, his expression grave. "Not yet. When the survey team followed Wes back, they had to alert headquarters to let them know they found the targets. They have the sniper guarding the house just to pin us down.
Make sure we don't leave until the assault team arrives. Wes swore again, peering around the sofa.
Right then, if that's the case, I vote we not stand here and let them pick us off. And since the van is now shot to hell, who's up for sneaking out the back door?
No, Garret shook his head. That would be a bad idea. The sniper will be positioned in a spot where he has a full view of the neighborhood. If we try to leave, he'll just as easily pick us off from where he is now. It's not worth the risk.
Riley snorted. You've got it all figured out, don't you, St. George?
Garret's voice was flat. It's what I would do.
Oh, that's right. You've done this before, haven't you? Shot kids in the back while they were running away.
Guys, I said in exasperation, glaring at Riley. This isn't helping. Focus, please. Garret. I glanced at the soldier, touching his arm. You know St. George. You know how they think. What can we do? Garret nodded, looking thoughtful. We'll need to neutralize the threat first, he replied, slipping into soldier mode, logical and calculating. Find out where the shooter is. Sneak around and take him out before the rest of the team arrives.
Oh, is that all?
Riley frowned, gesturing to the broken window.
And how are we supposed to find where this shooter is without taking a hole to the head? I don't feel like playing whack-a-mole with a trained sniper right now.
Garret edged close to the window, keeping his back pressed to the wall. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if preparing himself. Then, before I could stop him, he straightened and peered through the frame, leaving his whole head exposed. Almost immediately, a shot rang out, slamming into the sill and tearing away chunks of wood in an explosion of splinters as he ducked back. I flinched, pressing close to Garret with my heart thudding against my ribs. But he wasn't even breathing hard. "Geez, Garret!" My voice sounded shaky, unlike the soldier beside me. He straightened, looking perfectly calm, like getting shot at by snipers was routine. I scowled and smacked his arm. "Are you crazy?" I demanded. "You want to get your head exploded? Don't do that again. We'll find the shooter another way." "One block down," he murmured, making me frown with confusion. His eyes were closed, brow furrowed, as if recalling an image from memory. "Across the street on the corner. There's a 2-story house with an attic window. Foreclosed, I think. The shots are coming from that direction." I stared at him in amazement. "You got all that just now?" "Partly." He peered out the window, keeping his back against the wall and his head inside this time. "But I observed the area when we first arrived. Made note of all the places we might be attacked, where someone could set up an ambush. The house on the corner would be Tristan's ideal." He stopped, his jaw tightening. "It makes the most tactical sense," he finished stiffly. "Okay," I said. I wished I could peek out the window, see the house for myself, but I also didn't want to risk a bullet between the eyes. I didn't know if I'd be fast enough, especially now that the shooter knew where we were, and maybe had his crosshairs trained right at me. "So we know where the sniper is. What now?" Garret drew away from the window, face grim. "Wait here," he said. "Stay inside. I'll try to get close enough to take him out." "What? You're not doing this alone?" He ignored me as he sidled past, keeping close to the walls, and I grabbed the back of his shirt. "What if there's more than one?" I insisted as he turned in my grasp, his face stony. "What if he has a partner and you get hurt or shot? There'll be no one around to help. You need someone watching your back at least."
"Firebrand,"
Riley warned in a no-way-in-hell voice, and I turned to glare at him too. "What?" I demanded, still keeping a tight hold of Garret's shirt. "I can do this. I've been trained to do this. Lilith taught me herself. Or did you forget that I was supposed to be a Talon assassin?" He took a breath to argue, and I raised my chin. "I seem to remember sneaking into a heavily armed St. George base a few nights ago, and doing just fine."
"Until you got shot."
Riley made as if to stalk forward, then jerked back, away from the window. His eyes glowed angrily as they met mine.
"This isn't a normal bullet, Firebrand," he said. "This isn't something you can recover from. You get hit in the head with a sniper round, You don't have a head anymore.
I won't get shot.
You can't know that.
Ember. A strong hand closed over mine, gently prying me loose. I turned back to meet Garret's steely eyes, gazing down at me. His face was expressionless, and for a moment, I didn't know if he would tell me to stay behind or not. Which was too bad, because I was coming with him whether he liked it or not. But then he gave a small sigh and released my hand, his gaze flicking out the window.
We'll have to move fast, he said, scanning the street like he was planning the best route to the sniper perch. Stay low. Keep your head down and don't stop moving. A moving target is much harder to hit. We'll have to circle around, and we'll stay in cover as much as we can, but don't panic if you're shot at, and don't freeze, no matter what. The sniper will likely have a partner guarding his back, too, so we'll probably have to deal with more than one. Do you have a weapon? I shook my head, ignoring the fear spreading through my insides, making my stomach curl. I won't need one. Behind me, Riley made an impatient sound and reached for something at his back. Damn it, Ember, he growled. Yes, you will. Here.
He tossed the pistol at me, and my heart lurched as I caught it.
Just don't get yourself killed, all right?
His eyes stabbed at me, and I couldn't tell if he was furious, worried, or absolutely terrified, before they shifted to Garret.
We're running out of time, he said, his voice clipped and matter-of-fact. What do you need on our end, St. George?
We'll never make it to the house if the sniper sees us coming, Garret replied calmly.
Can you cause a distraction? Something that will take the shooter's focus off the surrounding area for a few seconds?
Yeah, Riley nodded and raked a hand through his hair.
Yeah, I can do that. Wes,
he glanced at the human, still huddled behind the couch.
Get ready to move. You're in charge of finding us another car, now that the van's been shot to hell.
There was a muffled curse behind the sofa, and Riley turned back to us.
Get going. I'll make sure their attention is elsewhere.
What are you going to do? I asked.
Oh, you'll know it when you see it.
Right. I took a breath and glanced at the soldier beside me. Okay, I whispered, resolved for what I had to do. Ready if you are.
Ember.
Riley's voice was almost strangled. I looked back to find those piercing gold eyes on me, his expression tormented.
Don't get hurt, Firebrand,
he said in a low voice, meant only for the two of us.
I don't think I could take it this time. Come back alive, okay?
A lump caught in my throat, and I nodded. Garret brushed my arm, indicating for me to follow. With one last look at Riley, I turned away, trailing the soldier through the living room and out the back door, stepping into a dusty, weed-strewn yard. We sidled around the house, keeping our backs to the wall, until we came to the corner and the edge of the driveway. Garret peeked around the wall, his gaze scanning the open street and the rows of houses across from us. I braced myself against him to peek over his shoulder, feeling the tension lining his back. When do we move? I whispered, thinking that the distance from one side of the road to the other had never looked so far.
We have to wait for the distraction, Garret replied, easing back. Right now, we're right in the shooter's line of sight. We have to get across the road and behind the houses without being seen.
I swallowed. I wonder what Riley's going to... There was a roar, a sudden inrush of air, and a window above us exploded into shards of heat and flames. Glass and splinters of burning wood showered us, making me flinch and press against the wall as a massive firestorm erupted inside the house, as Riley launched his distraction in the most dragony way possible. Garret tapped my leg.
Now.
Garret. I darted from the house and sprinted across the road as quickly as I could, Ember close at my heels. I knew we were exposed. Even with the rogue's distraction, there was a chance the sniper would see us. But it seemed the sudden firestorm was enough of a disruption. We reached the other side without any shots fired and ducked behind another house. The building we'd left had quickly become an inferno, tongues of fire snapping from the windows and roof as dragon fire burned hotter and fiercer than normal fire. It hadn't gone unnoticed by the rest of the neighborhood either. Cries of alarm were beginning to echo through the street as civilians spilled from their own homes onto the pavement, gaping at the fire. A crowd formed rapidly in front of the burning house, talking to each other or speaking frantically into their phones. Some were even taking pictures. The police would arrive soon with the fire department, and they'd likely shut down the whole block. We didn't have much time. "This way," I told Ember, and we crept swiftly up the street, weaving between fences and ducking behind cover when we could, moving toward the house on the corner. Ember stayed with me, never hesitating or slowing down, following my lead without fail. No more shots were fired on the house. There were far too many people out front now, watching the building burn. St. George wouldn't risk firing into the crowd and hitting a civilian, but we didn't want the soldiers following us either, or alerting the rest of their squad to where we'd gone. The threat had to be nullified before we could escape, which meant I would have to fight St. George face to face. For a moment, crouched with Ember behind a parked car in a driveway, preparing for the next dash to cover, I felt a stab of guilt. What was I doing? These were my former brothers, men I'd fought beside just a few short weeks ago. What if the sniper was someone I knew? What if I got up there and it was Tristan facing me on the other side? And if it was my former partner staring at me down the sight of his gun, could he make himself pull the trigger? Could I? We approached the last house, slipping through a rotting privacy fence and across an overgrown yard, moving swiftly for the door. There was no time for regret. I had made my choice. Past friendships, memories, the camaraderie I'd always been a part of, none of that mattered. The order would kill me and my companions if I didn't do something now. We reached the back entrance, a simple wooden door that was probably locked from the inside. There was no time to pick the lock, no time for a quiet entrance. I drove my foot into the door, aiming for the weak spot right beside the handle, and it flew open with a crash. The interior of the house was dark and empty, littered with trash and cobwebs. The windows were boarded up, and the air was musty and stale. A flight of wooden steps sat against the wall on our left, leading to the second floor. No St. George soldiers in sight, but they would likely be upstairs. I jerked my head at Ember and started up the staircase, muzzle of the gun leading the way. The steps opened into a small corridor, with 2 bedrooms sitting across from each other, their doors partially open to show empty, gutted floors and walls. A flight of wooden attic stairs had been pulled down and sat open in the middle of the hall. As I started toward it, gun drawn, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye gave me just enough time to react. As a soldier stepped out of the adjacent bedroom with his gun raised, I spun and struck his wrist, making him drop the weapon. Immediately he lunged, grabbed my weapon arm, and slammed me into the opposite wall. He was bigger than me, stocky and broad-shouldered, with a shaved head and small black eyes. I recognized his face, though I didn't recall his name. A scar twisted one side of his lip down as he snarled and smashed my wrist into the frame behind me. Pain shot through my hand, and the pistol clattered to the floor. "Fucking dragon lover," he growled, and threw a hard right hook at my temple, thankfully letting go of my wrist. I managed to block, ducking and getting my arm up, though the blow still rocked my head to the side. I lashed out with my other fist, throwing a body shot below his unprotected ribs. He grunted and slammed me back, cracking my head against the plaster, then smashed a fist at my face. I threw out my arm, deflecting the blow to the side, and spun with the motion, using the momentum to smash him into the wall. He whirled with a back elbow at my face. I shifted, letting it graze my cheek, then drove my foot into the side of his knee. There was a pop, and his leg crumpled beneath him. As he hit the floor with a howl of pain, I snaked one arm around his throat and braced the back of his neck with the other. He thrashed, beating at my arms, trying to loosen the grip on his neck, but I set my jaw and didn't move, counting down the seconds. At 8.5, with no blood carrying oxygen to his brain, he shuddered and went limp in my arms. I held him there a few seconds longer before I relaxed and let the body slump to the floor. One soldier down. but his partner, probably the sniper himself, had to be close. A shot rang out in front of me. I jerked, tensing to attack, then froze. Ember, wide-eyed and pale, stood at the top of the steps. A smoking pistol pointed at the ceiling behind me. Heart in my throat, I turned as a body dropped from the attic stairs and hit the floor with a thud. A small hole pierced his forehead, right above his eyes, a near-perfect headshot. Blood trickled down his face, over the bridge of his nose toward his mouth, open in surprise. One limp hand clutched his sidearm, gloved fingers still curled around the trigger. Ember gave a tiny gasp and lowered her weapon. I saw him through the hole, she whispered, sounding dazed. Her arm trembled as she gestured weakly at the attic steps. He had his gun out, pointed at your back. I didn't know what else to do. She was shaking, eyes glassy as she stared at the body on the floor, as if waiting for it to move. When it didn't, she looked up at me, almost pleading. Did I? Is he? I blew out a long breath, closing my eyes. He's dead. Painfully, I bent to retrieve my weapon, reluctant to glance at the fallen soldier in case it was someone I knew. Rising, I checked the firearm out of habit, feeling aches from new bruises start to bloom along my body. My head throbbed, and my neck and back were sore from where I was slammed against the wall. But I was still alive. Finally, inevitably, my gaze strayed to the body crumpled at the bottom of the steps, the sniper who had been firing on us from the attic window. For a split second I tensed, wondering if I would see a familiar face with short dark hair, glazed blue eyes now staring at nothing. But the body at the foot of the steps was older than Tristan, unfamiliar to me. Through the aching guilt of what I'd just done, I felt a tiny prick of relief. I was truly the enemy of St. George now. I'd fought beside our ancient foes and had struck down my former brothers in arms. But, at least for today, I wouldn't have to face the person I dreaded fighting more than anyone else. I hoped it would never come to that. Ember was still standing at the top of the stairs, gazing down at the fallen soldier. Her skin was ashen, her bright hair a shocking contrast to her face. I killed him, she whispered, her voice choked and horrified. He's really dead. I didn't mean to. Ember. I took a step toward her, and she flinched away, wide-eyed and trembling. Sympathy curled my stomach. I remembered my first kill several years back, though it felt like a lifetime ago. It had been a dragon, and though I'd received nothing but praise and admiration from my brothers, I'd never forgotten the way it had stared at me as it lay there in the grass. I remembered its gaze, confused and terrified, before its eyes glazed over and it passed into death. I'd never spoken of it, but the nightmares from that day had haunted me for weeks afterward. I knew what Ember was feeling right now, and I wished I had the words to comfort her, or the time. Sadly, we had neither. Come on, I said, starting toward the stairs. Hurry before the authorities arrive. We can't be caught here. She blinked as I brushed past her, then followed me down the steps. What about the body? She asked, stumbling over the word. The police will find it. There'll be a murder investigation at the very least. If anyone saw us enter the house, they'll be looking for us too. Not likely. She frowned at my brusqueness. How can you know that? Because St. George has ways of covering this up, I explained as we left the house, easing around the faded walls. That soldier you killed, I went on, gesturing back to the empty building. He's a ghost. We all are. We have no background, no past, no family except the order. We don't register in any system. When we die, we vanish, as if we never existed. Oh, Ember mused, though she didn't sound reassured. That's kind of sad. All that fighting and no one even remembers you when you're gone. I didn't have an answer for that, so I stayed quiet. We slipped through the fence and huddled on the corner of the street, keeping a wary eye on the crowd surrounding the burning house. The roof was fully engulfed, clouds of black smoke billowing into the evening sky. I hoped Wes and the rogue dragon had been able to get out safely, and that they had come up with a getaway plan. Sirens wailed in the distance. I tensed and Ember froze, gazing down the street. The authorities were on their way. I glanced at the burning house, debating whether to search for our companions or to vacate the area and hope they caught up. A sleek black SUV suddenly rounded a corner, barreled across the road, and squealed to a stop in front of us. The driver's window buzzed down and Riley glared out at us, jerking his head at the back.
Get in,
he barked as the sirens grew louder.
Let's go!
Yanking open the back door, I ducked into a black leather interior, the smell of new car surrounding me. Ember followed and slammed the door behind her, and the tires screeched as Riley stepped on the gas and roared away, leaving chaos in our wake.
Cobalt. 12 years ago. Nearly there. I pressed back against the office wall, holding my breath, as a pair of soldiers swept down the hallway just outside the door, their boots thumping in unison. They marched around a corner and out of sight, and I exhaled slowly in relief. Getting into this place had been a huge pain in the ass, with more close calls than I was comfortable with. It had taken all my considerable skills to make it this far unnoticed, and I still had to get out again once I was done. But one problem at a time. A large wooden desk sat against the far wall, a computer perched atop the surface. Pressing into a corner, I hit a number on my phone and held it to my ear. One ring, and someone picked up. "I'm in," I whispered. Slipping around the desk, I jiggled the screen to life and pulled the human's thumb drive out of my pocket. "Inserting the program now," I said, and stuck the drive into the side of the computer. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, a bar flashed across the top of the screen, the tiny white numbers above the strip at 0%. As I watched, it flicked to 1%, then 2%, as the numbers started inching upward, very, very slowly. "Oh, don't rush or anything," I thought, peering around the desk at the open door. "No life-threatening situation here. Just me, a dragon sitting in the middle of St. George. Please take your time." Footsteps echoed down the hall, coming gradually closer. I winced and ducked beneath the desk, shoving myself into a corner as voices drifted into the room, talking of meetings and drills and other boring things. Two humans passed by the door and continued down the hallway without slowing. I waited until they were truly gone before popping out and glaring at the bar on the screen. 86%. Damn it. How long did hacking a file take? Fighting back my impatience, I waited, drumming my fingers on the floor, until the strip had completely filled and the numbers finally hit 100%. I yanked it out and stuffed the drive into my pocket, then rose, relief and a strangely grim sensation stealing over me. One thing down. But I wasn't done yet. The backpack felt heavy against my shoulders, reminding me of what came next. I slipped out of the room and made my way through the building, on high alert for guards, until I found the stairs. According to the chief basilisk, my final objective was below me, on the very last floor. The hallways were dark as I crept across the tile, though a light glowed near the end of one of the corridors, the murmur of human voices drifting through an open door frame. Thankfully, I didn't have to go far. My objective sat behind an inconspicuous white door at the end of a lonely hall, unguarded and exposed. The door was locked, but my skills got it open fairly quickly, and I eased inside. A cold blast of air hit my skin, and my breath billowed in front of me as I gazed warily around. The room was windowless, stark, and almost freezing. The walls were bare, the floor empty except for 3 metal towers in the center of the tile, blinking with dozens of green and blue lights. As server rooms went, It was pretty small, unlike the vast rooms with dozens of computer towers lining the floor that I had seen in other buildings. These servers would provide only enough information for this one isolated compound. I wondered why Talon was so keen on blowing it up. Still, I had my mission, and it wasn't my job to ask questions. The sooner I was done here, the sooner I could leave. Shrugging out of my backpack, I knelt and carefully eased the padded black case out, then clicked it open. The incendiary device sat within, and my heart pounded as I stared at it. The new toy I was supposed to try out was a bomb, and not just any bomb. This one was much more powerful than a normal explosive, my trainer had said. A combination of science, magic, and dragonfire, packed into this small, deadly package. Dragonfire was not like normal fire. It burned hotter, fiercer, and was capable of melting steel and turning flesh to ashes in minutes. It had the tendency to cling to whatever it touched, consuming any material until it was completely gone. Even now, with all the technology and tools and firearms dragons had adapted over the centuries, our breath remained our most lethal weapon. It was the main reason St. George feared us in battle. If this thing worked the way Talon expected, it would not only destroy this room and pulverize the servers, it would spread caustic, roaring dragon fire through the whole floor, blowing out walls, weakening supports, and bringing the whole building down on top of it. And of course, anyone caught in the blast would be nothing but a smoking, blackened skeleton when they were found, an image that made my gut clench. More killing, more deaths. But at least this target was a heavily armed St. George chapter house, filled with active soldiers dedicated to making my race extinct. They understood their part in this war. They knew exactly who they were fighting. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Cobalt. Let's get this over with. As smoothly as I could, I placed the bomb on the tile floor and slid it beneath one of the towers. It glimmered dully in the shadows, silent and deadly, and for a moment I hesitated, staring at the device. Press a button. That was all I had to do. Press a button and get out. The most dangerous mission of my life was nearly done. I was almost home free. I shook myself, then reached down and firmly pressed the small red button on the side of the case. There was a faint click, and glowing numbers flashed across the tiny black screen on top. They blinked for a moment, then began counting down. 15 minutes. 14 minutes, 59 seconds. 14 minutes, 58 seconds. Swiftly, I rose, my steps heavy as I headed toward the door. 15 minutes. 15 minutes before this place exploded in a hellish firestorm and turned everyone inside to ashes. These are soldiers, I reminded myself again as my hand closed on the knob. They've accepted the risks. For every one of them you kill, more dragon lives will be saved. This is for the good of us all. So why did I feel like I might puke if I thought too hard about it? I opened the door, stepped out of the room, and came face to face with a girl. I froze. The human looked up at me, green eyes appraising in a round, pale face. She wore a simple yellow dress, and curls of white blonde hair tumbled down her shoulders. She seemed completely unafraid, and for a split second, we stared at one another. Then the girl blinked her somber green eyes. "You're not supposed to be in there," she said softly. Instinctively, my muscles tensed, ready to spring forward, cover the human's mouth, and yank her back into the room. I knew I couldn't let her run away and alert the rest of the base to my presence. But as she gazed up at me, bold yet curious, I faltered. She was a kid, no more than 6 or 7 in human years. Not a soldier, not even an adult. If I grabbed her now, I'd probably have to kill her. The girl cocked her head as I struggled with my decision. "What are you doing?" she whispered, her voice furtive, as if she was in on the conspiracy. "Are you hiding from someone?" Yeah." I had no idea what the hell I would even say to her after that. If the kid screamed, my chances of survival were basically zero. But the thought of killing her, feeling her small neck snap under my fingers, made my insides curl. Even though I knew she would grow up to hate my kind and want us extinct, because she was part of St. George, and that's what they did. Took people as normal and innocent as this girl, and turned them into dragon-hating zealots. The little human blinked again. "Why?" she asked, still keeping her voice soft. "Who's looking for you? Are you in trouble?" "Oh, definitely." "No," I whispered, giving her what I hoped was a careless grin and shrug. "I'm, playing hide-and-seek with some of the soldiers." Even as I said it, I winced inside at how stupid that sounded. But I couldn't stop now. "It's, a new exercise," I went on as she frowned. "They have to find me before time runs out or I win. But if I'm caught, I have to wash everyone's dishes for a month." The girl's frown deepened, bordering on outrage. "That's not fair," she whispered indignantly. "There's a lot of them and only one of you. Not fair." She put her hands on her hips, and I shrugged again, giving her a "what can you do" look. Her nose wrinkled, lips pursing in annoyance. "Do they have to wash dishes if you win?" No," I said, wondering how I had been drawn into this crazy conversation and how I could leave it without being discovered. "Why not?" "Because, Madison?" A new voice drifted from another hallway, and I cringed. This was it. I was going to be caught because I'd been stupid and soft-hearted and hadn't silenced this kid when I had the chance. But the girl turned her head, eyes widening, then glanced back at me. "You better go," she whispered, "before they see you." I stared at her, stunned, and she made shooing motions as she backed away. "Go," she whispered again. "Hurry up and hide. I won't tell anyone where you are, I promise." "Madison?" The voice sounded annoyed and closer. The girl grinned and, before I could do or say anything, turned and scurried off, vanishing around a corner as quickly as she had appeared. Just like that, I was alone. "There you are," said the man's voice, as I pressed against the doorframe, listening with a kind of numb anticipation. "I thought I might find you down here. What do I keep telling you about wandering off? Who were you talking to?" "Nobody," Madison drawled, way too sweetly, I thought. "I wanted to see if Peter was down here. He promised he'd show me the server room if I was good." My heart pounded, but the man, whoever he was, simply grunted. "You and your computer fascination. Well, come on. I have to finish one last report and then we'll go get breakfast." And their footsteps faded down the hall in the opposite direction. A door slammed shut, and silence fell once more. I let out a breath in a rush and collapsed against the wall. Way too close, Cobalt. Still a lucky SOB. Now get out of here before that bomb goes off. Shit. The bomb. I started to move, to hurry back into the shadows and make a beeline for the gate as quietly as I could, hoping to somehow avoid both the soldiers and the deadly explosion minutes from going off. Then, I hesitated. In the middle of a St. George chapter house, surrounded by enemies who would kill me on sight, with my seconds rapidly ticking away, I hesitated, unable to make myself take another step. If I left now, if I finished the mission and walked away, everyone on this floor would die. Including that kid. Madison, the girl I'd met for only a couple minutes, would die. She was human. She was part of St. George, but she wasn't a soldier. Without even knowing it, she had saved my life. I raked my hands through my hair. So, what are you going to do, Cobalt? Not complete the mission? Go back to Talon and admit you failed? You know they won't accept that. No, they wouldn't. So that left me with exactly 3 options. Return to Talon having failed the mission. Accept their punishment, whatever it was, knowing they would never trust me again, knowing they would consider me tainted and incompetent, and somehow corrupted. Talon had little use for dragons who failed. My future with the organization was assured only if I continued to be valuable. It was career suicide, but I could kill the bomb, return to Talon, and face the consequences of my decision, whatever they might be. Or I could finish what I came here to do. Leave the bomb and get out, knowing more people would die, knowing that kid would burn to death like everyone around her because she had let me go. And I might never sleep again without seeing her face, staring up at me from my dreams. Then, of course, there was the final option. My chest felt tight, my stomach twisting into painful knots. Everything, it seemed, had come down to this moment. Run or stay. Continue with the organization or take my chances on my own. Hunted. Hated. A traitor to my own kind. A rogue. My hands shook, and fear spread through me as I realized the truth. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't go back to the organization knowing some little kid had died. No, that I'd killed her, and Talon wouldn't think twice about it. Why should they? She was only human, and human lives meant nothing to dragons. If a few mortals died so that our race was preserved, then the sacrifice was worth it. But they never had to see the faces of those they destroyed. The sacrifices they spoke of, the consequences of our war, never touched their desks. They had me. I was doing their dirty work for them. No. No more. That ended right now. Numbly, I went back into the server room and walked to the place the bomb sat, tiny and ominous, red numbers ticking down. Looking down at it, everything inside me went cold. 2 minutes 33 seconds. 2 minutes 32 seconds. 2 minutes 31 seconds. 2 minutes? What the hell? Even after the conversation with Madison, there was no way that much time had elapsed. Though the reason for it was immediately clear. The timer was moving twice as fast as a normal clock, eating away the seconds at a frightening speed. Even as I stared, they seemed to go faster, until the seconds were nothing but a red blur against the screen. My head spun with the implications. I'd never make it out in time. If I hadn't come back, I would have died with the humans when the building went down. Horror flooded me. Dropping to my knees, I pulled out my wire cutters and stared at the tangle of wires surrounding the bomb. Red, blue, and yellow. My hands shook, and I clamped down on my resolve. If I chose wrong, none of this would matter, except my death would arrive a few seconds earlier than planned. I clenched my other fist. Without thinking too much about it, I jammed the blades around one of the red wires and before I could second-guess myself, snapped them shut, severing the line. The device gave an ominous beep, then stopped. Nothing exploded in a blinding cloud of dragonfire, and my heart started beating again. Dropping the snips, I ran my hands down my face, everything inside me twisting into knots as the realization of what I'd done, what they had done, hit me full force. Maybe the bomb had malfunctioned. Maybe there had been a glitch to make the countdown accelerate like that. But I knew better than to think this had been accidental. Talon had never intended for me to come back. In a daze, I rose from the tile floor and stumbled toward the exit. Fear clawed at me, dark and crippling. Talon was my whole life, My entire existence had been spent serving the organization. I knew what would happen once they figured out I hadn't died like I was supposed to. I was fully aware of what they did to those who went rogue. But there was no turning back. This had been coming for a while now. I knew it, my trainer knew it, and Talon had known it too. My days of spy missions, sabotage, and blowing up buildings full of innocent humans were over. That's it. I remembered Madison's face, the way she'd smiled up at me, and my resolve grew. No more. Do you hear that, Chief? I'm done. This is Agent Cobalt, checking out for the last time. Crossing the room, I opened the door and melted into the shadows. I still had to get free of St. George, but even if I escaped, the organization would have accomplished at least one thing. A Talon operative had died in this building tonight. As of this moment, Agent Cobalt no longer existed.
Ember. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I couldn't stop them. My heart was racing, and my nerves felt charged with electricity. My trembling fingers were still curled around the smooth handle of the gun in my lap. The gun I'd used to shoot someone. My stomach heaved, and I closed my eyes, but it didn't help. I could still see him, the slack face and the sightless, staring eyes, the bullet hole in his skull, oozing blood. I didn't even remember pulling the trigger. The moment I'd seen him through the attic opening, aiming his gun at Garret, I'd reacted, without thinking, just as I had in the St. George compound, quick and lethal, almost instinctive. Now, because of me, a man was dead. I'd become a killer, an assassin, just like Talon wanted. Lilith would have been proud. "Where are we going?" Garret's voice echoed beside me, calm and composed. He didn't sound remotely anxious or freaked out, as if being targeted by snipers, breaking into a house, and taking out 2 fully armed soldiers was a perfectly normal day for him. Business as usual. For a moment, I resented his perfect composure. I'd just killed a man, one of his former brothers in arms. You would think he'd be slightly upset by that. "Downtown," Riley answered without looking back. He sat in the front seat, both hands on the wheel, and drove like he rode a motorcycle, fast and with purpose. Beside him, Wes hunched over his laptop, not looking up when Riley took a corner without slowing down, making the wheels screech. "Near the Strip. I have a friend there who can hide us." "And the vehicle?" Garret looked out the back window, maybe searching for flashing lights. "I assume the original owner isn't going to be happy about us hot-wiring his car." Wes snickered. "Hot-wire a car?" he scoffed. "Please, is that how you do things, St. George? How very primitive." He tapped 2 fingers against his skull. "Modern cars these days have lovely computerized brains that you can turn on with a phone. Makes them fairly easy to hack into, if you know what you're doing." Great, I thought, crossing my arms. The gun dropped onto the seat beside me. I didn't want to look at it, much less touch it anymore. So now we're murderers and car thieves. A soft click made me look up. Garret had reached over and taken the pistol from where it lay between us, then smoothly flicked on the safety. He turned the weapon around and offered it to me again, his gray eyes solemn as they met mine. "You had no choice," he said, holding my gaze. "Those soldiers would have killed us both if they could. There was no other option. You did what you had to do." The lump in my throat got bigger, and I eyed the weapon like it was a giant, venomous spider. But I made myself reach out and take it back, closing my fingers around the now warm metal. "I know," I whispered, setting the gun carefully on my leg. "But that doesn't make it all right." I shot a wary glance at the front, where Riley and Wes were talking in low voices. Wes was pointing to a map on the laptop screen, where a glowing blue dot approached an intersection. Riley swore, gunned the engine, and ran an aging yellow light. Neither seemed to be listening to what was happening in the back seat, but I lowered my voice anyway. "I don't want to be like them," I murmured. "Either of them, Talon or St. George. If I start killing without a thought, if it becomes instinct, why did I leave Talon at all? What makes me any different than the viper they wanted me to become?" The blare of a siren made us jerk up. A cop car passed us, going in the opposite direction, lights flashing blue and red, speeding toward the distant column of black smoke curling into the sky. The soldier leaned back, gazing out the window, and didn't answer my question. The sun had set over the distant mountains, leaving only a fading orange splash on the horizon. When we reached the inner city, or the Strip, as Riley called it, my misery was temporarily forgotten as I pressed my nose against the car window, gaping at the wonders looming overhead. I'd never seen so many cars, lights, people. The streets practically glowed. Hotels, casinos, massive signs, monuments, all blazing with neon luminance against the darkening sky. An enormous cartoon cowboy waved to us as we drove past, and a miniature sultan's castle boasted a colorful rainbow of lights across its domed roof. I caught a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower, shimmering gold against the night, rising above the streets like a beacon. Not the Eiffel Tower, I realized. As far as I knew, the real one was still in Paris, so this was obviously a replica, but it was still huge and impressive, and blazing with light, like everything around us. "Close your mouth, firebrand," Riley remarked, with a smirk in his voice, as we cruised down the street, passing buildings and people and an endless string of cars. "You're fogging up the windows." I tore my gaze from the massive buildings surrounding us, sliding back into my seat. "Are we going to stop soon?" I asked, hoping the answer was yes. Riley snorted. "Not here," he said, and all traces of amusement fled. He shot a grim look out the window at the glittering structures lining the roads. "Definitely not on the Strip. Vegas is a huge cash flow for the organization. They have their claws in basically every vice you can imagine. Gambling, drugs, strip clubs, you name it." Riley pulled a disgusted face, curling a lip. "Thankfully, there aren't many actual dragons in Vegas. Just one, really. But he's a temperamental bastard who makes even Talon nervous, and he owns nearly all the hotels and casinos on the Strip. We step out into the wrong building, we might as well be walking around with glowing signs above our heads." "Then why are we here?" Garret asked, voicing my own question. "If this city is so heavily influenced by Talon, why are we risking exposure by staying?" "Because I want to know what Talon is up to," Riley snapped, glaring back at him. "I want to know why my safe houses keep disappearing, and if Talon is doing anything shady. More shady than normal, anyway. I want to know how the Order knows about me, knows who I am, when they didn't have a clue in the past. If my entire network is in danger, I want to know why, and what I can do to stop it." He turned back, gripping the steering wheel, eyes narrowed and hard. "I have a contact here," he said at length. "One who keeps tabs on any movement between St. George and the organization for me. Nothing happens in Vegas without him finding out. If anyone knows what's going on, he will." We turned off the Strip, leaving the mega hotels and dazzling lights behind. Several minutes later, Riley pulled the car to the side of the road and killed the engine. "All right, let's go. The hotel we want is 2 blocks down, but we're ditching the car here. I'm sure it's been reported as stolen by now." He turned in his seat to look back at us and glanced at the pistol I still held. "Stash the guns," he ordered, and Garret immediately turned and pulled the duffel bag from the back seat. "Last thing we need is for someone to call the cops on us. Everyone keep your head down. We do this quick and quiet. Oh, and one more thing. Wes, you got them IDs, right?" The human mumbled something and held up 2 plastic cards, without taking his gaze from his computer. Riley snatched them from his fingers and held them out to us. "Cover identities for the hotel," he explained as I took my driver's license and peered at it curiously. My face smirked back at me, familiar and baffling. I had no idea where he'd gotten the photograph. According to the license, my name was Emily Gates, and I was 21 years old. Curiosity and excitement flickered. What could I do with a fake ID in Vegas? I wondered. I could definitely think of a few things. Those should hold up to most background checks, Riley went on, as Garret slid his own license into a pocket, then continued stashing the guns. But we don't want to draw attention to ourselves, so no ordering from the bar or wandering the casino floor. Those IDs are just to get us past the door. Firebrand. Riley's gold eyes fixed on me, appraising. Are you listening to this? We are here to lie low. Understand? Shall I explain the meaning of the term? I wrinkled my nose at him. I know what it means, smartass. His lip quirked. Just keep that in mind, and try not to get distracted by the shiny. I rolled my eyes. Garret finished zipping up the bag, swung it to his shoulder, and opened the door. A dry breeze ruffled my hair as I stepped out onto the warm, crowded streets of Las Vegas. Riley took the lead, striding purposefully down the sidewalk, with Wes, Garret, and I trailing behind. And the rogue's warning was instantly forgotten. I couldn't stop staring at, well, everything, really. Crescent Beach had been a small, sleepy town with few highways and not many large buildings. Vegas was like another world. I'd never seen rows of buildings so high they were like canyon walls, or so many glowing lights that I couldn't see the sky through the haze, or an endless river of cars, red brake lights stretching on to the horizon. Unfortunately, navigating bustling sidewalks while trying to look at everything didn't really go well together. I kept bumping into passerbys, muttering apologies and getting annoyed looks in return. On your six, a voice muttered, as I slowed to gaze at a building across the street. Confused, I turned, and someone barely swerved around me with a muffled curse. Blinking, I looked up at Garret, who shot me a half-amused, half-exasperated look before going back to scanning the crowds. I offered a weak grin and fell into step beside him. On your six? I asked. Is that soldier talk for pay the hell attention to what you're doing? We are in enemy territory. Garret watched a pair of thuggish-looking guys approach, relaxing only slightly when they passed. Talon and St. George are both searching for us. They might have agents on the streets right now. A little situational awareness is probably prudent. Feeling chastised, I followed him, trying to stay close. Garret moved through the throngs like a fish through water, metallic gray eyes constantly scanning, watching. I remembered his discomfort with crowds in Crescent Beach, that hyper-alertness, as if a ninja could come leaping out at us from a potted plant. Back then, in the lazy little beach town, it had seemed odd. Now, I understood. That paranoia had probably saved his life more than once. Finally, Riley took us across a huge parking lot and through the doors of a smaller, though still impressive, building. Nero's Garden Hotel and Casino, the sign read as we approached the front. A pair of marble lions guarded the entrance, though I saw someone had drawn a tiny mustache below one lion's nose. Then the doors slid back, and we stepped into a brightly lit lobby with green tile, fake marble columns lining the room, and statues of half-naked Greek people in alcoves along the wall. A huge check-in desk ran the length of the back wall, and off to the side, through a fake marble arch, the casino floor buzzed, twinkled, chimed, and flashed like a sprawling neon circus. Well, here we are, Riley said with false grandeur, and offered a sarcastic grin as he gestured to the glittering casino. Welcome to Vegas.
Dante. From the air, the city looked like an island of stars in the center of a black void. "Can I get you anything before we land, sir?" the flight attendant asked, showing perfect white teeth as she smiled down at us. Or, more accurately, at me. At my side, Mr. Smith didn't look up from his phone, and across from us, Mr. Roth made a vague gesture with his hand, waving her away. I made a point of returning the smile as I shook my head. "No, thank you." "Of course, sir." The human regarded me through lowered lashes. "Please, let me know if you need anything." She wandered toward the back of the jet, where a second attendant glared at her with stony eyes. Mr. Roth chuckled. "Do you see your protégé, Mr. Smith?" the VP said, as my trainer put his phone away and looked up. "You'll have to keep a closer eye on him. If we're not careful, we'll have humans clawing each other's eyes out for his attention." I stayed quiet, not knowing if this was praise or a reprimand. Mr. Smith gave a small laugh that could have meant anything, but he didn't comment. I took a furtive breath and settled back in the plush leather seat, trying to calm my nerves. Normally, by this time, my trainer would be going over Talon rules and protocol, grilling me on etiquette, making sure I knew what I was doing. But he couldn't now. Or he wouldn't. Not in front of Mr. Roth. There were no other passengers on Talon's elite private jet. It was just the three of us. My trainer, one of Talon's senior VPs, and me. A 16-year-old hatchling who was keeping company with some of the most powerful dragons in the organization. A hatchling who just yesterday had been standing outside the door of an office in Los Angeles, waiting to be acknowledged. "I believe we found them, sir," I'd announced when Mr. Roth finally waved me into the room. I stepped through the frame, closing the door behind me. "We think they're in Vegas." The VP arched one slim, elegant eyebrow at me over his desk. "Vegas, you say?" he repeated. "That's unexpected. One of our biggest operations is in Vegas. That Cobalt would flee there is unusual." His gaze sharpened, brows drawing together. "How did you come to this conclusion, Mr. Hill?" I handed him the folder Mist had given me. Her report and the satellite pictures of the Order Chapter House sat inside. "We've been monitoring St. George ever since Ember and the Rogue broke into their Western Chapter House, sir," I said, as Mr. Roth flipped it open. "We believe St. George is looking for them as well, and recently we've seen a lot of Order activity in and around Las Vegas. They appear to be converging on the city. We think Ember and the Rogue are hiding somewhere close, maybe near the Strip." "I see." Mr. Roth closed the folder and laced his hands under his chin. "Rain's territory. Of course. They would have to make this complicated." My heart beat faster. Ember was in Las Vegas. I could feel it. Just a few hours' drive away. In the middle of a huge, dangerous city, with St. George closing in on all sides. "Sir," I began, "if Ember is in Vegas, I believe I should be the one to bring her back. If we can find her, I would like to go. She'll listen to me. I just need to talk to her. And if I can bring her back, Talon will know how valuable I am to the organization." "Of course, Mr. Hill." Roth glanced up at me and smiled. "Of course you are going to retrieve your sister. That was never a question. However, there are protocols that we must observe if we want the best chance of finding Miss Hill and Cobalt. Before we do anything in Las Vegas, there is someone we must speak to first. I'll arrange the meeting." Mr. Roth hadn't wasted any time. I'd been driven back to my apartment with orders to pack for a few days' trip, and this morning I'd been taken to a small airport, where Mr. Smith, Mr. Roth, and a private jet awaited me. Everything had happened so quickly. I hadn't had time to reflect or feel nervous until now. Crossing my legs, I leaned back, affecting a pose of professional nonchalance. This anxiety wasn't like me, but everything, it seemed, hinged on bringing Ember back. "Everyone is watching you, Dante," I reminded myself. "Talon is watching you even closer than they did in Crescent Beach. This is your chance to prove yourself, to start building a future in the organization, to do great things for Talon." You have to impress them. You have to do better than anyone expects. Sir, I ventured, making Mr. Roth glance up and raise an eyebrow at me. Our contact in Las Vegas, his name is Rain? That is correct, Mr. Roth replied. Is there anything I should know about him? I went on, careful to keep my tone deferent. Anything special I should be aware of before the meeting? Ah, yes, our good friend Rain. Roth smiled, though his tone was brittle. Only know that he is one of the oldest dragons in the organization, he said, making my stomach drop to my toes. He was around when the Elder Worm rose to power, so that should give you an idea of who you're dealing with. He is also very, shall we say, old-fashioned. He prefers things a certain way, and the Elder Worm allows him his small idiosyncrasies. He is crucial to the organization, as most of Talon's assets in Las Vegas come through his casinos, but Rain himself can be challenging to deal with. Mr. Roth gave me a scrutinizing look and leaned back in his seat. My advice to you, Mr. Hill? Be polite. Rain is loyal to the organization and will not risk the Elder Worm's wrath, but he is not fond of having other dragons in what he considers his territory. It is always good to be cautious when dealing with self-proclaimed kings. The jet landed at another private airport on the edge of town, and a limo stood waiting to drive us into the city. Once inside, I leaned back against the cold leather seat and crossed my legs, deliberately not looking out the tinted windows. I was resolved to appear as cool as possible, and not like a gawking, starstruck tourist who had never seen the glamour of Las Vegas. I nearly broke that resolve when the limo pulled up in front of the biggest hotel I'd ever seen in my life. It soared above us, blazing with millions of lights, so bright you could barely see the sky overhead. Inside, it was even more difficult not to gape at the enormous foyer, tiled in gold and black, ringed with silver-threaded onyx columns. A marble fountain in the center of the opulence. A retinue of well-dressed humans greeted us in the glittering foyer, with instructions that Mr. R. was waiting for us, and to please follow them. We did, trailing the escorts across a crowded casino full of flashing lights, bells, and, of course, people. The place was enormous. The gold tile we walked on reflected the millions of lights. And the whole casino had an air of fantasy and surrealism, where time didn't exist, and you could lose hours or even days without knowing it. Humans sat at tables with columns of colored chips, or fed bills into the rows of flashing machines that lined every aisle. Everything screamed wealth, riches, luxury, and for a moment I felt a glimmer of envy through the fascination. I wanted this. The humans led us to the elevator bay, escorted us into a box, and bowed as the doors slid shut. They did not, I noticed, press any buttons, and neither did Mr. Roth or Mr. Smith. But after a moment, the elevator shuddered and started to move. Down. It continued down for a long, long time. No one spoke, and I concentrated on remaining still and keeping the calm, serene expression on my face. When the elevator finally stopped and the doors opened, I saw a short cement corridor, a lone fluorescent light, and a single door at the end of the hall. I caught Mr. Smith's eye as we stepped out of the elevator. His gaze was a warning, cold and ominous. This was it, I realized, the moment where all my training, everything I'd learned about Talon and its inner circle, came together. It was either sink or swim, impress or disappoint. Through that door, my future with Talon hung in the balance. I met my trainer's stare and gave a short nod. I was ready. Today was the day I started making a name for myself. Mr. Smith watched me for a moment longer, then turned away, following Mr. Roth toward the end of the hall. We stepped through the door into a massive, dimly lit cavern, a huge, yawning chamber that soared up into the darkness, hiding the ceiling from view. The floor was cement, but the walls, as far as I could see, were of natural rock and stone. The air in the cave was unnaturally warm, surprising for being so far underground, and smelled faintly of smoke, though I couldn't see any fires. There were also no overhead lights, no fluorescent bulbs or lamps, or even candles. In fact, the only light came from a group of enormous flat screens near the back wall. Over 24 televisions, bolted to a network of steel frames, formed an immense, flickering semicircle of noise and images. Each huge screen showed something different: sports, world events, news stations in several different languages. A few of them appeared to be casino security, cycling through different areas of the hotel. More than one screen showed nothing but the Dow, tracking the rise and fall of stocks. Horses sped down a track, police sirens wailed, and an attractive Asian reporter babbled at me in Japanese. It was a chaotic flood of imagery, 100 different things happening all at once, so I didn't immediately notice what lay beneath the circle of screens. Then Mr. Smith put a warning hand on my shoulder, stopping me from advancing any farther into the room, and I dropped my gaze from the televisions. My mouth nearly fell open, and I bit my cheek to keep from gasping in shock. An enormous pile of gold lay sprawled on the floor beneath the screens, the light glimmering off the metallic surface. In the darkness and shadows, it was difficult to see how big it really was, but I guessed it was at least 40 feet long and 15 feet high. A virtual mountain of gold in the middle of the cavern. So this was why Rain was so touchy about other dragons being in his territory. He was sitting on a literal treasure hoard. Old-fashioned indeed. And then the mountain moved. The bottom dropped out of my stomach, and my mouth did fall open this time, as the entire hoard shifted, unfurled 2 colossal leathery wings, and sat up. A head rose on a long, snaking neck, and a tail uncurled to double its length, as an 80-foot golden dragon turned with a scraping of claws and scales and fixed us with a massive yellow eye. My legs were frozen. I couldn't move. I could only stare at the creature before me, torn between awe and utter panic. Besides my sister, I'd only ever seen one other of my kind in its real form, an adult who wasn't even half the size of this dragon. He had to be a worm, one of 3 dragons in the world who had passed the 1,000-year mark, who had survived so long that they were the size of buildings. Everyone in Talon knew of the Elder Worm, the oldest and most powerful of us all, but the identities and locations of the other 2 were a jealously guarded secret. Rain was ancient, a lesser god, gazing down at 3 tiny insects scurrying around his feet. I suddenly realized why Talon allowed him his idiosyncrasies, as Mr. Roth put it. Who would dare to tell him no? Well, the deep voice reverberated through the cavern like thunder, making the walls tremble. Here you are, then. Rain pulled himself to his full, impressive height, dwarfing everything in the cavern as he stretched, before sinking back and curling his tail around himself, his scales, like antique coins, glittering as he lowered his head to regard me with a blood-chilling smile. Welcome to my casino, he continued, giving me a clear, terrifying view of his fangs. I trust the accommodations are acceptable. He was talking to me, I realized, not my trainer or Mr. Roth, which struck me as very odd. Why would one of the most powerful dragons in Talon take the time to address me and not my superiors? Be polite, Mr. Roth had said. Always a good plan when staring down an 80-foot dragon who could swallow you in one bite. Yes, sir, I managed, grateful that my voice didn't shake. You've been more than accommodating. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice. Your hotel is very impressive. Rain sniffed, but he seemed pleased. I see they've trained you well, he rumbled, and raised his head to observe the other dragons, standing patiently to either side. Though I wouldn't have expected anything else. But I have little time for pleasantries. Let us talk business. His eyes glittered, and he folded his front claws before him like a cat, the curved talons lightly raking the floor. So, the other little hatchling has run away, he said, sounding amused and impatient at the same time. And now you think she is somewhere in my city. He snorted, sending a billow of smoke into the air. I find that highly unlikely. Nothing happens here without my knowledge. No one comes or goes unless I know about it. I have eyes in almost every casino, every hotel, on and off the strip. He angled a horn at the bank of screens surrounding him. If this girl has entered my territory, what makes you think she can hide from me? She's not alone, Rain. Mr. Roth's voice was cool as he stepped forward, though I noted he didn't stare directly at the other dragon, but kept his gaze off to the side. We believe she is with a former Basilisk operative who went rogue several years ago. He knows about you. He would know which hotels to avoid, and in which areas you might not have as large a presence. Rain's gold eyes narrowed dangerously, showing his obvious displeasure with the contradiction, though Mr. Roth did not relent. He'll know how to stay hidden and out of sight, even from you. Rain growled, not loudly, but I felt the vibrations through the cement. A rogue basilisk, the Dragon King mused, tapping his claws against the floor. I've heard of this upstart, Cobalt. His voice took on an annoyed edge. I suppose he is also the reason St. George has suddenly appeared in my city. Yes, we believe the Order is searching for them as well. Rain's nostrils flared. So why should I risk exposure when the Order is swarming around out there, thanks to your wayward agent? He asked. Helping you with your rogue problem could expose my operations to St. George. I've avoided the Order for a very, very long time. I intend to keep it that way. My stomach turned. Ember was close. I could feel it. We were in the same city, the same territory. I just had to reach her before St. George did, or before she left town with the rogue, and we were back at square one. Determination rose up, and I took a deep breath. I could not let anyone, even the ruler of Las Vegas, put my sister or my plans in danger. Sir, I began, and Rain peered down at me in amused surprise. I felt Mr. Smith's incredulous gaze on me as well, and knew I was probably breaking protocol, a hatchling daring to contradict an ancient worm. This was a gamble, but it was too late to back out now. I faced the ancient dragon, keeping my voice calm. Forgive me, sir, but it's in your best interests to help, I said evenly. You have a lot of resources at your disposal, and the sooner we find Ember, the sooner you can get St. George out of your city. Surely that is enough reason to assist us. Rain cocked his massive head, the hint of a smile crossing his muzzle. Is that so, hatchling? He mused in a soft, deadly voice, making a cold sweat break out on my neck. "You're awfully confident about that." "She's my sister," I replied. "No one knows her like I do." Those primeval eyes continued to watch me, unblinking, and I stifled my fear. "I just need to find her. If I knew where she was, I could reach her. I can bring her back to Talon." "The boy has a point, Rain," Mr. Roth broke in. I wanted to glance at him, but didn't dare take my attention from the worm glaring down at me. "Once we retrieve Miss Hill and deal with the rogue, the Order will have no reason to stay in Vegas. They will leave, we will return to the organization, and your assistance will be much appreciated once it gets back to the Elder Worm. I'm sure it will." Rain hadn't looked away from me the entire time. "But let me ask you this, little hatchling. Let us say your sister is truly lost, that she refuses to return to the organization. What then?" I swallowed, realizing he was testing me, seeing how far I would go. "Everyone has something that they want, sir," I replied. "Everyone has a price that they are willing to pay. Ember is with the rogue dragon Cobalt, and even he has weaknesses. If we can find them, exploit them, we'll have them both." Rain blew out a long, rumbling breath, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. "Spoken like a true dragon of Talon." "Very well," he growled, and shifted upright, making my pulse skip at how big he really was. "I have several agents who might be able to track them down. One, in particular, has been very helpful, keeping eyes on the parts of the city I cannot. I'll have my people contact him. If the hatchling and the rogue are here, he'll know where to look." The tip of his tail thumped the ground, and he blinked slowly. "Will that be sufficient enough for you, Mr. Hill?" Again, he wasn't looking at Mr. Roth, but at me. I bowed my head, letting gratitude seep into my voice. "Yes, sir," I said. "Thank you, sir. Talon will not forget this." "I'm sure they won't." He shook his massive head. "Though I might have to have a talk with the Elder Worm about two clever hatchlings who overstepped their bounds. I assume you have a plan for dealing with this girl and the rogue once you find them?" My mind was already spinning. Bring Ember back, and make sure the rogue could never take her away again. That was all that mattered. Talon was watching me. I would not fail them. "Yes," I answered, setting my jaw. "I do."
Riley. "Come on, you bastard," I thought, glaring at my phone. "You know we're here. Text me back already." The device in my hand remained obnoxiously silent. Sighing, I shoved it into my jacket pocket and tried not to pace, feeling time ticking away from me. At least the room was large, airy, and luxurious, though a bit on the gaudy side. I could have done without the shiny gold curtains and bright purple carpet, and the painting of the barely clad Greek woman lounging by a pool. I snorted in derision. Caesar's Palace it ain't. This wasn't a casino the high rollers and professional gamblers would set foot in, or come within 100 yards of, really. Which suited me fine. No one from Talon, no one important at least, would be caught dead here. And I wouldn't have to share the queen-size bed with anyone else. Ember was in the room next door, and the other two, Wes and the soldier, had their own individual quarters across the hall. Money had never been an issue. During the years I'd worked for the organization, I'd racked up quite the nest egg. When I had gone rogue, those accounts had been frozen, but not even Talon's security was a match for Wes after he joined my team. The money was now hidden in overseas accounts under false identities so that Talon couldn't trace it back to us. Not to mention, having an elite hacker around was pretty helpful for those times I needed other things. Bank codes, fake IDs, false reservations, and the like. Most times, I didn't even have to touch my own accounts. Now, if only my other contact would be as helpful. As if on cue, my phone finally buzzed. I yanked it out and stared at the message on screen, short and to the point. I smiled grimly. Time to get to the bottom of things, or at least have some questions answered. Making sure I had my wallet and fake ID, I left the room and stepped into the green and gold corridor. I met Wes in the hallway, bottle of Mountain Dew in hand as he headed back to his room. "Griffin finally get back to you?" he asked, lowering his voice as he paused beside me. I nodded. "Heading down to meet him now. Where are the others?" "In their rooms, last I saw them." Wes pointed the green bottle down the corridor. "One sulking, the other doing bugger all. Hope the blasted hatchling doesn't wander off. She looked quite put out when you told her not to leave the floor." I groaned inwardly. Boredom and following orders were two things that Ember did not excel at. And below us was an entire casino full of flashing lights, games, shiny objects, and other things that could tempt a curious dragon. "Keep an eye on them," I said. "Make sure Ember stays put. But watch the soldier, too. He might have broken from the order, but he's still St. George, and that will never change. If he moves or leaves the room, I want to know about it." Wes smiled grimly. "Want me to stick a bug in his lap when he's asleep?" "No," I shook my head. "I doubt he's in contact with the order. They're hunting him now, same as us. But if he goes off alone or gets within 20 feet of Ember, let me know. If everything is too quiet, let me know. Hell, if the St. George bastard sneezes or takes a piss, let me know. I have no idea why he's still hanging around, but if he stays with us much longer, I want to know what I'm dealing with and why." "Fabulous," Wes muttered. 13 years of being the best hacker in the circus, and now I'm a bloody babysitter." He sniffed and took a quick swig from his bottle before ducking his head and lowering his voice even further. "Where are the guns, if you don't mind my asking?" "In my room, of course. You think I'm going to let St. George anywhere near them?" The black duffel was sitting inconspicuously beside my bed, 2 9mm and a Glock wrapped neatly in my clothes. The Do Not Disturb sign already hung from my doorknob, and I intended to keep it there. The last thing I needed was a curious maid tripping over a bag full of guns, but it would be worse if I was caught wandering the casino floor with an unlicensed firearm. Even in a place like this, security was trained to look for and spot anyone concealing a deadly weapon, not to mention the thousands of cameras watching your every move from the ceiling, which meant I wasn't going to be armed while I was here. But at least the soldier wouldn't be carrying either. "I'm off," I said, stepping away from Wes. "Call me if the room explodes." "You know, that'd be funny if I wasn't terrified it could actually happen." Smirking, I entered the elevator and descended into the madness. As usual, the casino floor was a chaotic sea of milling people, garish lights, and clanging bells. Slot machines stood in endless rows throughout the room, blue-haired old ladies and men in suits alike feeding coins or cards into the machines with glassy-eyed determination. Crowds of men and women clustered around roulette tables, cheering wildly or groaning in turns. Dealers flipped cards at blackjack tables, smoothly picking away at players' stacks of chips until there was nothing left. Humans and their wealth, I thought with equal amounts of pity and disdain as I maneuvered through the crowds. You fight and kill and work so hard to get it, only to throw it away like it's nothing. I'll never understand. I finally spotted the person I was looking for at a blackjack table in the corner, sitting calmly with his hands resting against the lip. A dark-skinned human in a bright red suit, matching hat perched atop his head. His gaze was riveted to the pair of cards in front of him, 3 of spades and 9 of clubs. Crossing my arms, I leaned against a nearby column to watch. The human in the red suit tapped the table edge. The dealer flipped a card, a 5 of clubs, bringing the total to 17. The human paused, then very deliberately tapped the table again. The dealer flipped one more, turning up a 5 of hearts. 22 and bust. The man in the suit sniffed, rose from the chair, and turned to face me. "You threw that hand," I said. "You knew perfectly well it was going to go over." He gave me a brilliant smile. "Oh, sure. Please announce it to the whole casino," he said in a low voice, holding my gaze and grinning the entire time. His gold tooth glimmered in the artificial lights. "Blackjack isn't really my thing. But since I was meeting you tonight, I figured I didn't have time for an honest game of Texas Hold'em. Funny thing about blackjack, though. Win too often, and they start watching you. Keep winning, and they'll accuse you of card counting, which is perfectly legal in the grand state of Nevada and will get you banned from every casino on and off the Strip for life. That's the #1 rule in this town. The house always wins. Always." He continued to smile, but it had an edge now, and the eyes above the teeth were hard. "So I'd be ever so grateful if some cocky lizard didn't blow my cover and force me to change identities again. Now laugh, you son of a bitch, like I said something hilarious." He threw back his head and bellowed with laughter. I managed a chuckle, shaking my head. "Haven't changed at all, have you, Griffin?" "Only my name," he responded with another grin, this one genuine. "And my face, and my personality. Helping you, if I remember. And I'm about to do it again, aren't I?" "Who's the guy who got you out in the first place?" "Touché." He gave me a rueful look. "What do you need, Riley?" I shot a brief, wary glance at the numerous black globes on the ceiling, the cameras watching our every move. "Is this a safe place to talk?" "Not in the slightest," he replied cheerfully. "Do you need a drink? I feel like I need a drink. Come on." And he started across the casino floor, weaving through the crowds like he'd done it all his life. I followed him, keeping a wary eye out for anyone who might be watching. No one seemed to pay us any attention except casino security, who eyed my dusty boots and black leather jacket with the same bored suspicion as they did everyone else. Clearly, they'd seen far stranger. Or thought they had, anyway. We left the casino floor and ducked into a crowded restaurant with dim lighting and dozens of flat screens lining the walls, all playing sports of various kinds. Humans sat like pigeons along the bar or clustered around tables, laughing, talking, and oblivious to the world around them. Griffin and I took a booth in the corner. A group of college-age guys sat behind us, but with all the noise and chaos, I wasn't worried about eavesdroppers. The waitress took our drink orders and hurried off, leaving us in peace. Griffin eyed me over the table. "So," the human began, folding his hands together. "Here we are. What brings you to Vegas, Riley?" I sighed. "What do you think?" Well, considering all the hubbub around the city of late, I'm guessing nothing good. I assume you're the reason St. George has moved in recently?" Griffin went on, making my stomach tighten. "Seems like they're on the warpath, and mighty pissed about something. Word on the street is that Talon is not happy with the Order being in their territory, and are scrambling over each other trying to figure out what's going on. I'm thinking you poked a stick down a wasp nest and stirred it up a bit, then kicked it for good measure." "You could say that." I paused as the waitress returned with our drinks, then tossed the alcohol back, finishing the scotch in 2 swallows. I didn't drink very often. It was tough to get a dragon wasted, even one in human form, so I didn't see much point in it. Tonight, though, I'd make an exception. Griffin drank his bourbon slowly, watching me over the glass rim, waiting for an explanation. I gave him a faint smirk. "Someone might have snuck into their Western chapter house and broken a prisoner out last week. Holy shit, Riley. The human lowered his glass with a look of disbelief and horror. The Order Chapter House itself? So, what you're telling me is you've gone insane. Very likely, I muttered. One of your hatchlings? No. I scrubbed a hand through my hair. One of them. He stared at me, then used both hands to point at himself. Okay, see this face? This is my what the hell face. Seriously, Riley. What the hell? You snuck into enemy territory, dropped a figurative wasp down their pants, and then brought that mess here? So I have to deal with it? Are you out of your freaking mind? Why would you do such a thing? It's complicated. He continued to give me his what the hell expression, and I scowled. Look, I don't need you to understand or approve of what I did. What I need is to know why my safe houses keep disappearing, and how St. George suddenly knows exactly who I am and where I'll be. If there's a mole in the network, I want to know about it. And I need to find out what Talon is up to, where they are, if they know I'm here. Think you can grease a couple palms and dig up some dirt for me? On Talon and the Order? Griffin scratched his eyebrows. Probably, but it could take some time. I'm going to have to be very, very careful about whom I talk to. Please, I know the kind of people you work with. I don't think you have to do too much greasing. If they need incentive, you know I'm good for it. He sniffed and sipped his drink. Actually, he mused, looking thoughtful, there is this one thing that came up recently. Something I heard just this morning, in fact. I rubbed my eyes. That didn't take long. Oh, trust me, you'll want to hear this. He paused as the waitress returned, asking if we needed anything else, and waved her off with a smile. I don't know how credible the story is, he went on, but my contacts seem to think it's legit. It's actually quite amusing. Apparently, some poor bastard saw something in an abandoned hotel that freaked him out of his mind. A fucking huge lizard, I believe, were his exact words. I straightened quickly. A runaway hatchling? They seem to think so. Griffin shrugged, swirling the ice in his glass. I can't do anything about it, of course, but this sounds like the type of thing you'd be interested in. Might be worth checking out. Damn it, I sighed, knowing I couldn't ignore this. Fine, send me the info. I'll check it out when I can. It's not like I have a million other things to do, like keeping Talon and St. George off our backs. I glared at him over the table. This place is still off their sights for the time being, right? Of course, idiot. You think I'd be here if it wasn't? Griffin rose, tugging his suit jacket into place. Give me a couple days, he said. I'll see what I can find. And for God's sake, don't try to contact me until then. I'll call you. I smirked. Don't keep me waiting too long. Wouldn't want some cocky lizard sitting down at your table and ruining your perfect game, would we? You're a bastard, Riley. Griffin gave me his most brilliant smile yet and turned to leave. Thanks for the drink. Tell Wes I said hello. I paid for the drinks and wandered back upstairs, hoping nothing had exploded while I was gone, and that a certain stubborn redhead had stayed put, or at least out of trouble. Apparently, that was too much to hope for. As the elevator doors opened and I stepped into the hallway, I caught sight of Ember's lean, slight form slipping across the hall and into the room on the other side.
Ember. Nice place. Too bad it was driving me nuts. The room was too quiet, too empty and still, despite the paintings of naked Greek people on the walls and the bust of some square-jawed guy staring at me from the corner. Now that we could finally slow down enough to breathe, there was nothing to keep me distracted, no life-threatening situations to divert my attention. I flipped on the television, just for the noise, but that didn't stop all the images shifting around in my head. Memories I couldn't shut out. Everything that had happened in the past 2 weeks flooded my brain in a rush, pounding against me like waves. I could see the red dragon hide hanging on the wall of the St. George office, a lifeless trophy that had once been a hatchling like me. I remembered the look in Garret's eyes as he'd stared at me through the bars of his cell, as if I were a ghost. The memory of his skin under my palm, his fingers curled gently around my wrist, the flight across the desert with him on my back, and that red-hot blaze of pain as the bullet had slammed into my body. The enemy soldier, crumpling to the floor of the abandoned house, glassy eyes staring back at me, and Lilith's voice telling me I was born to become a viper, a killer like her. Shivering, I rose from the bed and walked to the window, gazing down at the city. Las Vegas sparkled with a million neon lights, massive hotels and casinos standing tall and glowing against the horizon. Talon's territory. Going rogue hadn't been what I thought it would be. Riley hadn't mentioned this part, the running, the fear, being chased and shot and having to kill to survive. If I'd known what would happen after I'd left Crescent Beach, would I still have chosen to go with him? Of course you would. A little voice, my dragon perhaps, sneered in my head. You know yourself better than that. Riley made it very clear what being rogue was like. You heard exactly what you wanted to hear, and if you had to do it again, knowing what you do right now, your choice would be the same. You're too stubborn for anything else. Angrily, I stalked back to the bed and flopped down again, putting a pillow over my face. I wouldn't regret my decision. I'd seen the dark side of Talon, knew what they really wanted beneath the facade of protecting our kind, and I refused to be a part of it. I just wished I could talk to someone, sort out these crazy, unfamiliar emotions that tried to drown me whenever I was in my own head. I wished I had someone here, just so I wouldn't be alone. Not the boys. They were part of the dilemma, part of the chaotic, confusing mess inside me. I couldn't talk to them. I wished Dante were here. Dante betrayed you. I didn't know which voice this was, mine or the dragon's, but it continued with ruthless logic and disdain. He sold you out to Talon. Lilith would have killed you and Riley that night, because Dante told her where you'd be. No, I growled into my pillow. My throat felt tight, and I swallowed hard. He didn't know what she would do. Talon lied to him, just like they lied to me and everyone. It wasn't his fault. Great. Now I was talking to myself. Nothing crazy here. Throwing off the pillow, I stood once more and gazed aimlessly around the room. Everything was unfamiliar, and even with the television babbling, the silence seemed to press down on me. A lump caught in my throat. I was homesick, I realized. I missed my friends, my town, and my old life. I missed my brother. Damn it, I whispered, and felt my eyes prickle. I wanted Dante back. I wanted him to be with me, on the side of the rogues and away from Talon. Talon was using him, like they did everyone in the organization. I wished I could tell him right now. All Talon's dirty laundry, all their secrets, the true price of staying with the organization. Dante needed to hear it. If he only knew the truth, he would never stay with them. Maybe I could tell him somehow. Hope flickered, and I paused to think. I didn't dare call him. If Talon was looking for us, they'd be watching my brother closely, maybe even tapping his phone. The same went for texting and email. The organization had eyes everywhere. Normal methods of reaching my brother could put us all in danger. Me, Garret, Riley, and all the rogues under his watch. I wasn't going to risk that. But there was someone who was an expert at getting past Talon's radar unseen. I crossed my room and opened the door a crack, peeking out. The long corridor was empty. I was probably being overcautious. Riley had said this hotel was safe enough, from Talon at least. But if there were strange humans wandering about who looked like they might be armed, I wanted to see them before they saw me. Slipping out, I took 3 steps across the green and gold carpet and knocked on the door across from mine. A moment later, it swung back, revealing Wes's haggard, unkempt face. His shaggy hazel bangs hung in his eyes, and his jaw and mouth were lined with stubble. He scowled when he saw me, clearly expecting someone else, probably Riley. "Oh, it's you." His gaze flicked up and down the hall before returning to me. "What do you want?" "Hey, Wes, I have a question." I offered a smile, making an attempt to be friendly. I knew Wes didn't like me, but maybe I could change his opinion. He just stared blankly, and I sighed. "Can I come in? I don't want to talk out in the open."
"Bloody hell,"
Wes muttered, but he stepped back, letting me cross the threshold into his room. It was much like mine. Gold curtains, queen bed, pictures of Greek people in compromising positions on the wall. His bag had been tossed on the bed and forgotten about, but his computer sat open and glowing on the desktop. Wes shut the door and turned to watch me with wary eyes.
"Well?"
he demanded, as I hesitated, wondering how to convince him.
"Whatever this is, can you make it quick? I really don't have time to faff around with hatchlings right now."
"Faff around?"
"What's the bloody emergency?"
Wes snapped. I took a deep breath, wondering how best to put it, then decided on the direct approach. "I want to get a message to my brother." The human's eyebrows shot into his hair.
"Your brother?"
he repeated in disbelief.
"I'm sorry. You mean the bloke who sold us out to Talon? Are you off your rocker? You want to let Talon know exactly where we are?"
"He didn't sell us out," I snapped back. "Talon lied to him. He didn't know what would happen when he told Lilith where we were. He didn't know she would try to kill us." Wes gave me a look of supreme disbelief, and I narrowed my eyes. "I know Dante. I've known him all my life. He wouldn't willingly do anything that would put me in danger. Talon used him, like they used all of us."
"Be that as it may," Wes said, "he's still part of the organization. Or have you forgotten they're the ones sending Vipers after us? Even if your brother is being manipulated, it doesn't change anything. Talon will still use him to get to us. So, sorry, can't help you there. I like our status as is. Alive and breathing."
Anger and despair rose up, and my chest squeezed tight. Half of me wanted to threaten the stubborn human before me with fire and fangs. The other half knew he was right, that he was only protecting himself and the rest of us. But still, Dante was my twin, my only family. I knew Talon didn't approve of such things. The organization was our family, and we weren't supposed to need attachments to anything, or anyone else. But growing up, it had always been me and Dante against the world. I wouldn't abandon him, even if he had turned his back on me in favor of Talon. "Please," I said quietly, making the human blink. "Wes, please. He's my brother. I don't know what's happened to him. If he's okay, if Talon is making him do something awful." Wes thinned his lips, looking annoyed but hesitant, and I pressed forward earnestly. "I won't tell him where we are," I promised, "or give him any information that can be traced back to us. I just need to know if he's all right." Wes sighed.
"Even if I wanted to do this," he said in a softer voice, "which I don't, let's make that very clear. I'm not going to risk it without Riley's approval. You haven't really seen the blighter lose his temper yet, and as I'm not fireproof, I'm not going to sneak around behind his back. You'll have to take that request up with him."
"Fine," I said, backing toward the door. "Then I'll find him and ask him myself."
"Ask me what?"
I whirled. Riley stood in the doorway, watching us, and my dragon perked at his arrival.
"Everything all right?"
he asked, his amber gaze flicking past me to Wes, then narrowing slightly.
"What are you doing in here?"
Wes snorted before I could answer.
"Bloody hatchling wanted me to send a message to her brother,"
he replied, already back at his computer. I scowled at him over my shoulder, but his eyes were on the screen.
"I told her that before she brought the whole of Talon and St. George down on our heads, she'd have to take it up with you."
"Ember." Riley's voice, furious and horrified, made my stomach clench. I quickly moved back as he stepped through the frame and swiftly closed the door, glaring at me.
"Tell me you didn't try to contact Dante," he growled, backing me into the room. "Do you want the organization to know exactly where we are? Do you want to wake up surrounded by vipers? What were you thinking?"
"He's my brother," I protested.
"He's part of the organization," Riley shot back. "He was in direct contact with Lilith herself. Did you not learn your lesson last time? You gave him a choice, Talon or blood, and he chose Talon. He'll do it again if given the chance."
"I don't believe that." The tightness in my throat was back, and the corners of my eyes stung. I'd already had this argument with Wes, but it was harder with Riley. "I don't believe Dante would willingly hurt me," I said, steadying myself under his accusing glare. "I think Talon is using him, and he doesn't understand who they are or what they're capable of. If I could just reach him, make him see—"
"How?" Riley demanded, stepping forward. "What are you going to say? How do you think you're going to convince him?"
He poked his chest, glaring at me.
"I've been on the inside. I know how the organization works. Every second he's there, Talon's influence on him gets stronger. They'll smile and pat his back and promise that he's doing the right thing, that this is for the good of us all, and he'll believe them. He'll accept everything they say without question, because they believe it too. And even if you could somehow change his mind, how do you think you're going to get him out? He's too deep within the organization to risk contact."
Riley shook his head, giving me an exasperated smirk.
"I'm not storming Talon headquarters, Firebrand. Even for you."
I briefly closed my eyes against the angry stinging. "He's my brother," I said once more, raising my chin to stare Riley down. "I won't give up on him. There has to be a way, and if you won't help me, then I'll do it myself."
"Ember,"
Riley began, but I brushed past him and stalked from the room. He didn't understand. He didn't have a sibling. None of them did. Dante and I were the only pair that had been raised together, the only dragon siblings in existence. Riley couldn't understand, because he didn't have one. But Dante was family. Talon couldn't have him.
"Damn it, Firebrand, hold up!"
Strong fingers grabbed my wrist, just outside the door, halting my angry storm out. Bristling, I tried yanking out of his grasp, but Riley pulled me back into the room with him and slammed the door behind us.
"Just wait a second," he snapped.
But I was full-on pissed now and punched him in the arm.
"Ow! Will you stop? Listen to me."
Grabbing my arms, he pinned me against the door, glaring down with angry gold eyes. My instincts flared, rising to the challenge, nearly busting through my skin as he shoved me back. I barely clamped down on the impulse to shift right then and pounce on the dragon in front of me. Riley took a deep breath, as if he too was struggling to hold his dragon down.
"Look, I'm sorry about Dante," he said, "but we can't help him right now. We can barely help ourselves. If you try contacting him now, and Talon finds out where we are, we'll be dead. Even if he doesn't give our location away, the organization will be monitoring his every move, because he's connected to you. They're watching him, Firebrand. They know Dante is their way to you, and if they find you, they find all of us. I do not want to wake up in the middle of the night surrounded by vipers."
His fingers gripped me tighter, his face intense.
"It's too dangerous to send Dante any kind of message, Ember. Promise me you won't try to contact him."
Defiance rose, egged on by the dragon, the surging heat inside. Of course he was right, but— "I'm getting him out, Riley," I said, meeting that intense gaze, almost seeing cobalt peering out at me. "One way or another. I can't leave him there."
"I know, Firebrand. I do understand. Trust me, I would take them all away from Talon if I could."
Riley straightened, sliding his hands up my arms.
"But slow down for me a little. I know you want to save the world, but there are only 3 of us. We can't take on Talon or St. George by ourselves. We'd need an army for that,
and they're not just lying around for the taking. One hand rose to the side of my face, brushing a curl aside with his thumb. Just trust me a little longer, okay? Let's figure out where we're going, what we're doing next, before we go charging the organization's front door. Can you do that? Without burning the hotel down in the meantime? I swallowed, then took a slow breath. It didn't cool the heat of the wild, surging flames within. I guess so, I muttered, relinquishing the fight for now. He exhaled in relief, and I gave him a faint smirk. Though I can't promise not to set anything on fire, especially if St. George kicks my door down. Riley grimaced. At least there are extinguishers by all the exits, he said, rolling his eyes. I can see the headlines now, though. Vegas casino mysteriously ignites on 12th floor. Strange creatures seen flying out window. That wouldn't catch Talon's attention at all. He shook his head. You certainly keep my life interesting, Firebrand. You love it. Just think how boring life would be without me. A grin tugged at one corner of his mouth. My old trainer gave me a bit of advice once, he said. Not that I listened to his ramblings most of the time, but this one stuck out. He said, a flame that burns twice as bright lasts half as long. Any idea what that means? That you're a secret philosopher who writes poetry between car heists and jailbreak?